Chapter 1422 Paths for You. There was a large canyon deep in the elven forest, and it was the only place in the elven forest that didn't have giant trees blocking the sunlight. The entire canyon was filled with all sorts of flowers and grasses, and the scenery was pleasant. Normally, Ebbe liked to go there alone. However, during this period of time, people from all the major forces in the Spirit Land domain came to the elf forest to prepare for the elf clan sacrificial ceremony, so Ebbe, as the princess of the elf clan, didn't come out much. In fact, the elf clan had strictly forbidden outsiders from walking around the elf forest at will at first. But that would only be able to restrain some small forces. The heirs of the really big forces wouldn't listen at all. In their opinion, a small elf clan is just a small power, a mole-like power. To be able to come is already enough to give you face, and still dare to not let this young master go out? Simply outrageous. Still, I do what I want to do, scurrying around in the elf forest. The elf tribe also has no good way. Can only retreat to the next best thing, the elf clan's forbidden places listed, not let everyone close to other places casually. That's why those who dared to walk around freely in the elven forest were all big forces in the Spirit Land domain. The Grand Canyon was Ebbe's favorite place, and she naturally wanted to bring Lin Dong to enjoy the beauty of the place. Who knew that just after arriving at the Grand Canyon, she encountered a group of outsiders, about 20 people. Those who could bring 20 people into the elven forest were already considered to be one of the great powers of the Spirit Land domain. Of the number of people stipulated in the invitation sent out by the elf clan, it was divided into 5 grades. 30 people were the most, 20 people were second, then 10, 5, and 3. Obviously this group was in the second gear. It also belonged to the category of not to be messed with. Ebbe, who was blocked and was not willing to cause trouble, originally wanted to bring Lin Dong to the side and wait for these people to leave before moving on. As a result, they did not expect that the people would not give them a chance at all. Kid, which power are you from? Surprisingly, you were assigned such a standardized elf woman? It's much more advanced than the one I have. Tell this Gongzi, how did you get it? The young man in the lead asked. The reason why he dared to stop Lin Dong and Ebbe was also because he saw that the other party was only one person and that he had stepped aside to make way after seeing himself. If Lin Dong had brought a group of 30 people with him, he would definitely not dare to provoke them and would have also stepped aside to make way. A force that could bring 30 people into the elven forest was not something they could afford to mess with. As the princess of the elf clan, Ebbe's conditions in all aspects naturally did not need to be mentioned, and was definitely a level higher than other elf clan women. It was because of this that after the people from the major powers of the Spirit Land domain entered the elf forest, she was asked by the elf queen Isha not to go out easily, so as not to be seen by those big power heirs and cause unnecessary trouble. Facing the young man's inquiry, Lin Dong directly chose to ignore it. A group of mole crickets were just a bunch of ants that did not deserve his attention. Even if the elders of these guys in front of him came, they were only slightly stronger mole crickets, still not out of the category of mole crickets. The young man instantly caught fire in his heart when he saw that Lin Dong had no intention of answering him at all. Kid, where am I asking you? Are you mute? If you don't speak again, believe it or not, I will really make you mute. Upon hearing the cursing words, Lin Dong's eyes narrowed as he prepared to give this impolite fellow a little lesson, letting the other party know that rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Don't move around cursing your father and mother. There are some words that one has to pay for when they are spoken. However, before he could make a move, Ebbe's voice was the first to sound. This gentleman rest his anger. Brother Lin Dong and I are good friends. It's not the kind of relationship you think of, and I'm not the kind of woman assigned by the elf clan, so please spare us, sir. Oh? Not assigned? That means you haven't been contaminated? The young man asked with a slight hint of surprise as his eyes lit up. Such a beautiful elf woman who hadn't been contaminated yet was simply a heavenly opportunity. One could not afford to miss it. Otherwise, he might regret it for the rest of his life. It was so hard to stand out from the many heirs and get the chance to participate in the elf clan ritual ceremony. How could one not seize the opportunity? Your Excellency, our elf clan has rules that do not allow an elf clan woman like me, who has not undergone special training, to have an affair with you humans, so please forgive me, Your Excellency. Ebbe said politely. She certainly understood the meaning of the other party asking those words. She also deeply knew that it wasn't easy for the elf clan to have a good life nowadays. It was all because her mother, the Queen of the Elves, personally visited one power after another and made promises, and only then did they have a hard time getting there today. Therefore, cannot offend these forces, or try not to offend, even if it cannot help anything, at least not to add to the mother. Regulations are dead, people are alive, your elf clan didn't let us walk around in the beginning. And the result? It's still not changed? How about if you just promise to follow this Gongzi? I'll guarantee that I'll make your elf clan change the rules. The young man asked with a face full of anticipation. Everyone came to the elf clan, attending the sacrificial ceremony was fake, enjoying the services of the elf clan women was real. It would be a shame to miss out on meeting such a beautiful elf clan woman. He would take the most beautiful elf clan woman he had ever seen in front of him back and enjoy her slowly. I'm sorry, Gonzi, forgive me for not being able to agree to your request. This is a rule set by our elf queen that no one can break. If I agree to you, I will be removed from the elf clan. Abe shook his head in refusal. Then is it that as long as your elf queen agrees, you can come with me? Our queen Sama will not agree. Abe returned with certainty. That's not necessarily true. In that case, I won't make things difficult for you. We'll go to the elf queen together now and see if she agrees or not. In response to the young man's request, Ibe was of course unwilling to go. She believed that her mother would definitely not agree. After all, she was the princess of the elf clan. Not to mention that the other party was only a second-rate power. Even if it was first-rate, the elf clan wouldn't send the elf princess out. Abe did not want to go because she was afraid of disrupting her plan to take Lin Dong to enjoy the scenery of the Grand Canyon. My lord, I am just an ordinary elf clan woman. Please don't make things difficult for me, okay? If you feel that the elf clan woman assigned to you makes you unsatisfied, you can apply to the elf clan. Abe said seriously. To tell you the truth. Before I saw you, I was very satisfied, but now after seeing you, I feel that those are all rouge and vulgar. I can't be interested at all. I just want to take you away now. The young man revealed a lewd expression. Gongzi, actually I am. Ibe had wanted to say her true identity, but unexpectedly, she was forcibly interrupted by the other party. All right. I don't want to listen to superfluous nonsense. You now have two paths to take. One is to take the initiative yourself and follow me to the Queen of the Elves, or I will forcibly take you to the Queen of the Elves. You choose one. Don't try to escape in front of me. Even though this is the territory of the elf clan, you won't be able to escape. Chapter 14:21 Intervening. Where had Ebe received such anger? Nor had she ever encountered such an unreasonable person. She was so anxious there that she was on the verge of crying. The young man seemed to enjoy this feeling of dominating others. Seeing Ibe's delicate appearance, his heart was even more itchy. He swore that he would definitely get this elven woman in front of him. No matter how much the price was paid, he had to bring it back. Lin Dong was really unable to listen from the side. However, from the conversation between Abe and the young man, he had also obtained a lot of useful information. One of them was that the elf clan actually did not mix well. In the territory of the elf clan, the fact that a princess of the elf clan was being molested and not being able to do anything about it in the slightest was very telling. If the elf clan could be stronger than the other party, who would dare to act recklessly here? After learning that there were only 5 Emperor River powerhouses in the Spirit Land domain, Lin Dong did not feel any pressure at all. Regardless of what kind of forces were behind the young man in front of him, he was not afraid. There was only one Emperor realm standing at the top of the sky. Even if it was a heavenly Emperor-level Emperor Abyss, Lin Dong was not afraid of it, much less anyone else who could threaten him. Just as Lin Dong was about to speak, he suddenly sensed that there were other people arriving, so he swallowed back his words. He would like to see how many people could come today. Anyone who dared to bully Ibe would not be able to live well and would be eliminated in one go. At this time a voice came from far away. Little Li Zi, what are you doing here? Hearing this voice, the young man who had just spoken to Ibe was shaken and hurriedly raised his head to follow the voice. Only to see a group of 30 people slowly walking over. After taking a good look at the person at the head, the young man's heart trembled and he hurriedly shouted out, Little Li Zi has met young Master Wei. Soon the group of people came to the front. The group of 30 people was 10 more than the young man's group of people. It represented that the identity of the two men was not at the same level. To be able to bring 30 people into the Elven Forest was already the limit of the number of people stipulated by the Elven clan. It meant that behind this person, there was one of the topmost forces in the Spirit Land domain, and it was also the one that the Elf clan valued the most. At the sight of eBay, the man known as the Great Young Man's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, what a beautiful elf woman. Although the face value of elven women were not low. But obviously this one in front of him was a level higher than all the other elven women. Little Lizzie, what's going on? Getting into trouble? Great Young Master asked as he shifted his gaze to the young man. Back to Great Young Wei, I didn't run into trouble, I just stopped here for a while and didn't expect to meet you. Little Lizzie replied with a welcoming smile. Little Lizzie, it seems you are not honest. Wei Dishao smiled. Seeing this smile, little Lizzie's heart trembled again and shivered as he honestly replied, Wei Dishao, I just came back from the Grand Canyon, and I encountered these two people, and after learning that this elf woman hadn't been contaminated, then I wanted to take her back, but as a result, she disagreed and stalled here, and was preparing to take her to see the Elf Queen. Facing the heir of the Wei family, one of the topmost forces in the Spirit Land domain, Dishao Wei, little Lizzie didn't dare to hide the slightest bit. He could not afford to be offended. Don't look at the fact that the power behind him was only a hair's breadth away from the Wei family, but it was this hair's breadth that was the difference between the heavens and the earth, representing the fact that the Wei family had a half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse sitting in their midst, whereas the Li family did not. One should know that a half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse could easily destroy other forces that did not have a half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse. This was the difference. At the same time, little Li thought sadly in his heart. Today it seems like he's doing someone else a favor. With Wei Dishao's character, would he let go of this elf woman when he learned that she had not yet been contaminated? By Wei Dishao's personal appearance, the Elf Queen would have to agree even if she didn't agree. Because the entire elven race could not afford to offend the Wei family. Sure enough, hearing little Lizzie's words, the light in Wei Dishao's eyes grew brighter and brighter. After little Lizzie finished speaking, he directly dropped his gaze onto eBay next to him. Not hiding his greed in the slightest. In his heart, he was even more delighted. Such a stunningly beautiful elf woman hadn't even been contaminated yet? Wouldn't it be cheaper for himself? As for the other party not agreeing? Wei Dishao did not consider this issue at all. Who could run away from the woman he had his eyes on? Not to mention the fact that the elf clan had to look up to the Wei family. Even the queen of the elves had to be polite when she saw Wei Dishao. From the moment Wei Dishao arrived with a group of 30 people, eBay knew that things were getting bad. At first, her mother had told her not to show her face when the people from the major powers of the Spirit Land domain came to the Elf Forest, lest she be seen by the heirs of those major powers and cause trouble. eBay had not come out during this period of time. It was not until Lin Dong arrived that she came out of her room. Then her mother told her to spend more time with Lin Dong. In a moment of happiness, eBay forgot what her mother had said and took Lin Dong around the various parts of the Elven Forest. Unexpectedly, it was only a few days before she encountered trouble. eBay did not know how to deal with it and was even more anxious in her heart. Knowing that the Elf clan's life today was not easy to come by, she did not want to offend these great powers of the Spirit Land domain. What is your name? Wei Dishao looked at eBay and asked. My name is eBay. eBay answered honestly. She didn't want to offend this person and cause trouble for her mother and the Elf clan. eBay? Good name. Mr. Wei grinned. Thank you, Mr. Wei, for the compliment. Miss eBay, little Easy can't, he's not qualified to own an elf woman like you, you should follow me, only I can own you, and the Elf Queen won't reject my request. Wei Dishao confidently said. Little Li Zi had a bitter face at the side. Despite the dissatisfaction in his heart, he did not dare to refute Wei Dishao's words. If Wei Dishao targeted him, not even the Li family could protect him. He might even hand him over to Big Xiao Wei to deal with in order to gain the favor of the Wei family. This was the gap between top-tier forces and great forces. Mr. Wei. I'm sorry, I'm not the kind of woman that the Elf clan has specially cultivated. According to the rules of the Elf clan, I can't have an affair with you humans. Please don't make things difficult for me. eBay is here to thank you in advance. eBay explained. Rules are meant to be broken, Miss eBay. Since I have my eyes on you, I will definitely take you away. Not to mention the rules of the Elf clan, even the Queen of the Elf clan and the Council of Elders can't stop them. Mr. Wei. Please don't force me. Eve's voice was very low. She was on the verge of crying out. If she had known this, she should have brought brother Lin Dong around other paths to the Grand Canyon. It was farther, but at least they would not have encountered all these troubles. eBay was also too happy because of Lin Dong's arrival, causing her to be a bit oblivious. Chapter 1422 Mind Control. What kind of words is this, Ms. eBay? I am not forcing you, instead I am helping you. After you follow me, if there is anything that happens to the elf clan in the future, do you think I can just stand by and do nothing? Of course not, right? With my Wei family's support, no matter if it's for you or the elf clan, it's a heavenly good. Grand Master Wei said in a very pretentious manner. Of course, as the heir of the Wei family, one of the top powers in the spirit Lan domain, he had the qualifications to pretend. Young Li wouldn't dare to say so. The Li family could only be considered a minor power in front of the Wei family. eBay knew that she would definitely not be able to leave today. It could only think of a way to make the other party know what to do. Thinking about it, she finally came up with an idea and said, Mr. Wei, it's fine if you want me to go with you, but I have one request. As long as you can do it, I will follow you with my heart and serve you for the rest of my life. Oh? What request does Miss Ebe have? Just mention it. As long as you say it, there's nothing I can't do. Wei Deshao had a confident look on his face. Ebe was the most beautiful and graceful elf woman he had ever seen besides the elf queen, and when he looked closely, she was even a bit similar to the elf queen. Between the two, a mature, a green, both can maximize the desire of men. When he first saw the elf queen, Wei Deshao was instantly astonished. However, he also knew that the elf queen was not something he could spy on. That's why when he saw Ebe, he wanted to take it away and keep it for himself. There was no one in the elf clan other than the elf queen that Wei Deshao couldn't take away. Mr. Wei, my elf clan and the Winged People clan have an undying hatred. Back then, the Winged People clan even wiped out all the clansmen from one of my elf clan strongholds, and tens of thousands of elf clan women were trafficked all over the Spirit Lan domain and suffered a lot of humiliation. Among them were many of my good sisters. If Deshao Wei can help me to avenge this hatred and remove the Winged People clan from the Spirit Lan domain, I'll promise to leave with you and promise to serve you for the rest of your life. After Ebe finished her words, the scene was silent. Even Deshao Wei, who had just looked confident, stopped speaking. He was only one of the heirs of the Wei family, not the head of the Wei family. The Winged People clan was also not some cat or dog that could be exterminated whenever they wanted to. Even if it was the Wei family head who wanted to exterminate the Winged People clan, in the case that the other party did not actively provoke the Wei family, it would need to go through the deliberations of the Wei family's top management to see if it was worth it or not. Whether the give and take would be proportional. It was clearly not worth it to spend a huge amount of effort to exterminate the winged man race just for an elf woman. Even the Wei family head could not convince the many Wei family executives. If he had to be bent on having his way, there was still the Wei family ancestor above who could directly dismiss the Wei family head. In a top-tier power, the only one who could do so was a half-step emperor realm. Such a strong person was the backbone of a power. As for the head of the family, he could be replaced at the drop of a hat. Not to mention an heir like Deshao Wei. Seeing that Deshao Wei didn't say anything, Ebe knew that her plan had succeeded. The other party's identity obviously did not have the ability to get rid of the Winged People clan. If the Winged People clan was so easy to destroy, why would the Elf clan let them live until today? Today's Elf clan was not the Elf clan that was once bullied by others. Ebe felt. Since he couldn't fulfill his request, Duke Wei should know better. I don't know what Mr. Wei's opinion is? Ebe continued to pursue. Miss Ebe, I believe you know very well in your heart what kind of power the winged man race is. Is that something that can be destroyed just by saying so? You are making things difficult for me. Wei Daoshao replied after a moment of silence. Of course I know that the winged human race is very strong, but this is the only wish I have in this life. If Deshao Wei can't do it, please forgive me for not being able to agree to leave with you. Wei Deshao smiled at his words and said with a hint of coldness, I figured it out. Ms. Ebe, you are simply not thinking of leaving with me. That's why you came up with such a request that I can't even do, trying to make me know what to do? Young Mr. Wei, don't misunderstand. Ebe was flustered in her heart and just wanted to explain. However, she was directly interrupted by Deshao Wei. All right. Miss Ebe, since you have this attitude, I think we have nothing more to say. As for whether to follow me or not, that's not up to you. Come with me to see the Elf Queen. She will tell you the answer. I'm not going. Ebe refused sternly. She didn't want to cause trouble for her mother and the Elf clan. Once you went, it would definitely be very difficult for her mother at that time. The Wei family certainly couldn't be offended. And she, the princess of the elf clan, could not be allowed to be taken away. If you say you won't go, you won't go? Take away. As soon as De Xiaowei's words fell, two attendants immediately stepped out beside him, so fast that they arrived in front of Yi Bei in the blink of an eye, wanting to forcibly take her away. But just as they were about to strike, there was a flash in front of their eyes and there was an additional person in front of them, blocking between them and Yi Bei. Throughout the entire process, Lin Dong had been watching with cold eyes. It was only when De Xiaowei was about to use force that he stepped forward to stop him. "Brother Lin Dong!" Yi Bei cried out in aggravation. "It's fine, with me here, no one can take you away." Lin Dong comforted. "Yo! Kid, which path are you on? What a big mouth. Do you know who this is? Just dare to say such big words, you are not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue." Wei Daoxiao did not say anything, but little Li Zi on the side sneered. He had long looked at Lin Dong with displeasure. A stunning elf woman like Miss Ebby was not something that an ordinary person could match? How could Lin Dong not look like a person with a strong background? A kid who had to give way when he saw himself, what kind of big power could he have behind him? Little Li Zi had suffered a defeat in front of Wei Daoxiao, and had no place to vent the fire in his heart, but now he had finally found a target. He can't afford to mess with Mr. Wei. This kid he still can't afford to mess with? I will settle your score with you later. Lin Dong said a baffling sentence to little Li Zi. Then he turned his gaze towards the two attendants of the Wei family. Scram! A single word came out, and the words followed the law. Lin Fei's voice was not loud. The tone was also flat. The others didn't feel much. The two attendants of the Wei family, however, instantly froze, their eyes were lifeless, and there was only one word in their heads. Scram! They then involuntarily followed Lin Dong's words. Crouching down, they lay on the ground and rolled over. This scene directly stunned everyone present. This included the elf princess Ebei, little Li Zi, as well as De Xiaowei. Everyone revealed unbelievable gazes, stating that they had never seen such a situation before. Especially De Xiaowei. This was because the one rolling on the ground was none other than his attendant. As the Wei family's young master, his safety was naturally and important. To be able to become an attendant beside Grand Young Master Wei, their strength was not low. But now, they actually listened to the words of an unfamiliar kid, and immediately laid down on the ground and rolled up when they were told to roll. It was really somewhat subverting the three views of those present. If the one who said this was De Xiaowei, everyone wouldn't feel strange at all. But the one who spoke was an outsider. This made people feel too strange. Chapter 1423, Very Obedient. What are you two assholes doing? Don't get up yet. Returning to his senses, De Xiaowei was furious and stormy. However, his voice didn't work at all. The two Wei family attendants were still rolling on the ground and had rolled into the nearby jungle. What are you guys waiting for? Why don't you go and pull them up for me? It's a disgrace to my Wei family. His own entourage didn't listen to himself, but instead listened to his enemies, making De Xiaowei feel like he had lost all his face. He couldn't wait to kill these two fellows on the spot here. For the topmost power in the Spirit Lan domain like the Wei family, nothing was more important than face. If this matter were to spread out today, it would surely become the laughingstock of forces at the same level. When the heirs of other powers saw him, Dao Lord Wei, they would also scoff and say, the talent your Wei family has cultivated is really something else. He couldn't afford to lose that person. Yes. Grand Young Master. Behind Grand Young Master Wei, two more Wei family attendants rushed out and came to the side of those two who were tumbling, trying to pull them up. As a result, it still did not work. The two had already been controlled by Lin Dong with his mental power. It could be said that Lin Dong was now their master and told them to do whatever they wanted. Even if they were told to kill Dao Xiaowei, they would execute it without hesitation. With Lin Dong's heavenly emperor-level mental power, it was easy for him to control the two men's bodies. It had not been done before, and that was because it would cause the person whose body had been appropriated to have a mental abnormality, and would most likely become a fool. Young Master. The situation is not right. What's wrong? Grand Master Wei's words had just been asked. Ah! A miserable scream. It turned out to be the two Tumbling Wei clan attendants who suddenly stormed up and attacked the other two. Seeing such a scene, De Wei could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. "All go, kill those two bastards for me." Immediately afterward, the remaining 20 or so direct descendants of the Wei clan and the backbody all swarmed up. These people weren't De Wei's entourage anymore, they were the Wei family's direct descendants. Coming to the elf clan for such a precious spot in the sacrificial ceremony, of course they couldn't bring too many attendants. 4 was already the limit. The rest of the 20 or so people were all direct descendants of the Wei family who supported De Wei. This time, when De Wei was given the opportunity to come to the elf clan, he would also bring some of the Wei family's direct descendants who usually followed his lead. To put it bluntly, it was also buying people's hearts. After all, the Wei family didn't only have one heir, De Wei. There were also other heirs competing with him for the position of the family. In order to become the final victor, one needed the support of the other Wei family lineages. More than 20 people swarmed around and finally controlled the two Wei family attendants who were controlled by Lin Dong. Lin Dong could have utilized those two attendants to take care of all of the Wei family's people, so that he could hide his identity and also cause the Wei family to lose face. However, he did not do that and withdrew his spiritual power. Because there was no need for it. With Lin Dong's current strength, did he still need to conceal his identity in the Spirit Lan domain? It was no longer necessary. Regardless of how strong of a background De Wei had, he could easily exterminate him. With strength, there was a bottom line. The two Wei family attendants lost control of Lin Dong and directly fainted. Perhaps they would never wake up again. Even if they woke up, the odds were that they would still be stupid. This was the aftermath of spiritual power invading the body. Looking at the two unconscious attendants, Grand Master Wei was furious. Even though he knew that there was something going on here that he did not know about. That brat called Lin Dong must have done something to the two to make them like this. Otherwise, the people around himself were strictly screened and could not have done such a thing. But Wei Deshao could not care less now. Let out the anger in his heart first. At the two unconscious bodies, he stomped on them. While stomping, he screamed, "Bastard! Rubbish!" It didn't stop until it got tired. The sudden turn of events also left the Li family somewhat at a loss for words. As long as they were not stupid, they could all see that everything that had just happened originated from Lin Dong's single word. Scram! To be able to make the entourage beside De Wei listen to his words, such a tactic was not even heard of, not to mention seen. To be able to do what Lin Dong did, invade someone's body with his spiritual power without warning, silently seize control of the body, and still ensure that the invaded person did not die, only spiritual power above the Emperor realm could do so. How many emperors were there in the Spirit Lan domain? It was normal to have never seen one. Little Li Zi was so eager to leave now. If Lin Dong possessed such means, it would definitely not be simple. When immortals fought, mortals suffered. He did not want to be the one to suffer. Thinking that he had just jumped out to speak in favor of Wei Deshao, little Li Zi could not wait to give himself 2 slaps in the face. What's the point of meddling with nothing? Bei stood behind Lin Dong, and she was also confused as to why the people of the Wei family would listen to Brother Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong clearly just said the word roll, and those two obediently rolled. So obedient. After Wei Deshao had finished venting, the eyes that looked at Lin Dong no longer had contempt, but instead had a hint of gravity. As the Wei family's young master, one of the strong contenders for the head of the Wei family, he thought that he had seen some of the world. Yet, he had never seen such a bizarre tactic. "Your name is Lin Dong?" Grand Master Wei asked. He knew the other party's name when he heard Bei call him Brother Lin Dong. "Yes." Lin Dong simply replied. "What tactics did you just use on my Wei family to make them obediently listen to you?" "I just wanted them to roll, as a result, they really rolled, very obedient. Your Wei family has taught them well, worthy of being a big family." Lin Dong shrugged his shoulders. Put. Bei couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You want to be an enemy of my Wei family?" Grand Master Wei stared at Lin Dong. "What? Is your Wei family very powerful?" "Of course. My Wei family is one of the topmost forces in the Spirit Lan domain. Do you think it is powerful?" Wei Deshao proudly said. "Oh? One of the topmost forces in the Spirit Lan region? Then behind your Wei family stands one of the 5 Spirit Lan emperors?" Who is it? Emperor Yuan? Emperor Jiang? Or Emperor Ji? Or perhaps the other two? Lin Dong asked curiously. Of the 5 Spirit Lan emperors, he only knew the names of these 3. Lin Dong thought. Since the Wei family was the topmost power in the Spirit Lan domain, there must be the strongest people in the Spirit Lan domain in attendance. The Spirit Lan 5 emperors were the 5 strongest people in the Spirit Lan domain. One of them should be standing behind the Wei family. He didn't know. The Spirit Lan 5 emperors had not asked the world for many years and had been in seclusion, guarding the Spirit Lan domain in secret. Unless there was a large-scale war that would cause a large amount of internal conflict in the Spirit Lan domain, or something that threatened the security of the Spirit Lan domain, the 5 emperors would only step forward. Normally, they were almost invisible to the gods and dragons, and even half-step emperor realms would find it difficult to see them. In the Spirit Lan domain, any force that had a half-step emperor realm powerhouse in their midst could be called a top-tier force. Chapter 1424, Brainstorming. Lin Dong, you kid is really bold. How dare you call out the name of the Emperor Realm Lord? Simply tired of living. You wanna die? Don't pull me. I have never said that there is an Emperor Realm Lord standing behind me. To impersonate the Lord's name is a capital offense. Who doesn't know that the 5 Emperor Realm Lords have been out of the world for many years, and only appear when the Spirit Lan domain encounters a crisis or when there is a serious internal conflict? If you want to harm me, you should at least come up with an idea that everyone can believe. Wei Daoxiao snapped at Lin Dong. Being slandered by Lin Dong for impersonating the name of the Imperial Realm Lord, this matter could be big or small. It would be fine if his casual reply did not spread out, but in case it did, it would fall into the ears of the Emperor Realm Lord. The Wei family wouldn't be able to protect him either. In that case, you don't have an Emperor Realm powerhouse sitting behind you? Then how dare you call the Wei family the topmost power in the Spirit Lan domain? Without even an Emperor Realm powerhouse, what kind of top-tier power is it? Lin Dong disliked back. Lin Dong, I think your brat is deliberately teasing me. Of the dozens of topmost forces in the Spirit Lan domain, go and ask which one of them has an Emperor Realm Lord sitting at the helm. You've offended everyone with your words. Have you thought about the consequences of spreading the word? And the fact that you directly called the Emperor Realm Lord by his name, at once you have violated the 2 major taboos of the Spirit Lan domain. No matter how much power you have behind you, the Spirit Lan domain won't allow you to do so. Wei Daoxiao sneered and threatened. His words had allowed Lin Dong to understand the general power structure of the Spirit Lan domain. First and foremost, the strongest were definitely the 5 Spirit Lan emperors, who should have already detached themselves from the mundane world and were high above the world, with a transcendent status, not participating in worldly struggles, and not having forces of their own. Then there were dozens of top-tier forces, and these top-tier forces all possessed half-step emperor realms in their seats. In other words, the Spirit Lan domain had at least dozens of half-step emperor realm powerhouses. If there were more, it was impossible to say. Hundreds were possible. After all, some of the top forces had more than one half-step emperor realm. The next level down would be the second and third-rate forces that possessed the Divine Brightness realm. Lin Dong did not know the specific division. There was also no need to understand. As for what Daoxiao Wei said about offending dozens of top-tier forces in the Spirit Lan domain with a single sentence, Lin Dong did not put it on his mind at all. So what if he was offended? So what if he did not offend them? The powerhouses at the half-step emperor realm level had long since been out of his sight. He would destroy as many as he could. They were no different from ants. Lin Dong thought about the power structure of the Spirit Lan domain in his heart and was silent on the surface. This made Wei Daoxiao think that it was his threatening words that had played a role and became even more arrogant. Lin Dong, if you were sensible, you should hurry to kneel down and kowtow to this young master and admit your mistake, then hand over your means of controlling other people's bodies without a sound. This young master can help you keep today's matter secret and allow you to have a chance to live on. Otherwise, once the news is spread out, you will surely become the public enemy of all the forces of the Spirit Lan domain, and by that time, the size of the Spirit Lan domain, there will not be any place for you to live in. Daoxiao Wei continued to threaten Lin Dong. He looked at Lin Dong's bizarre means of controlling someone's body by uttering a single word. Whoever was told to roll would obediently lie on the ground and roll. How bullish! How domineering! If he learned it himself, in the future, whoever dared to clamor in front of him would directly use a single word to roll. Not only would he make himself inscrutable, but he would also make the person who clamored lose face and not be able to raise his head in front of him from now on. Thinking about it made me feel excited. De Xiaowei's words caused the elf princess Bei, who was standing behind Lin Dong, to instantly tense her nerves and become fearful for Lin Dong. Although her mother had said that Lin Dong's identity was not simple and he had a notable background behind him. However, if he was hostile to dozens of forces in the Spirit Lan domain, as well as the 5 Emperor Realm Lords, no matter what Lin Dong's identity was or how big his background was, it would not help. No one could help him, and no one dared to help him. Under her nervousness, Bei unconsciously tugged at Lin Dong's sleeve with her hand. She wanted to tell Lin Dong that he must not allow Da Xiaowei to add to today's events and spread the word. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. Lin Dong, who was in deep thought, was pulled back by De Xiaowei's words. Feeling someone behind him tugging at his clothes, he turned his head to look at Bei. Seeing that the other party's eyes were filled with worry. Then he revealed a reassuring smile, indicating that the other party did not need to worry about him. At the same time, he quietly released a little bit of his spiritual energy. As Bei looked at Lin Dong's smile, she did not know why, but her nerves, which were originally taut, relaxed at once. It seemed that Lin Dong's smile gave one an inexplicable sense of security. There was certainly the effect of spiritual power in this. After comforting Bei, Lin Dong turned his head back to look at Great Young Wei, and his originally healing smile was replaced with a disdainful smile as he asked a question that baffled Great Young. Great Young Wei, do you know who you are threatening? After a while, Great Young Wei reacted. The meaning of Lin Dong's words was obvious. He had an extraordinary identity background. How else would he dare to ask such a question in front of himself? However, what made Wei Daxiao puzzled was, even if you, Lin Dong, had a stronger identity background, could you still be stronger than the top 10s of forces in the Spirit Lan domain? As well as the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan? No. Wait. De Xiaowei suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that? Could it be that there was an Emperor Realm Lord standing behind Lin Dong? Or perhaps he had an extraordinary relationship with one of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan? Normally, he had been in closed-door cultivation and rarely appeared in the Spirit Lan domain, which was why he was so unaware of the Spirit Lan domain and asked some common-sense questions that ordinary people knew. It was fine not to think in this direction. As soon as he thought about it, the more Wei Daxiao felt that this possibility was high. Especially since he had threatened Lin Dong with dozens of top powers in the Spirit Lan domain and the 5 Spirit Lan emperors, and the other party did not even have an ounce of fear. An ordinary person would have been scared out of their wits long ago, I'm afraid. He also dared to call the 5 Emperor Realm Lords by their names. Coupled with that one unheard of bizarre tactic. If one linked Lin Dong with the Emperor Realm Lords, everything was explained. He had messed with a character who had an extraordinary relationship with the Emperor Realm Lords? Thinking of this, Dao Lord Wei's body involuntarily trembled. If it was really the same as what he thought. Not only him, but also the Wei family behind him would suffer along with him. Even that half-step Emperor Realm ancestor of the Wei family would have to personally apologize to Lin Dong. As Wei Daxiao thought deeper and deeper, the expression on his face also became more and more wonderful. From the initial sneer, ridicule, and disdain, it slowly evolved into gravity, fear, panic, and even fear. A short period of tens of seconds. A person interpreted such rich expressions. It was the first time that Lin Dong had encountered this, even though he had seen a lot of things. He did not even know what had happened. One had only asked a question. How did it turn out like this? Could it be that De Xiaowei had guessed his identity? Impossible. It was the first time he had come to the Spirit Lan domain. It was impossible for anyone to recognize him. Then it was that De Xiaowei had brainstormed his own identity. Rather, what kind of identity could frighten the hallowed great Xiaowei to such an extent? Lin Dong was quite curious. Chapter 1425, Secretly. Celebrating. Lin Dong, who the hell are you? You? Wei Daxiao asked with a trembling voice. His performance directly stunned the jaws of everyone present. This included the Li family members, the Wei family's direct lineage, and Bei behind Lin Dong. They did not understand. Just a moment ago, the confident young Master Wei was still threatening Lin Dong. How did he suddenly become like this? So scared that he could not even speak clearly. The other Lin Dong had only asked a question. Could it be that he had guessed Lin Dong's identity? But what kind of identity could scare Dash away like this? Let alone Lin Dong being curious. The others present were all curious. At the same time, their gazes towards Lin Dong Dao became different. Even De Xiaowei was scared like this, let alone them. Little Li Zi now finally understood what Lin Dong had just said to himself. Thinking of the other party coming to settle the score with himself later. His body was involuntarily trembling and he could not wait to cut out his tongue. What's the point of talking too much when there's nothing to do? Now it's good, offended a big shot that even Great Young can't afford to offend. Ebe, on the other hand, had her heart just dropped to her stomach. To scare Great Young Wei like this, mother was right, brother Lin Dong was really extraordinary. Didn't you guess my identity? Why are you still asking? Lin Dong followed the other party's words and replied with a smile. You really? Wei Dishao, you didn't dare to say all the words even after half a day. Involving an Emperor Realm Lord, he had to be cautious. If you think it is, then it is. Lin Dong smiled. He actually did not know what Dao Lord Wei was talking about. But guessing wrong was fine. Lin Dong was also too lazy to explain anything. Anyway, no matter what the identity was, as long as he could suppress Dao Xiaowei, it would be fine. As a first-timer, it would be better to try not to make a move if you can. The main reason is that when he moves, he is not light or heavy. Either he'll be crippled or dead. At the very least, he will be seriously injured. Wei Dishao was doing a fierce struggle in his heart as he looked at Lin Dong's indifferent expression. Finally clenching his teeth, he directly clasped his hands together and leaned forward with his upper body bent down to 90 degrees. He performed a big salute to Lin Dong and said respectfully, Wei Ziyuan has met Mr. Lin. Just now I did not know Mr. Lin's identity. I have offended you a lot. I still request Mr. Lin to be magnanimous and not to be generally concerned with a villain like me. In the future, I will definitely look up to Mr. Lin. Although Lin Dong's identity had yet to be determined. However, Dao Xiaowei felt that it was already about 8 or 9. There were some things that could not be faked by pretending. For example, the aura of indifference that Lin Dong carried. Even after being threatened by himself with dozens of top powers in the Spirit Lan domain and the 5 Spirit Lan emperors, he did not change at all. It showed that people really did not care. Only if one had an extraordinary relationship with an Emperor Realm Lord and was in constant contact could one manage to not even be afraid of the 5 Spirit Lan emperors. Maybe people knew them all and were very familiar with them. Looking up to me? Oh. Lin Dong sneered twice. Then he continued, want to be my little brother? You, De Xiaowei, are not qualified enough. Yes. Mr. Lin is right, there are countless people who want to be Mr. Lin's little brother, of course I don't have that qualification. De Xiaowei hurriedly licked his face in response. He was not angry at all at being despised by Lin Dong. As long as he could obtain Lin Dong's forgiveness. Let alone despising him. He could even beat him up. He guaranteed that he would never fight back. At this time, little Li Zi could no longer endure the torment within his heart. With a pop, he directly knelt in front of Lin Dong. Knock. While kowtowing, he said, Sir Lin forgive me, Sir Lin forgive me. Little Li Zi's doggy eyes failed to recognize Sir Lin. Please be magnanimous and leave little Li Zi a way out. Little Li Zi will never forget Sir Lin's great kindness in this life. Lin Dong ignored the two men and instead turned to face Bei and asked. Ms. Bei, what do you say to deal with these people? Brother Lin Dong. Forget it, let's go. Ignore them. Bei whispered back. She certainly did not want to continue to make things worse. This would not be good for the elf clan. Good. Then I will listen to you. Lin Dong said. Since Bei, the party in question, had said that she would not pursue the matter. Coupled with the fact that Wei Daoxiao and little Li Zi had also sincerely recognized their mistakes. Lin Dong's interest was lackluster and he did not have the heart to pursue the matter. In any case, it did not cause any harm to him and Bei, just give a little lesson. If you really want to kill someone for such a small matter, Lin Dong still cannot do it. He was not the type of person who was addicted to killing. This time, for the sake of Bei's face, I will let you all live. It's best not to let me see you guys in the Elven Forest, otherwise maybe in a bad mood, you guys will be the ones to vent on, is that clear? Lin Dong said to Wei Dexiao and Xiao Li Zi with an expressionless face. Understood. Understood. Please rest assured, we will definitely disappear without a trace and will never appear in front of Mr. Lin. De Xiaowei and Little Li Zi replied at the same time. Lin Dong looked at the two men, as well as the Wei and Li family members behind them. A single word was once again spat out from his mouth. Roll. This word roll was not like the previous one. Everyone did not feel anything with the previous roll word. Yet this one was completely different. A roll word was like heavenly thunder, resounding in everyone's mind, causing everyone's mind to be damaged, and all of them spewed out a mouthful of blood in unison. But then they raised their heads and looked at Lin Dong with shocked expressions. What strength! The power of a single word had caused dozens of people to be seriously injured. One had to know that those who could come to the elf forest and participate in the elf clan sacrificial ceremony were all elites from various forces. However, in front of Lin Dong, they did not have the slightest resistance. The key was that Lin Dong still looked so young. It seemed that De Xiaowei's guess was correct. Lin Dong must have a monstrous background behind him. Ms. Bei, let's go. Lin Dong pulled Bei's hand and made his way forward. Bei followed by Lin Dong's side. Two blushes appeared on her face, which was beautiful when paired with that stunningly beautiful face. All of the people such as De Xiaowei, who were originally blocking in front of them, crawled to the side and made way. It was not until Lin Dong and Bei's figures disappeared. Only then did the crowd let out a sigh of relief. The pressure that Lin Dong had just given them at the last moment was just too much. Only when facing one's own old ancestor could one have such pressure. Dao Xiaowei was thankful in his heart. It was fortunate that he had guessed Lin Dong's identity earlier and remedied the situation in time. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to walk out of this elven forest. Not only that, it was likely that the Wei family would be dragged into the disaster. Who would have thought that a kid who had a great relationship with the Emperor Realm Lord would appear in the elven forest? It seemed that after returning this time, he would have to tell the family about this news, and his attitude towards the elf clan would have to change once again. With Lin Dong's help, the elf clan was bound to become a hot force in the Spirit Land domain. Chapter 1426 Isha's Excitement. Lin Dong and Bei arrived at the Grand Canyon and the psychedelic scenery made Lin Dong marvel at it. It was not expected that there would be such a fairyland in the elven forest. It was also the kingdom of many small animals and insects. As soon as Bei arrived, countless small animals as well as butterfly-like insects surrounded her. Apparently they were already very familiar with each other. After arriving at the Grand Canyon, Bei seemed to have let herself go, completely forgetting about the unpleasantness she had just experienced and danced with the colorful insects. Lin Dong had a pleasing feeling as he looked at the picturesque fairyland in front of him, as well as the fairies that were dancing along with the fairyland. There was no one who did not like beautiful things, be it people or scenery. Even though this beauty did not belong to him, Lin Dong still felt relaxed. In fact, as long as he was willing, it was possible to have it all. With Lin Dong's strength, just by asking whatever he wanted, the elf clan would fulfill it with all their might. Even if it was an elf princess or even an elf queen. After all, he was the man who could take the elf clan to the top. Unfortunately, Lin Dong did not have such a mindset. He hadn't even sorted out his own affairs yet, so he didn't dare to make any more mistakes. Wei Daoxiao's matter was just a small episode for Lin Dong. It would not be taken to heart after it passed. However, to Bei, it was not a small matter. After the two of them returned from the Grand Canyon, Bei immediately came to her mother's residence. "Mother, I have something to find you," Bei said as she looked at the elf queen Isha, who was looking down at her head as she dealt with the trivial matters of the elf race. Isha raised her head to look at Bei. "If there is something, just say it. It just so happens that I also have something to tell you. Mother has something too, so it's better for mother to speak first. My business will come later." Bei returned. "Then I'll speak first." Isha wasn't polite either. "Grace. Mother, go ahead. I'll listen." Isha took a deep breath. "Bei, you are the princess of the elf clan and the most outstanding woman of the elf clan. During this recent period of time, there are many heirs of the top powers of the Spirit Land domain living in the elf forest. Why they came to the elf clan, I believe that you are also clear about it. It is not just to participate in the sacrificial ceremony, in order to avoid trouble. It is better for you to stop accompanying Lin Dong to show himself. Wherever he wants to go, you can find someone to Take him there. Lest you run into those guys and attract their attention, I won't be able to handle it too well at that time. Ibe laughed bitterly in her heart after hearing this. They had all already encountered them. However, it turned out to be fortunate that Brother Lin Dong was able to suppress Big Brother Wei and did not cause any serious consequences. Mother, you reminded me too late. What do you mean? Isha didn't understand for a moment. That's what I'm coming to talk to you about. When I took Brother Lin Dong to the Grand Canyon, I first encountered the Li family's people blocking the road, and then the Wei family's people also came. Ibe replied. Li family and Wei family? Isha thought back in her mind for a moment. When she remembered the status of these two families in the Spirit Lan region, her heart was instantly shocked. The Li family was fine. The Wei family was a top-tier force with a half-step Emperor realm powerhouse. The Elf clan could not afford to offend them. Moreover, the Wei family was one of the more friendly families to the Elf clan. In order to maintain this relationship, the Elf clan had to send out many treasures every year. These included elf women and treasures like the Fountain of Agelessness. If the heir of the Wei family came to find himself, it would not be easy. You guys met the Wei family's heir? Isha directly ignored the Li family. In her opinion, with the Wei family around, the Li family would definitely not be able to say anything. This was indeed the case as well. Little Li was only obedient in front of the Wei Daoshao. Ebe nodded her head. Then did he give you guys a hard time? There is. Big Xiao Wei said that he has a crush on me and wants me to follow him out of the Elven Forest. And then? Isha continued to pursue. Then of course I disagreed. I'm the princess of the elves, how can I leave with him? Then he had to bring me to you, saying that you would definitely agree. Isha looked left and right and didn't see Da Xiao Wei. Where is Da Xiao Wei? Is he waiting outside? Why don't you invite him in? No. Great young master didn't come. Ebe shook her head. Didn't come? Wasn't he going to bring you to me? How could he not come? Isha asked, not waiting for Ibe to answer, and added another sentence in a hurry. What the hell is going on? This dead girl of yours, can you not ask one question and answer another? Can you finish at once? She was really afraid of what would come. What she was worried about was that Ibe was being looked at by the heirs of those top powers, and not agreeing would definitely offend the other party. But agreeing would not work either. Ibe was the princess of the elf clan, how could she just leave with a man? Unless this person can help the elf tribe avenge the blood feud of the winged people tribe and bring the elf tribe to glory. Otherwise don't even think about it. Mother, don't be anxious, listen to me slowly. Seeing that her mother was anxious, Ebe finally stepped into the main topic. Then speak quickly, don't dawdle. Ebe also no longer continued to sell her story. She began to tell the story of her encounter with the Li family and the Wei family in detail. From encountering the Li family and being stopped on the road, to the Wei family arriving and wanting to take her away, which she did not agree to, and then being shocked by Lin Dong, the heirs of the Li family and the Wei family, all obediently admitted their mistakes and apologized, but in the end, they were all still seriously injured by Lin Dong. After the elf queen Isha listened to Ibe's narration, she immediately brightened up, and all the worry she had just had disappeared without a trace. Nothing else mattered. What was important was that Lin Dong was able to make the heir of the Wei family take the initiative to apologize and admit his mistake? What did this indicate? It showed that the forces behind Lin Dong were much more powerful than the Wei family. The Wei family was one of the topmost families in the Spirit Lan domain, with a half-step Emperor realm-old ancestor in attendance. Although it was at the end of the list of top-tier forces, it was still properly squeezed into the ranks of top-tier forces. To be able to make the heir of such a family recognize his mistake, the power behind Lin Dong could at least be ranked in the top 5 or even the top 3 in the Spirit Lan domain. Otherwise, with a small difference in strength, Wei Daoshao would not admit his mistake, he could not afford to lose that person. Ebe, is everything you said true? Isha asked with an expectant face. Mother, it's true, how could I dare to joke about such a thing? At that time, it seemed like Dao Xiaowei guessed brother Lin Dong's identity and apologized sincerely. Ibe replied. Receiving an affirmative answer from Ibe. An excited expression instantly appeared on Isha's face. My guess was indeed not wrong. Not only is Lin Dong powerful in his own right, but he is also backed by a super powerful force behind him. Even young Master Wei had to apologize immediately after knowing his identity, which means that the force behind Lin Dong is much more powerful than the Wei family, but this is a good thing for our elf clan. A heavenly good thing. While speaking, Isha's excitement overflowed. Chapter 1427, The Plan Begins. Seeing how excited her mother was, Bei could not help but say, "Mother, since brother Lin Dong's background is so strong, can we not use him to take revenge? Otherwise, what if he finds out? No way. This is the only chance for our elf clan to take revenge. We can't just give it up like this, as long as we plan a little better and not be discovered by Lin Dong." Isha directly rejected Eve's proposal without even thinking about it. The blood revenge of the elf clan could not be left unavenged. Once this opportunity was missed, it would be difficult to take revenge in the future. The strength of the winged people race was much higher than the elf race. Not only did the two races live together in the southern region of the Five Elements continent, they were also in a neighboring position, and it was almost impossible for the elf race to want to develop under the winged people's noses to the point where they could take revenge. Therefore, Isha did not want to miss this opportunity. The stronger Lin Dong's background was, the greater the possibility of destroying the winged man race. Of course, relatively. Once discovered, the elf clan might also be hostile to a superpower. Opportunity and crisis existed side by side. Isha decided to take a gamble. When she first took over the elf clan, she had sworn an oath. After becoming the queen of the elves herself, she would definitely avenge those clansmen who were captured by the winged people clan. But as time passed, Isha realized, even if it changed the fate of the elf race, it allowed the elf clan to walk around the spirit land domain in a righteous manner and be recognized by the major powers. Wanting to take revenge was still a far-fetched thing. Lin Dong was the only hope she had seen over the years. Not only was his own strength strong, but his background was also heaven-defying, and he was also upright, righteous, and good-tempered. Only such a person, after knowing the bloody history of the elf clan and coincidentally being attacked by the winged people clan, could stir his sense of justice, desire to protect and help the elf clan take revenge. It had to be said that as the queen of the elf clan, Isha was still very accurate in reading people. Just by meeting Lin Dong once and learning about some of the events from Eve's mouth, she was able to roughly deduce Lin Dong's character. And then fully utilize it. But mother, there is no impermeable wall under the sky. What if brother Lin Dong knows about it? At that time, although we have avenged the revenge of the winged human race, we will have offended another superpower that is more powerful than the winged human race, so it is still not a loss that outweighs the gain? Bei tried her best to persuade. Lin Dong was his own benefactor. Coupled with the fact that she had a trace of love for Lin Dong, it made Bei not want to utilize Lin Dong. More so, she was afraid that Lin Dong would be disappointed in her after knowing about it. Bei, I know that you like Lin Dong. He saved you, not to mention that he treats you so well, and is so excellent in himself. Not only does he have a strong background, he also does not have a frame. Such a man, as long as the women who have come into contact with him, it is expected that they will all like him. But don't forget that you are the princess of the elf clan, the future queen of the elf clan. It is the elf clan that has brought you up. You can't always be looking towards the outsiders. Isha said seriously. Mother, you have misunderstood. I do have a good feeling towards brother Lin Dong, but I have not forgotten my own identity. I am afraid that brother Lin Dong will know that we are using him, and cut off contact with us from now on. I believe that no matter how good-tempered anyone is, learning that they are being used by someone they trust will make them feel uncomfortable in their heart. First of all, as long as we plan well, Lin Dong won't necessarily find out. Secondly, even if he finds out, with Lin Dong's character, he won't do anything to the elf clan. As for cutting off communication, Isha suddenly paused when she said this. Then she took a deep breath and said firmly, then cut off. Anyway, the great revenge of the elf clan has been avenged, and I can give an explanation to those dead clansmen. The big deal is that I, the queen of the elves, will spend the rest of my life to repay Lin Dong's favor by working as an ox for him. She had already decided that no matter what, she would implement this plan and fulfill her oath. Even if she offended Lin Dong as a result, she would not hesitate to do so. Bei stood there aggrieved. She knew that no matter how much she tried to persuade her, her mother would not change her mind. Mother's obsession to avenge those clansmen captured by the Winged People clan was too deep. So deep that she could give up everything and still make the Winged People clan pay. Bei, don't worry. As long as the great revenge is avenged, I can be considered to have no regrets in this life, and at that time, I will pass on the position of the Elf Queen to you, and then go to Lindong to confess and atone for my sins. Isha said seriously. Mother! I don't want this. Can't we think of another way to take revenge? Ebe couldn't help but cry out. If it was according to her mother's intention. After the revenge of the Winged People clan was avenged, she would have two people who were dear to her heart. One was Lindong, who had saved her and given her a new life when she was at her most desperate. One was her mother, who had raised her from a young age and taught her many things. These two can be said to be the most important people in Ebe's life. She did not want to lose any of them. Ebe. Don't be naive. If there was another way, Mother would not have seen a glimmer of hope and pounced on it regardless. Whether it would work or not was still unknown. If Lindong's identity, among the forces behind him, is not as high as we think, revenge will be a luxury. Isha sighed. Mother. Ebe wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Mother and daughter knew each other well enough to know what was going on in the other's mind. Next, Isha began to work furiously to prepare for her revenge plan. She had to create a suitable time and a suitable place for Lindong and the Winged People to collide. At the same time, Ebe had to be on the sidelines, explaining to Lindong about the blood feud between the Elf clan and the Winged Man clan. It made Lindong's sympathy burst. This was coupled with the fact that the Winged Man race was coming to attack. In this way, there was a high probability that the two sides would clash. Once the conflict erupted, what followed would be logical. After determining that Lindong's background was much more powerful than the Wei family, Isha was more confident in this plan. Ebe still went to accompany Lindong frequently, only that the two of them were chatting in the treehouse and did not go out. A week later, Isha told Ebe to bring Lindong to a designated location. It was close to the border between the Elf and Winged People clans, and was also a place with pleasant scenery, which was very suitable for traveling. After struggling for a long time, Ebe finally chose to take Lindong there. There was no way. She was the princess of the Elf clan. Something had to be done for the Elf clan. Even if these things were against her will, she had to do them. Ebe came to the treehouse where Lindong lived. Brother Lindong, did you sleep well last night? Ebe greeted. Quite good. Not to mention, this elven forest is really a good place. After coming here, the entire person feels much more relaxed. Lindong smiled back. That's good. Brother Lindong can spend more time here if he likes it. It is not possible right now. I still have things to take care of after the sacrificial ceremony is over, and I will definitely visit this place again when I have time in the future. Lindong thought that he would go back to Earth after settling the matter of the Emperor Abyss and wait for Yin Shi and the others to step into the Eternal Realm, so he would bring the Elven Forest, and he believed that they would surely enjoy this place. Especially the Grand Canyon. It was estimated that Yin Shi and the girls wouldn't want to leave after they came. Chapter 1428, Discovering the End. Brother Lindong, then we can make a deal. When you have time in the future, you must come back to the Elven Forest again. Ebe very much hoped that Lindong would visit the Elven Forest again. Unfortunately, once the other party knew that the elves had utilized him, he might never come here again. Of course. It would be a pity not to come to such a good place, but I won't be the only one coming next time. I wonder if Princess Ebe will be welcome then? Lindong asked with a smile. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Definitely welcome. As long as Brother Lindong is willing to come, he is welcome to bring as many people as he wants. Ebe hurriedly replied. That's good. I was afraid that you wouldn't receive me. How could that be? Brother Lindong, you are my benefactor, you can stay in the Elven Forest for as long as you want. The two chatted idly for a while. Ebe took a deep breath and began to get to the point. Brother Lindong, today I'm going to take you to a place that has the best scenery in the Elven Forest, other than the Grand Canyon. Oh? Is that so? Let's go then. It just so happens that I'm bored as well, so let's go and take a look together. After staying in the treehouse for a few days, Lindong also wanted to go out for a break. He then followed Ebe as he quickly traveled through the Elven Forest. This time, the destination was a bit far away. With their speed, they had advanced for 2 hours without arriving. Moreover, Lindong felt that there was something wrong with Ebe today. In the past, when he had gone out with her, the little girl would have been introducing this and that and chattering non-stop. but today she remained silent all the way. Obviously, Bei had something on her mind. Bei, how long until we arrive? Lin Dong could not help but ask. As a result, the other party did not respond in the slightest. Bei? Lin Dong increased the volume and shouted again. There was still no response. Fine. This time, Lin Dong was completely certain that Bei was truly preoccupied. So once again, he increased the volume and released the slightest bit of spiritual energy. Princess Bei. This time, he finally managed to wake Bei up. Ah! Brother Lin Dong. What is it? Bei stopped and turned around with a bewildered look on her face as she asked. Nothing much. Just asking how long it will take for you to arrive. Lin Dong shrugged. Let me see. Bei said and started observing the surroundings before replying after a while, almost there. It's already halfway through the journey. The distance is quite far this time. Lin Dong casually said. However, these words caused Bei to be startled in her heart, thinking that Lin Dong had seen something, and she stammered back, N. It is? Yes. This time indeed. It is indeed a bit far. Away. Then let's move on. Yes. Yes. Without waiting for Lin Dong to reply, Bei turned around and quickly advanced after she finished speaking. It was even faster than just now, as if she was afraid that Lin Dong would continue to pursue. Who was Lin Dong? A half-step heavenly emperor level powerhouse. His spiritual power had even reached the first stage of the heavenly emperor rank. He was already standing at the very top of the spirit Lan domain's pyramid. Only Di Yuan, who had just broken through the heavenly emperor rank, could be a little stronger than him. As for Lin Dong, he had a heaven-defying great split art and was completely unafraid of Di Yuan. How could Ibe's small movements be hidden from him? The two of them continued to advance for some distance, and Bei still did not say a word the entire time. Lin Dong felt that going on like this was not a solution. There was always a problem that had to be solved, was there not? His impression of Bei was quite good. If he could help, Lin Dong did not mind helping. Bei, let's find a place to rest. Lin Dong opened his mouth and said. This time Bei was the first to hear it, and she naturally would not object to Lin Dong's proposal. Good. Brother Lin Dong, then we will rest here. Bei said back. Lin Dong nodded and his body took the lead as he rose up in the air to the top of a large tree that was thousands of meters tall. Bei followed suit. The two sat together on the branches and leaves at the top of the tree. Looking from the top of the tree, the surroundings were an emerald green color, all filled with countless trees. There were also the cries of various birds and beasts rising and falling. As for why they didn't rush through the air, it was because they were easy targets in the air. Although only the elves were intelligent beings in the elven forest, there were also some other powerful and ferocious beasts present. In the event that one accidentally intruded into the territory of a powerful ferocious beast, one would be attacked. Therefore, generally speaking, when the elves rushed in the elf forest, they were on the ground, not in the air. The ground is relatively safer, not to mention that it is easy to hide in case of an unexpected situation, but the air is not, it is easy to be attacked. Bei sat beside Lin Dong and did not say a word, still looking preoccupied. This made Lin Dong curious. What exactly was it that made an originally lively and cheerful little girl turn into this silent look now? Could it be that something had happened to the elf clan? It shouldn't be. The elf clan was also a large clan. And the sacrifice ceremony was about to be held, and many of the major powers in the spirit Lan domain had sent people. It showed that the elf clan still had a lot of face. Not being able to guess, Lin Dong did not want to waste time and directly said, Bei, you seem a bit different today. Is it? Brother Lin Dong. No. No, right. I feel pretty much the same as before. Bei replied with a flustered expression. She knew that her behavior had definitely made Lin Dong see something. Being a thief for the first time, she was certainly nervous. This is still nothing? You are so close to carving the 4 big words, I have something on my mind, on your face. Lin Dong laughed. Have you got it? Bei hurriedly reached out and touched her hand on her face. Then suddenly reacting, she put down her hand and laughed bitterly. Brother Lin Dong, is it really that obvious that I have? Very obvious. As long as one is not a fool, they can all see it. Lin Dong nodded his head. It seems that I am still not suitable to be a bad guy. The bitter smile on Eve's face became more and more obvious. On this journey, she was torn. It was tempting to confess everything to Lin Dong. Yet, she was afraid that she would miss her mother's carefully prepared plan. On one side was her own clan. On one side was the benefactor who had saved her. Ebe really felt like she was going to break down. Why did she have to choose between the two? Couldn't they coexist peacefully? Is revenge really that important? If Ebe was asked to sacrifice herself to avenge her people, she would definitely agree without hesitation. But asking her to take advantage of a benefactor who once saved her life? It was really hard for Ebe to convince herself that she couldn't do this kind of revenge. Ebe. If you don't mind, you can say it to me, although the time we have been in contact isn't that long, I already view you as a very good friend. Lin Dong put away his smile and said seriously. Ebe was doing a fierce struggle in her heart as she looked at Lin Dong's serious expression. A voice told her. This is your savior, you shouldn't treat him like this. Another voice, however, said. You are the princess of the elf clan, it is your responsibility to help the elf clan to take revenge. Chapter 1429, Confession. Time was passing by minute by minute. The eyes of the two were just staring at each other. Lin Dong did not rush Ebe either. He was quietly waiting for the other party's decision. If Ebe still did not say anything, Lin Dong would not force her. After all, it had come to this point, and the person did not want to say anything. Then they really did not want to tell him. There was no use in continuing to force the issue. Moreover, Lin Dong did not like to make things difficult for his friend. Ebe was torn in her heart for a long time and finally decided to tell everything. It had already been discovered, and if it still proceeded according to the plan, it would definitely be noticed by brother Lin Dong that something was wrong. At that time, not only would they not help, they would also be hostile to the elf clan. For the elf clan, not only would they fail in their revenge, they would also lose a powerful friend, the loss would outweigh the gain. Ebe took a deep breath to calm herself down before slowly saying, I'm sorry. Brother Lin Dong. I lied to you, in fact, I brought you out today for a purpose. Lied to me? Had a purpose? What purpose? Lin Dong asked curiously. Since she had already decided not to hide it anymore and to speak frankly, Ebe no longer dwelled on it. Next, she told her mother, the Queen of the Elves, all about her plans. Of course, the blood feud between the Elf clan and the Winged People clan could not be left out. It took a whole half an hour for Ebe to make everything clear. During the process, Lin Dong did not interrupt a single word and was listening carefully to Ebe's narration. When he heard that the tens of thousands of clansmen of the Elf clan were captured by the Winged People clan, all of them were captured and sold at high prices to all corners of the Spirit Land domain for the enjoyment of those dignitaries and nobles. Lin Dong could not help but frown. As an earthling, or a five-good youth of society with three positive outlooks, he was well educated. What was the difference between something like capturing and trafficking an elf woman and those abducting and selling women and children on Earth? It was all for their own interests. Thinking of what he once saw on TV. Countless families were shattered for this reason. Lin Dong was furious in his heart. For this kind of person, there was only one word in his mind. Kill. Trafficking tens of thousands of elven women in one go had surprised Lin Dong. According to Ebe's words, the Winged People and the Elf clan were neighbors again. Coupled with the Elf clan women that were usually secretly captured in secret, there must be much more than this number. It could be said that the Elf race had been plagued by the secret capture of the Winged People race. There was no way to beat them, so they could only take care of themselves. No wonder Queen Isha wanted to avenge this despite everything. As the queen of the Elf race, could she not tolerate this race that had some blood feuds, living merrily under her nose? It also kept capturing its own people to get high rewards. I'm afraid that no one would be able to accept it. After the entire narration was completed, Ebe stared at Lin Dong with a nervous expression. She did not know what Lin Dong would do. But it could be imagined. Anyone who was utilized by someone they trusted should not feel good in their heart. Ebe did not ask Lin Dong to forgive himself. As long as he did not hold a grudge against himself, it would be fine. This was the best outcome she could envision. Lin Dong did not give his first reaction after hearing this. He was thinking in his mind. What kind of race was the winged human race? How could they do such a heartless thing? I must go and meet the other party later. Then only then did he come back to his senses. First of all, what Bei said was definitely true. Lin Dong did not doubt this in the slightest. From her tone of voice, attitude, and look when she narrated it, it could all be proved that Bei had not lied. Then that meant that all the plans were thought up by Queen Isa. Bei was merely following the arrangements. She couldn't bear to utilize herself and told it all halfway through. Sure enough, she was a simple little girl. In fact, to be honest, Lin Dong did not feel angry at being deceived and utilized right now. On the contrary, he was a little impatient to meet the winged human race. The act of the winged people race abducting and selling elf race women had already been sentenced to death by Lin Dong. Bei, do you mean that the elf queen wants to use me to avenge your elf clan? Lin Dong asked out loud. That is what mother means. However, please do not blame mother, Mr. Lin. She is also desperate and has come up with this plan. As the queen of the elf clan, mother also has her own hardships. She has already paid too much for the elf clan. Bei explained in a low voice. I am curious. How did the queen of the elves determine that I have that ability? You know that your elf clan isn't very weak, even you guys can't avenge your death, so I'm sure I'll be able to do it? Mother said that she fought with you in the spirit cage realm and that you are the strongest young man with the strongest soul power he has ever seen. People like you cannot be cultivated by ordinary forces, only the topmost superpowers can do it. And didn't you frighten brother Lin Dong so much that even Major Wei made amends and apologized to you? I told mother about that. Bei said sheepishly. Then she quietly glanced at Lin Dong, and seeing that Lin Dong's expression did not change much, she let out a sigh of relief and continued, of course, mother is not 100% sure that you will be able to do it, but this is the only glimmer of hope that she has seen for so many years, and she is willing to take a gamble. In case the gamble is lost, she is willing to bear all the consequences. All right. I understand. Let's go quickly then. We've been delayed for so long, so don't miss it later. Lin Dong stood up and said. Now he was going to meet the guys from the winged human clan. Ha? Brother Lin Dong. Where are we going? Bei asked stupidly. In her thought. After Lin Dong knew that he was being used, shouldn't he brush himself off alone? Why was he still pulling himself along? Where to go? Of course to the place you are taking me to. Isn't the elf queen still waiting there? It wouldn't be good to go there late and cause the plan to fail. Lin Dong returned as a matter of course. Lin Dong brother, You are not angry? Isha stared with a pair of big beautiful eyes and stammered as she asked. What am I angry about? Lin Dong was puzzled. I joined forces with my mother to cheat you and try to use you to help our elf clan take revenge. You are not angry? Quite angry indeed. Lin Dong nodded his head. Bei had not yet responded. He continued, that's why we have to leave quickly. I'm going to take all this anger out on the Winged People clan and let them know that trafficking women is a capital offense. As Lin Dong spoke, a fierce aura surged out from his body. Bei just stared blankly at Lin Dong. Her eyes gradually turned red. Tears could not stop falling down. By now, how could she not understand Lin Dong's meaning? After brother Lin Dong knew the truth of the matter, not only did he not get angry, he also took the initiative to help the elf clan take revenge. Such a favor. Bei felt that she could not repay it in her entire life. Chapter 1430, moving on. Brother Lin Dong, thank you. Bei had 1,000 words in her heart, but she did not know how to say them, and in the end, it only turned into a thank you. Princess Bei doesn't need to be so polite. You don't know, in my hometown, the act of abducting and selling women is a felony amongst felonies. What I hate the most is this kind of people, who completely disregard other people's lives and deaths for the sake of their own interests. It would have been fine if they didn't know about it, but now that I know about it, even if there is no relationship with you, I will not stand by and do nothing. Lin Dong said seriously. What he said was the truth. The behavior of the winged human race could be said to have seriously offended the bottom line in Lin Dong's heart. Even if he encountered such a thing on the road, he would still take care of it when he saw it, not to mention that Bei was still a friend, and with this layer of relationship, there was even less reason to stand by and watch. However, eBay did not understand Lin Dong's upbringing. Nor did she know the educational philosophy that Lin Dong received. The spirit land domain that she lived in. It was a world where the strong were honored. As long as you were strong enough and did not do anything to betray the spirit land domain or commit a scourge of heavenly wrath that would attract the attention of the 5 Emperor Realm Lords, basically no one would care. Not to mention the trivial matter of capturing an elf woman, even if you wiped out the entire elf race, no one would care. Unless 2 superpowers went to war, causing the deaths and injuries of countless living beings, the legendary Emperor Realm Lords might step in to stop it. As for anything else, it all seemed so insignificant in the eyes of an Emperor Realm Lord. Within the boundaries of the Spirit Land domain, there were countless small wars occurring every day, and there were countless forces that went up in smoke. Such things were too normal. Hence, Lin Dong's words of justice, in Eve's eyes, was just trying to find an excuse to help himself. Otherwise, the elf clan had existed until now. It had not been a day or two since they were plagued by the secret captures of the winged man race. The elf clan had also sought help from other forces, but the benefits were not enough and no force was willing to intervene. After all, the winged people clan wasn't some small force that could be destroyed just by saying so. The winged people in the entire spirit land domain is also considered a little bit of the middle of the upper forces, although it was not as powerful as those top-tier forces. However, if a half-step Emperor Realm didn't make a move, it wouldn't be easy to exterminate the winged human race. And half-step Emperor Realm, this level of strong people, all year round in seclusion, rarely come out to walk around, more will not be randomly shot. In just a moment, Ebe thought of many things in her mind, including the cold-eyed discrimination that the elf clan had been subjected to for so many years. Even now, none of the forces were willing to fully help the elf clan. It was also determined that Lin Dong's reason for saying so. It was to deliberately find an excuse to help themselves. This caused the gratitude towards Lin Dong in Eve's heart to be like a torrential river that stretched on and on. Once Lin Dong really helped the elf clan to avenge the blood feud of the winged man clan. With such a huge favor, Ebe did not even know how to repay it. Brother Lin Dong, no matter what, thank you. We used you, and not only did you not get angry, but you even returned the favor with kindness and were willing to stand up for the elf clan. This favor, Ebe, will always be remembered in the bottom of her heart, and will not be forgotten until she dies. Ebe looked at Lin Dong and said solemnly. She did not dismantle Lin Dong's words. People were looking for excuses to help the elf clan. Ebe naturally had to go along with the situation and could not possibly do anything to tear down the elf clan, which would not be beneficial to the elf clan. Alright. Ebe, you don't have to be polite to me, we are friends, it is only right to help each other in matters within our ability. Moreover, I am really not used to seeing the behavior of the winged human race in abducting and selling elf races women. In my opinion, this is extremely disrespectful to life. As long as you have not deceived me on this point, I will definitely punish the winged human race severely. Lin Dong spoke with a serious face at the end. It was just like what he said. As long as the winged people race had really been secretly doing the business of capturing and trafficking elven women as Ebe had said, they should be punished. If others didn't dare to do it, then let him do it. Could a small winged man race still turn over the heavens? Don't worry, brother Lin Dong. Regarding the matter of the winged man race, I, Ebe, swear to God that I have not said a single falsehood, not to mention the slightest exaggeration. All of them are true. The elf race has existed until now, and has always suffered from the winged man race's plague, but the territories between the two races are adjacent to each other, and our strength is not as good as that of the winged man race, so we really have no other way to take them, and can only try to avoid them so as not to capture any more members of the race. Ebe said here, paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and continued, and the winged people can develop to today's scale. It can be said that a large part of the credit is our elf tribe. To know that the elf women in the spirit land domain underground auction price is not low, and the winged people every year captured the elf women are not a few, and gained a huge amount of benefits to strengthen themselves. After saying that, Ebe revealed a sad look. The winged people race utilized their geographical advantage to secretly capture elf race women and sell them to various underground auction houses in the spirit land domain, and then used the benefits gained to vigorously develop themselves. At the same time, they continued to capture elven women. Under such a cycle, the strength of the winged human race was growing. In response, the elf race could be said to be helpless and could only contract their scope of activities. Fortunately, after Isha became the queen of the elves, she went out to make friends with the major forces. She was recognized by all the major forces in the spirit land domain. Only then did the winged people gradually converge a bit, not daring to be too blatant. Otherwise, the matter of rounding up tens of thousands of elf women at once would definitely not be the only time. Ebe, I believe that what you said is true, otherwise I wouldn't have continued to stay here. We'd better hurry up now. Don't keep Queen Isha waiting. According to her plan, she should use the elf clan's women to lure the wingman clan over, just so I can find out, in case I'm late and cause the elf clan's women to be captured. It wouldn't be too good. Lin Dong urged. He naturally trusted Ebe. Such a simple little girl could not possibly lie, and Lin Dong trusted his own eyes. Hearing Lin Dong say this, Ebe began to get anxious as well. According to her mother's plan, there was indeed a time stipulation. There was originally more than enough time, but due to Ebe's preoccupation along the way, it had resulted in wasting some of it, and now it had been delayed here for so long. If she didn't set off again, she might not really make it in time. In case the winged people captured the lured elven woman, then things would be troublesome. Brother Lin Dong, thank you for your trust. Let's hurry up and set off now. Ebe, we've already delayed quite a bit of time. Next you point the direction and I'll lead you, it'll be faster. Good. Brother Lin Dong, our destination is in that direction. Ebe said as she pointed to the right front. Lin Dong also replied back again, pulling Ebe's hand. The two of their bodies instantly disappeared in place, rapidly advancing towards the direction Ebe pointed out. Chapter 1431 Water of Life. Southern region of the Five Elements continent. The elven forest was near the edge. From here, if they advanced a little further, they would reach the junction between the elf forest and the misty forest. The misty forest, on the other hand, was the territory of the winged human race. The misty forest, as the name suggests, is covered in mist all year round, with very low visibility. If an ordinary person went in, they wouldn't even be able to recognize the direction. Only the winged people who lived inside could move around without being affected in the slightest. Once the winged people were allowed to bring the elf woman into the misty forest, it would basically be impossible to come out. Within a small valley in the elven forest near the misty forest, there were numerous elven women busy. There were at least thousands, if not tens of thousands. Elf Queen Isha, on the other hand, was hidden in the shadows, quietly waiting for Lin Dong and Isha to arrive. At the same time, she was also waiting for the arrival of the winged human race. The plan this time was actually not complicated. Firstly, Isha would secretly release a message. In the place near the junction of the elven forest and the misty forest, a water of life, the fountain of agelessness, was found. That was something that could only appear in the elven forest, extremely rare and of great value. It was one of the most precious treasures of the elf clan. It was worth more than the elven women. After all, elven women were only liked and needed by those male dignitaries. But the water of life, everyone needed it. It was well known that after reaching the eternal realm, one would possess a lifespan of at least one era. Without reaching the eternal realm, the lifespan would be very short. However, there were some treasures that could prolong the lifespan. The water of life was one of them. It was still the one with the topmost effect. For those beings who were about to break through to the eternal realm and whose lives were coming to an end, this kind of treasure was more important to them than anything else. It was necessary to buy it with everything they had. Extending one's lifespan meant having a chance to break through to the eternal realm and obtain another rebirth. Such a temptation was simply too great. The water of life was more than that. It also had a name, called the Fountain of Agelessness. After a woman persisted in taking a certain amount, she could maintain her youth forever. Even if a woman below the eternal realm took it, it would still have the same effect. The attraction of eternal youth to women was self-evident. Not only that, the water of life could also be taken to replenish the life force when the physical body suffered a serious injury and the loss of life force was severe, ensuring that the injured had enough time to heal. Carrying some water of life with you was something that could save one's life at a critical moment. Therefore, every time the water of life appeared, it would cause looting. It could be much more popular than the women of the elves. The value was also completely different at a different level. However, the water of life would only appear in small quantities in the elven forest, and could never appear in the misty forest next door. The reason why Isha was able to gain the favor of the major powers of the Spirit Land domain. Sending out carefully cultivated elven women was only one aspect. She also insisted on taking out the elf clan's water of life that had been stored for many years despite the opposition of the elf clan's elders, and only then was she recognized by the major powers of the spirit land domain. Of course, it turned out that Isha had done the right thing. At least nowadays, the elf clan was able to walk in the spirit land domain with a straight face. Only the winged people race was still doing the covert trafficking of elven women because of their geographical advantage. The water of life in this one valley was not fake, but truly existed. Isha had already discovered it a long time ago. It had only never come to collect it. The location of the small valley was right near the junction of the two races, and the risk of collecting it was high. If it was discovered by the winged people clan, the tragedy of the last time might repeat itself again. Isha did not dare to take the risk and waited for the opportunity in the dark. Until Lin Dong's appearance. It allowed Isha to see the hope of revenge. The water of life here came in handy and the plan was formulated. The winged human race was not a fool. Without taking some real benefits out, how could they be tempted to take the bait? Tens of thousands of elf women, plus a newly discovered water of life. The value is too high. The temptation was too great. Even if the winged people knew that this was a trap set by Isha, they would still come. It was important to know that opportunities like this didn't come along very often. Seize it once and you would be rewarded with a huge amount of money. There was nothing wrong with Isha's plan. Of course, the winged people clan wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. In the misty forest at the border of the two races, countless winged people races were standing by. They had a pair of wings on their backs and were able to fly freely in the air. With long pointed ears and disproportionate features, they could be completely described as ugly. It was a stark contrast to the beauty of the elves. It was hard to believe. Two neighboring races were simply the two extremes of beauty and ugliness. At the very beginning, the elf race and the winged man race were not enemies and their strengths were comparable. The grudge between the two races originated from the winged man race's jealousy. They couldn't figure it out. Why did the elves look so beautiful and occupy a good place like the elf forest that could produce the water of life? The winged people were not only ugly, but the misty forest also had nothing to show for it. So they began to think of ways to encroach on the interests of the elf race. Over time, it led to a blood feud between the two races. In fact, sometimes good things may not be really good. The elf race is precisely because of their own long too beautiful, and not enough strength, which led to be missed. For a while it even became prey. The winged people race had nothing, was still ugly and unappreciated, it was just the right time to lewdly develop, and only then did it become the size it is today. The strength was a great deal stronger than the elves. Continuing on, I believe that the winged human race will still get stronger. Perhaps one day in the future it could become one of the topmost forces in the spirit land domain. At this time, the winged people clan quietly guarded the edge of the misty forest, utilizing the mist to hide their silhouettes, waiting for the clan leader to give the order. Then the entire clan would move out to pick the fruits of the elf clan. Incidentally, bring back the women of the elf clan together. That was also a considerable amount of wealth. This time even the clan leader of the winged people clan came in person. Because they got the news. Princess Isha of the elf clan was also hiding in the shadows. If Isha was there, it was only natural for the winged man clan chief to be there. As the saying goes, king against king, general against general. The winged people clan would not give the elf clan a single chance. They were the ones who had tasted the sweetness. The rewards they received from their last success were unforgettable to the winged people clan to this day. The winged people also didn't feel that this was a trap for the elves. The two clans had been neighbors for a long time. They knew each other very well. The only thing that the elf clan could make the winged people clan afraid of was the divine artifact that had been passed down by successive generations of elf queens. Other than that, the winged people didn't think that the elves had anything that could threaten them. This time to collect the water of life, it must be that the elf clan felt that the sacrificial ceremony was approaching, and with the many great powers that had come to participate in the ceremony, the winged people clan didn't dare to act rashly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they quietly took back the water of life. Unbeknownst to them, the winged human race did not intend to give up at all. They expected something like collecting the water of life. The elf clan would definitely not let the great powers participate in it. Otherwise, where else would the elf clan be? Chapter 1432 Response Strategy. Inside the small valley near the junction of the Elven Forest and the Misty Forest, tens of thousands of women of the Elf clan were rapidly collecting the water of life. They were already familiar with this task. The small valley was actually not that small. It was able to accommodate tens of thousands of elves moving freely inside at the same time, so how small could it be? The winged people were hidden at the edge of the Misty Forest, quietly waiting for the elves to finish collecting the water of life, and then strike in one fell swoop to take down all of the elven women and the water of life. This was a huge fortune. The reason why he didn't choose to act immediately was because the water of life was very delicate and extremely volatile if not preserved well, and had to be collected by special means. Only the elf race could collect the water of life in its entirety without wasting it at all. If the winged man race was allowed to collect the water of life, it would be considered good to get 1/3 of it. The winged man race was not a fool, of course they knew how to do it to maximize their benefits. When the elves finished collecting the water of life and were ready to withdraw, it was the perfect time to act. Both races had their own minds. Elf Queen Isha was hidden in the shadows, and she was also waiting patiently. However, as time passed in little by little, the collection of the water of life had reached the second half. Isha's originally calm heart gradually began to get anxious. According to the plan, at this time, Ibe should have brought Lin Dong to appear in the small valley. Wherever the water of life appeared, the environment was not quite the same as the surroundings. For example, the Grand Canyon located in the depths of the Elven Forest was once a place where the water of life was an important source. The valley here was the same. While the vegetation outside was dense and overgrown with trees, the valley was filled with birds and flowers. Countless insects and small animals regarded this place as a paradise. If they survived here for a long period of time, it would also be of great help to their growth. Isha had Ibe bring Lin Dong here to enjoy the scenery while watching the elves collect the water of life. This kind of treatment Lin Dong was definitely the first person. One had to know that the elf clan had never invited outsiders to watch as they collected the water of life. However, this was just a superficial appearance, and Isha's real purpose was actually to allow Lin Dong to be present and witness how the gang of scum from the Winged People clan treated the elf clan women, so as to make Lin Dong feel compassionate. With regards to her vision, Isha was very confident. She knew that with Lin Dong's character, he would definitely not stand idly by. However, the collection of the water of life had already reached the second half of the journey and Ibe and Lin Dong still had not come, which made Isha nervous. Once the collection of the water of life was over, the winged people were bound to attack. What was the point of having none of the protagonists at that time? For the sake of this plan, Isha could be said to have put in her blood. Not only did she send out tens of thousands of elven women, but she had also exposed a water of life. If Lin Dong did not come, everything would have been lost. This time, Isha did not tell anyone about the plan except for Ebe, the key person. This included the elders of the elf clan. The entire elf clan was kept in the dark, and everyone thought that she was trying to take advantage of the time when the major forces of the Spirit Land domain were stationed in the elf forest to retrieve the water of life that was close to the Misty Forest. It was thought that at this time, the winged man race would not dare to move, and naturally, they were also in full favor of it. It was just that I didn't expect the winged man race to take the risk. What's more, I didn't expect this to be a plan of Queen Isha. Time passed in Isha's anxious waiting. Soon a voice broke the silence. Lord Queen, the water of life has been collected almost, we should prepare to return, otherwise if the winged people race finds out, there's no guarantee that those bastards will suddenly have a whim and come to block us. A core of the elf clan came to Isha's side to report. Oh. Then prepare to return. Be sure to pay attention, you all know well what kind of character those guys from the winged people race have. In the face of such a great temptation of benefits, even at the critical moment when the ritual ceremony is about to be held, they may still strike against us without any regard, so be ready to take all the protective measures. Isha said in a deep voice. Yes. Your Majesty, I'll go prepare, don't worry, we'll definitely pay attention and won't give the winged people any chance. After saying that, she left. Isha had actually known that the winged people race was already hiding at the edge of the Misty Forest. It was only waiting for this side to finish collecting the water of life and then it would attack. Originally, everything was within Isha's plan. However, there was an accident on the side of Ebe and Lin Dong. It was surprising that none of them had arrived yet now. There must have been a special situation. Could it be that Ibe had misremembered the destination? Just as this thought appeared, it was rejected by Isha. Impossible. How could one misremember such an important matter? The Elven Forest was the hometown of the elves, and Ebe had lived here since she was a child, so she definitely wouldn't have misremembered. Just like the winged people would never get lost in the misty forest. There was another possibility. That was that Ebe had told Lindong everything about the plan, and Lindong knew that it was a trap against him, so he simply did not come. Isha felt that this possibility was a bit more likely. After all, Lindong was Ebe's savior. Plus, that girl had fallen in love with Lindong again and had advised herself to give up this plan many times. Putting it all together, the probability of Ebe telling everything was very high. Ebe, this dead girl, is trying to trap me, Isha thought with gritted teeth. She knew that now was not the time to blame that girl. One should hurry up with the next set of programs. From Ebe's perspective, there was nothing wrong with her doing it. It was just a matter of not wanting to take advantage of one's benefactor. What could be wrong with knowing one's benefactor? At this moment, Isha had some regrets. She shouldn't have told Ebe about the plan. However, Ebe was the most important part of the plan. Without Ebe leading the way, it was impossible for Lindong to come here. If Lindong did not come, the plan was considered a complete failure. Not only that, now they had to face the interception of the winged human race. But fortunately, before making this plan, Isha had considered the various consequences. Even if Lindong did not come, she still had a plan to deal with it. Ostensibly, she had led the elf clan to collect the Water of Life, rather than using tens of thousands of clansmen and the Water of Life as bait to lure the Winged Man clan into a trap. At least there was an explanation for the elven race. The next issue was how to deal with the incoming attack of the winged people. As long as it was guaranteed that everyone could return safely, even if the plan failed, there was no loss to the elf clan. Instead, they harvested the Water of Life that they hadn't dared to come and collect. Of course, Isha also knew that. Wanting to protect the safety of her people at the hands of the winged people was not that easy. But she had no choice now. She must do everything she could to protect the clan members who had followed her to collect the Water of Life. Thinking of this, Isha no longer cared whether Ebe and Lindong were coming or not, and left the hiding place, bringing the elf clan's combatants to guard the surrounding area against the winged human clan's surprise attack. Chapter 1433 Arrival of the Winged People Race. The edge of the misty forest. This place was shrouded in a thick layer of dense fog. It was in stark contrast to the elven forest on the opposite side. Between the elf forest and the misty forest, there was only a tens of meters wide river separating them. As for why two places separated by only a river would create such a big difference, no one knew. It had already been formed before the elves and the winged people had moved in here. The edge of the misty forest was silent. At this time, a muffled voice suddenly rang out. "Depart!" His voice had just fallen. The edge of the misty forest, which had originally come to be silent, became lively all of a sudden. Sparse voices rose and fell. First, a man with black feathered wings on his back rushed out of the misty forest. Then countless strange humans just like him followed and rushed, crossing the tens of meters wide river and heading towards the elven forest. A river of tens of meters was nothing to the winged human race that could fly freely in the air. A single vertical leap was all it took to pass. There was no need to even wave their wings. One could cross over by gliding alone. After entering the elven forest, the winged people, led by the patriarch, ran wildly all the way, continuing deeper and running towards the location of the small valley. Their speed was fast to the extreme. The huge trees could not block their speed at all. The elves and the winged people were both races that lived in the forest all year round. The forest was their hometown. They could even come and go freely in the misty forest that was shrouded in thick fog. Not to mention in the elven forest. The team that the Winged People clan sent out this time was very powerful. Not only did the clan members personally lead the team, there were also the most elite troops of the Winged People clan. Because they knew, when the elves were collecting the Water of Life, they would also send out the same elite troops to guard it. That time back then. Although the Winged People clan had won the final victory and waited until tens of thousands of elf clan women, as well as the Water of Life. But because it was the first time, the forces sent were insufficient. Encountered the elf race's stubborn resistance. resulting in the winged people race also suffering huge losses. But compared to the value of the things obtained, everything was worth it. Thus, this time, the winged people race did not want to give the elf race any chance to resist at all. It was the same even if the elf Queen Isha personally went out. When the winged people entered the elven forest, elf Queen Isha had already sensed something and immediately shouted. "Everyone speed up, all gather and evacuate immediately, we have been discovered by the winged people, those bastards are on their way." It was better if she didn't shout. This time she shouted, the originally well-organized scene instantly became disorganized. In the end, everyone was ultimately some ordinary women, and there were still some shadows in their hearts when they remembered the brutality of the winged people. Isha saw that her words not only had no effect, but instead caused the team to become even more disorganized. She did not care about anything else. Once again, she shouted loudly, "All the warriors of the elf clan, follow me to face that bunch of scum from the winged people clan and protect our clan. This time we will avenge those sisters who were tortured to death." Revenge! 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 All the elven warriors roared at the same time. These elf clan elites were naturally not comparable to those ordinary elf clan women who collected the water of life. One by one, the group was furious. Years of hatred between the two clans. It had made them accumulate grudges for a long time. They had long wanted to seek revenge on the winged people clan. Isha gave an order. She was about to lead the elite warriors of the elf clan out of the valley to meet the incoming attack of the winged people clan. However, before they could get out of the valley, the clan leader of the winged people clan had already arrived with the advance troops of the winged people clan. The number of winged people that arrived was small, but each of them was powerful. They were the elites of the winged human race. From a long distance away, the winged people clan chief's mellow voice had already come. "Ha ha ha. Queen Isha, thank you for sympathizing with the difficulties of my winged human race and preparing a big gift for me. This time I accept it as it is. Thank you to the elf race all these years. If it wasn't for you guys, my winged human race couldn't have developed to the current scale. The winged human race is able to today, but the winged people race can be today. You elf race can't be faulted," said another burst of unrestrained laughter. "Ha ha ha. Everyone give me thanks to the elf clan. Thank the elf clan for their support. My winged people clan will always remember this." The crowd of winged human race's elites shouted in a serious manner. What was this called? This was called killing and executing the heart. The winged people clan had developed from a small clan to a large clan today by secretly capturing the women of the elf clan and selling them to the various underground auction houses in the spirit land domain, as well as snatching the water of life that was abundant in the elf forest. And still issuing this kind of ridicule. Queen Isha heard this voice. Both fists clenched. Killing intent filled her eyes. Anger burned in her heart. Only 4 words came out of her mouth. "Prepare to meet the battle." The elven warriors behind her arranged themselves neatly and removed the bows and arrows behind them. Putting the arrows on top of their bows, they drew them into a semicircle and aimed them at the exit of the valley, waiting for the winged people to arrive. Each arrow was coated with a special poison that was unusually fierce. Even if an elite of the winged people clan was cut through the skin, they would have to lose at least half of their fighting strength. However, for a strong person at the level of the winged human clan chief, the destructive power of an ordinary bow and arrow was limited. It might not even be able to break the skin. A moment later, hundreds of winged people clansmen with flapping black wings arrived in front of the valley and confronted thousands of elf clan warriors. At the head of the group was none other than the winged human clan chief, a powerhouse whose strength had reached the divine realm. After arriving at the valley, the two sides did not make a move. Looking at Isha within the valley, a hint of greed appeared in the eyes of the winged human clan chief. It was true that they were ugly, but they could appreciate beautiful things just as well. Elf Queen Isha's beauty was well known throughout the spirit land domain. "Queen Isha, long time no see. I wonder if your mother is still well." "Dog thief. My mother is fine, she can't even die if you die." Isha gritted her teeth and returned. Her mother was naturally the last queen of the elves. When she had gone to the winged people clan to get a claim, she had been severely injured by the bastard in front of her. All these years, she had been relying on the water of life to stay alive. The winged man clan's patriarch was scolded and did not get angry, smilingly saying, "It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Go back and remember to greet an old friend for me." Who is your old friend? Dog thief. You'd better go back and greet your old mother. You winged race scum, scum. Isha cursed. Queen Isha, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you today. Leave behind the water of life, as well as 5,000 women of the elf clan. You can take away all the others, otherwise don't blame my winged people clan for not remembering the love of neighbors. The winged people clan chief said with a straight face. Ha ha ha. Joke. What a heavenly joke. When has your winged people clan ever remembered the love of neighbors? If you guys had been slightly reminded of that, the blood feud between our two clans wouldn't have developed into what it is today. Isha sneered. Chapter 1434, Inherited Divine Bow. So Queen Isha, you are unwilling? The winged human clan chief's smile withdrew and he asked with a gloomy face. Of course he knew that it was impossible for Isha to agree. Asking this was merely an attempt to tease the other party. With the enmity between the two clans, Isha couldn't wait for all the winged people to die out. I would like your mother's head. Sooner or later, you scum of the winged people race will be punished by the heavens. Isha cursed loudly. Heaven's wrath? Ha ha. Queen Isha, you are at least the queen of the elf clan, you would actually say such words, and you are not afraid of others laughing. How many forces die out in the spirit land domain every day? How many forces step on the bones of countless corpses to rise? If the heavens would care about such trivial matters, the world would have been at peace long ago. Resign yourself to your fate. Your elf clan is destined to be a stepping stone for the rise of my winged people clan. The words of the winged people clan's patriarch infuriated Queen Isha, who stormed out. Her breathing was rapid. The peaks on her chest continued to rise and fall, although she knew that the other party was speaking the truth. However, it did not agree with the last sentence. Why should the elves be the stepping stone for the rise of the winged people? Why should it not be the winged people who became the stepping stone for the rise of the elf race? Dog thief, you want to step on the elven race to climb up? Dream on. I won't let you have your way. Isha said angrily. It's not up to you. You know that in the beginning, both of our clans were on the same starting line, but now? Your elf clan has fallen behind too much, and it's all because of your elf clan that our winged people clan can be where we are today, huh? Queen Isha, you'd better obediently do as I say. This will still be able to bring the elf clan to survive for a while, otherwise. Before the words of the winged human clan leader were finished, Isha could no longer listen. She directly interrupted the other party. Delusional. Dog thieves. Today, I'm going to avenge those clansmen who were captured by you, suffer death. As Isha finished speaking, her aura soared. There was a flash of golden light all over her body. In the twinkling of an eye, a pure golden bow and arrow appeared in her hand. In the split second that this bow and arrow appeared, everyone at the scene felt a wave of oppression. It was as if their bodies were being pressed down by a huge mountain, and even breathing became difficult. This was the intimidating power brought about by a divine artifact. Before it even attacked, it was already pressing down on the average person who couldn't move. Very well. Queen Isha, since you are so insistent, then you can't blame me, it's all because your elf clan asked for it. The winged human clan chief snapped. Having said that, however, as he looked at the golden bow and arrow in Isha Good's hands, his eyes gradually became gloomy. The reason why the winged people clan didn't dare to launch a war of aggression against the elf clan was because of this divine artifact that had been passed down from generation to generation of the elf clan. Just by taking it out, it could give off such a powerful pressure. How powerful was it when it really attacked? Even if the winged human clan chief had strong confidence in his own strength, he wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to take the attack of this divine weapon. But since it was a divine weapon, there was also a price to pay for wanting to catalyze it. Ordinary attacks, the winged human clan chief didn't even put it in his eyes. What he was afraid of was Isha unleashing an attack from the divine artifact's origin. That power could definitely be described as astounding. Of course, such an attack consumed the origin, and even if it was a divine artifact, there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. Once the divine artifact origin was consumed, then the divine artifact would be almost ruined. So generally speaking, Isha wouldn't launch an origin attack. After all, it was used less than once. Just in this moment of time, Isha had already pulled the golden bow and arrow in her hand into a semicircular shape. An illusory arrow appeared, resting on top of the semicircular bow. It was then aimed at the winged human clan chief. The other party only felt locked by an overpowering aura. There was a feeling that no matter where he fled to, he would be hit. He knew that this was the terrifying aspect of a divine weapon. As long as the target was locked, it would never stop until it hit. That could not be dodged. The only way was to block. On the other hand, the winged human clan chief who was locked by the divine weapon was greatly relieved in his heart at this moment. He could sense that Isha had not activated the divine artifact origin. In other words, this attack was just an ordinary attack from the divine artifact. Ordinary attacks were far more powerful than attacks that catalyzed the origin. Dog thief, take your life. Isha finished with a loose right hand. Swoosh! A powerful golden illusory arrow detached from the divine bow and shot towards the winged human clan chief's chest. The locked winged human clan chief knew that he couldn't dodge in the face of this kind of attack, and remained standing in place without moving. In the blink of an eye, the golden arrow arrived in front of his chest. It was about to pierce him through his chest. Isha couldn't help but show a hint of joy on her face. This bow was a divine weapon that had been passed down from generation to generation of the elven race. Even if it was an ordinary attack, as long as it hit the enemy. Even if the opponent was a strong member of the divine families, he would still be greatly harmed. If the winged man clan chief was hit by this arrow, then in the next battle, Isha would be under much less pressure. It was an indisputable fact that she was not as strong as others. Ding! A crisp and ear-piercing collision sound rang out. Hearing this sound, Isha frowned, knowing that her attack did not hit the enemy's body. Otherwise, this sound wouldn't have appeared. Fixing her eyes, she looked. As expected, a sledgehammer emitting an eerie black light had appeared in the hands of the winged human clan chief at some point. It was this sledgehammer that he used to block his chest and catch Isha's attack. However, the tremendous force still knocked him backward for a distance before he was able to stop his body. After being blocked, the illusory golden arrow disappeared. The winged human clan chief removed the sledgehammer in front of his chest, moved his tingling wrists, and grinned as he looked at Isha within the valley. Queen Isha, I believe this is the divine bow that has been passed down for a long time by your elven race, isn't it? The power is good. It's a pity that it can't hurt me yet. If that's all you've got, I'll nonchalantly take all the water of life on the elf clan women today, thanks to the gift of the elf clan. Isha's heart sank at the words. Her face became ugly. The enemy's strength was somewhat beyond her imagination. Despite knowing that the other party was strong. However, she did not expect it to be so strong. The strike that she had made with the inheritance divine bow had failed to injure it in the slightest. It seemed that today's battle would be very difficult. One might have to activate the divine artifact origin once. Isha would never choose to catalyze the divine artifact origin until it was absolutely necessary. Because this thing was the most difficult to recover. Once, in order to defuse a crisis, the elves had already catalyzed it twice. Originally, it was 10% of the artifact origin, 60% was used up, and 40% was left. After so many years, even though the elves had tried all sorts of ways, they had only recovered to a little more than 40%, not even 50%. If they were to catalyze it once more, there would only be more than 10% left. Chapter 1435, Divine Bow Origin. Want to bring the water of life in my elven clan members? Then you'll have to ask if this divine bow in my hand agrees. Isha said forcefully. With that, she drew the golden bow in her hand into a semicircle again. Since the black sledgehammer in the opponent's hand could block the divine bow from shooting arrows, then it was only possible to win with numbers. Make it too late for the opponent to resist. As long as one arrow was shot, the enemy would be able to take a beating. Shoo! Another arrow was shot. Isha didn't have time to rest next. Constantly drawing her bow and shooting arrows. She knew that her strength was in attacking from a distance. She must not let the winged human clan chief get close, otherwise she would be very passive. The strength was already inferior to the other party. If the divine bow was further restricted, then this battle would be lost. It didn't matter if she lost. But there were still tens of thousands of clansmen behind her. Swoosh! In just a few seconds, Isha shot as many as hundreds of arrows. In the process, she kept changing her aiming position. From the head to the chest, then to the abdomen and limbs. Ding 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 ding. The winged human clan chief swung the black sledgehammer in her hand and clashed with the arrows shot by Isha. Ear-piercing collision sounds rang out continuously. Soon hundreds of arrows were blocked, not even touching the clothes of the winged human clan chief. But he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared to be. It could be seen from the slightly shaking hands. After all, it was the divine bow of the elves. The power could not be underestimated. Even if he blocked it, it shook his hands. After shooting hundreds of arrows, Isha stopped. It wasn't that she wanted to stop, she also had to stop. Every time she activated the divine bow to shoot an arrow, it would consume a huge amount of physical strength and energy. After shooting hundreds of arrows continuously, Isha was already panting. If one could catalyze the divine bow infinitely, then it would basically be invincible. The winged human clan chief wouldn't have a chance to resist at all, and could only passively resist. And when his stamina was exhausted, he would inevitably reveal a crack and be hit in the body. Unfortunately, with Isha's strength, she couldn't do an infinite streak. While the elf queen Isha and the winged human clan chief were fighting, the others didn't act and kept watching the battle. They all understood in their hearts. The battle between the two clan leaders was the key to determining the direction of victory in this battle. Whoever won, then there would be almost no suspense in this battle. Unless the two clan chiefs were evenly matched, or both of them were injured, only others could decide the direction of this battle. "Lord Queen, how are you?" an elven warrior said with concern. "I'm fine. No need to worry," Isha said back. Right now, her heart was filled with bitterness. Ordinary attacks were really useless against the enemy. Obviously, the winged people had come prepared. eBay. This time you've victimized Mother and the elf race. Since you're the one who chose to do this, I hope you won't regret it, Isha thought helplessly in her heart. She didn't mean to blame eBay. Originally, this plan was her wishful thinking. Isha was too desperate for revenge. So much so that she was a little bit bewitched. When she caught the slightest opportunity, she couldn't wait to pounce on it. As a result, she did not expect to injure herself. If it was not for the purpose of utilizing Lin Dong to take revenge on the winged human race, Isha would not have come to collect the water of life with such fanfare. Even if she were to come, she would have brought fewer people and come quietly to collect it in batches. "Queen Isha, can you still shoot your arrows?" "If you can, I'll wait for you to continue. If not, then it can be my turn to shoot next. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance," the winged human clan chief asked in a deep voice. Actually, he wasn't doing well right now. Both hands were paralyzed, unlike his own. As he spoke, he was also trying to recover. Otherwise, he would have rushed over to fight Isha in close quarters. To be honest, if Isha could hold on to so many dozens of arrows again, it might have actually broken through the winged human clan chief's defenses and shot his body. Unfortunately, Isha was also at the end of her strong bow. If she could shoot, she definitely wouldn't hold back and give the enemy any chance. "Dog thief. Of course I can shoot my arrow, and next time, you won't be able to block it." Isha gritted her teeth. A decision had already been made in her heart. The winged human clan chief froze at his words, feeling a little bad. Isha wouldn't really use her artifact origin, would she? Impossible. According to the clan's records, the elf clan had already used the divine artifact origin twice a long time ago to resolve the crisis. There is still one last time left. This is the root of the elf clan's deterrence, so it's impossible to use it. Otherwise, there would be no more artifacts to deter. There were quite a few big names in the Spirit Land domain who were spying on Isha. If they knew that Isha had used the last divine bow origin, they would definitely have crooked thoughts about Isha. Queen Isha also knew this. It was reasonable to say that she wouldn't use it. But there was no guarantee that the other party would do something irrational in their madness. No way. One could not give Isha the chance to catalyze the divine bow essence. The winged human clan chief was quickly regaining the use of his own hands, only waiting to close in immediately after recovering. At the same time, with a smile on his lips, he returned, "Oh? Is that so? Then I'd like to see what kind of arrows you, Queen Isha, can shoot that even I can't block them." At this time, sparse sounds came from outside the valley. And it was getting louder and louder. After a few moments of effort, the large force of the winged human race had already arrived, all standing behind the winged human race patriarch, waiting for his order. As long as he gave the order, they would all pour into the valley and take down all of the elves. Seeing that all that should come had arrived, Isha no longer hesitated and once again brought her divine bow to her chest, pulling back the bowstring with her right hand. This was the moment she was waiting for. The attack sent out by activating the divine bow's origin was not just aimed at the winged man clan chief alone. As you wish. Isha revealed an icy smile. When the divine bow in her hand was drawn to a semicircle, she didn't stop, but continued to increase her power. Gradually, from a semicircle, it was slowly pulled into a large semicircle. At this instant, regardless of whether it was the elves inside the valley or the winged people outside the valley, all of them felt the pressure on their bodies increase exponentially. Breathing became increasingly difficult. One by one, they looked at Isha with disbelief. The pressure was coming from here. The winged human clan leader screamed out in his heart that it was not good. This crazy woman, Isha. It was actually really urging the divine bow origin. He shouted, "Queen Isha, are you catalyzing the divine bow origin? Do you know the consequences of doing so?" He. What are the consequences? You say it for this king to hear? Isha laughed coldly. While saying that, the other side of her right hand had no intention of stopping. What do you think you can maneuver through the major powers by? Relying on your own abilities? No. Relying on the deterrent power of the divine bow origin? Once you use it, the deterrent power of the elf clan will cease to exist thereafter. At that time, your elf clan will be a piece of delicious fat meat that everyone will want to come and take a bite of, and the peaceful life of your elf clan will be completely shattered. Can you afford to bear the consequences of this? The winged human clan chief anxiously said loudly. Chapter 1436, The Second Plan. The winged human clan chief thought that his words would make Queen Isha give up on urging the divine bow origin. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Isha's determination. Since she had decided to make the winged man clan pay a price and avenge the clansmen of the elf clan. How could Isha not have thought of these issues? She had considered them clearly long ago. After this matter, she would pass on the position of queen of the elf clan to Ebe. Let her take charge of the elf clan. Since Ebe had gone against her own orders for Lindong and had disregarded the interests of the elf clan. Then with Lindong's character, he would definitely owe something to Ebe. Isha had already thought about it. Utilizing the relationship between Ebe and Lindong, she had completely tied the elf clan and the forces behind Lindong together. Give whatever you want. As long as Lindong and the forces behind him were able to fully protect the elf clan. Regardless of whether it was the water of life or the women of the elf clan, or even her as the queen of the elves, they could all be satisfied. In fact, finding a powerful force to back her up was something that Isha had always been considering. It was too tiring to maneuver between all the major forces, and a balance had to be found, or else if she was a little careless, she wouldn't even know who she had offended. And the winged man clan chief was right. Without the deterrent of the divine bow origin, it was already unlikely that she would want to continue maneuvering among the major forces of the Spirit Land domain. Human desires were endless. No matter how many favors one gave away to those forces, it would not satisfy their ambitions. Then take advantage of this opportunity. Take the step that Isha wanted to take a long time ago. Find a backer strong enough to bind the elves with. Previously did not do so. For one thing, there was no suitable power to be found. The weak ones couldn't protect the elves. Those with that strength were too ambitious, and after the elf clan leaned on them, they might be eaten without any dregs left in time. Only Lindong allowed Isha to see hope. This person was not only powerful, but his background was so heavenly that he made the youngest master of the Wei family have to obediently make amends and apologize. The most crucial thing was Lindong's character. Completely free of the vices of the heirs of those great powers. Low-key, upright, strong strength and background but not a bit of shelf, okay to the people around him. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. What kind of power cultivates what kind of heir? A power that could cultivate a character like Lindong's must not be that bad. This was the reason why Isha had made up her mind. It was also the remedy after the plan failed. At the beginning, she had thought that there was a possibility that Ebe would quietly tell Lindong about the plan. In the end, it was not what she had expected. Ebe did do just that. If the first plan failed, then the second plan was automatically opened. This was a plan that only Isha herself knew about. Completion would also only require her alone to suffice, without the need for anyone to cooperate. Ha! That's what you want to say? Dog thief, although what you said makes sense, but it's useless. Today, even if I, the elf clan, give up everything, I will make you, the scum of the winged people clan, pay the price, and collect a little bit of interest for my elf clan's clansmen who were captured by you. As Isha spoke, her hands continued to exert force, and the amplitude between the divine bow and the bowstring had already exceeded a large semicircle, and would soon be completely consummated. At that time, it would be possible to catalyze the divine bow's origin and send out a shocking strike to exterminate the winged people clan. Queen Isha, you calm down a bit. Activating the divine bow origin will not benefit anyone. I did everything I could before I came. Even if you give everything you have, you won't be able to kill me, and in the end, it will only cause us to lose both. The winged human clan chief loudly persuaded. If it was possible. He certainly didn't want to face the elf clan's inherited divine artifact. Even if one was prepared, one might not be able to retreat in one's entire body. Losing both is exactly the result I want. Dog thief, even if I can't kill you today, I'll still let you know that my elf race is not one to be bullied. For so many years, you winged people have been sucking blood out of my elf race, stepping on my elf race to climb up the ladder, and now it's the time for you to pay for it. He showed a crazy look on her face. Queen Isha, have you thought about it? If this arrow is shot, everything will not be able to come back. Do you really want to do this? For the sake of a little water of life and a few thousand elven women, is it worth it to take on the entire elven race? A few thousand elven women? That's easy for you to say. Those are all my elf clan's clansmen. Each and every one of them shouldn't be given up. Only you winged people would say something like the clansmen are not important. As Isha spoke, the divine bow in her hand was nearing completion. This had startled the winged human clan chief. Before the action, he had thought that Isha might threaten himself with using the divine bow origin. But he didn't expect the other party to be so determined. It really dared to use the elf clan's only bottom card. Crazy person. You crazy person. In order to take revenge, you even put the death of the entire elf clan at risk. Once you use up the elf clan's last card, soon the elf clan will be cleanly eaten up by the major powers of the spirit land domain, and when there is no more elf clan in the spirit land domain, you'll be the elf clan's sinner. The winged human clan chief roared. He didn't want this outcome. Not only was he afraid of this shocking strike. What was even more frightening was that if the elf clan ran out of cards, all the forces of the spirit land domain would come to get a piece of the pie. At that time, in case the elf clan was gone, then how else would the winged people race be able to utilize the elf race to complete their plans to develop and grow by virtue of their geographical advantage? This was not a good thing for the winged human race. Don't you guys stop your queen yet. She's trying to destroy the elf clan and plunge the elf clan into a place of no return. With this arrow from her, the elf clan will be completely without its deterrent power and can only be slaughtered by others. The winged human clan chief looked towards those elf clan warriors around Isha, hoping that someone would step in to stop them. However, what greeted him was a pair of gazes filled with hatred. Isha's position in the hearts of the ordinary clansmen of the elves was absolutely supreme. They trusted Lord Queen completely and would not bring the elf clan down the path of destruction. Even if Lord Queen did so, it was also to avenge the blood feud of the elf clan. Everyone would not have any complaints. You dog thief don't need to sow discord anymore. No matter what Lord Queen does, we will unconditionally support it, even if we lose the entire elf clan. As long as we can teach you scum a lesson, we have no complaints. One of the elf clan warriors who was a bit older stepped forward and said, Right. We fully support Lord Queen, no matter what she does. Even if we lose the entire elf clan, we have no regrets. Support Lord Queen. No complaints. All the elf clan women all shouted in unison. The sound resounded through the valley, as proof of their trust in Isha. Crazy bitch. Crazy bitches. You elves are all a bunch of crazy bitches. Chapter 1437, Arriving in Time. Isha didn't care about the yelling of the winged human clan leader. At this time, she was just a hair's breadth away from drawing her divine bow to completion. It was easy for a divine bow to be drawn to send out ordinary attacks. But trying to catalyze its origin power to send out a shocking strike was still a struggle for Isha. So much so that it hadn't succeeded after all this time. The winged human clan chief cursed while secretly and quickly recovering his paralyzed hands. He wanted to stop the other party before Isha fully activated the divine bow essence. As time passed by second, suddenly, the winged human clan chief's cursing voice disappeared. Also disappearing was his body. With both hands restored, he held a black sledgehammer in his hands and ran towards the elf queen Isha within the valley. The speed was so fast that the silhouette could not be seen at all. It so happened that at this time, Isha also pulled the divine bow in her hand to completion. Buzz! The entire heaven and earth was silent. Immediately after the originally clear sky, it instantly darkened, as if it had switched from midday to evening in one go. Rumble! Electricity flashed and thunder roared in the air. The ground was wildly windy. Countless sky-high trees outside the valley were attacked by the fierce winds, some of them were broken from the center, and some of them were directly pulled out along with their roots. Aside from the leaders of the two clans, everyone was covering their chests, breathing heavily, and their faces flushed red. Even the Winged Man clan leader, who had almost reached the entrance of the valley, stopped his steps and stood at the entrance of the valley, looking intently at the divine bow in Isha's hand. The other party had really activated the divine bow origin. He himself was also locked by the divine bow. However, it was different from before. From a long distance away, he could feel the tingling of his skin. This arrow's power was clearly far too much stronger than the ordinary attack from before. Or perhaps it wasn't even on the same level. The Winged Human clan chief knew that it would be futile to say any extra words at this moment. The only thing that could be done was to pour out all of his strength and block it down. Otherwise, the Winged People clan would suffer heavy losses. After drawing the divine bow into a full moon, Isha didn't hesitate and let go with her right hand. Swoosh! An almost transparent arrow left the bowstring and shot towards the target. Wherever it passed, layers of space collapsed with it. The Winged Human clan chief shouted, "Drink!" His aura exploded to the extreme. Now was not the time to hide. The slightest carelessness could plant him here today. A fist then slammed onto his chest. A large mouthful of essence blood was spat out from his mouth and sprayed on top of the hammer in his hand. The entire person shriveled up quite a bit. After absorbing the essence blood, the black sledgehammer appeared to change, all of a sudden skyrocketing dozens of times. A layer of dark light emanated from the surface. The Winged Human clan chief threw the sledgehammer in his hand towards the shocking arrow with force. Try to push the collision point forward a bit. Otherwise, the Winged Human race elites behind them would definitely be affected. The iron hammer similarly collapsed the void. Apparently it was also a supreme treasure. Regardless of whether it was the Elf clan inside the valley or the Winged People clan outside the valley, all of them locked their gazes on the two attacks. Due to the speed, they couldn't see it at all, but they could feel the pressure that almost suffocated them. Once the two collided together, it could be imagined what the consequences would be. I'm afraid that it wouldn't just be the valley. Even the surrounding forest would be affected and become a ruin. Isha didn't even have the strength to stand there after shooting that amazing arrow. It needed the elven warrior next to her to assist her. Originally, her vision was to catalyze the divine bow essence and kill a large number of elites of the Winged People clan in one strike. As for the Winged People clan chief, it was not expected to be that easy to kill, as long as she could seriously injure him. However, what Isha never expected was that the Winged Man clan actually had a supreme treasure as well. The pressure emanating from that large black hammer was equally terrifying. Although it was still quite a bit worse than the elven divine bow. But it was a solid hammer. It could be said to be the nemesis of bows and arrows. Isha was confident that this arrow could easily penetrate the body of the Winged Human clan chief and exterminate most of the Winged Human clan elites behind him. However, she was not confident that she could penetrate the hammer that was like a mountain and emitted a dark glow. If they were to collide together, the destructive force generated would be absolutely terrifying. The entire valley would cease to exist. Quick! Quickly get out of here! Isha said weakly. The elven warriors beside her also knew that this place was not suitable to stay for long. But where could they go? There were tens of thousands of elven clansmen in the valley, there was no escape. Outside the valley. Quickly retreat backwards. Quickly! Retreat as far away as possible. The Winged Human clan chief roared sternly. But even howling was useless. Because Isha shot that arrow, carrying a shocking momentum, and the mountain-like big black hammer thrown by the winged human clan chief was about to clash together. In fact, the development of the situation to this point now was beyond the expectations of both sides. The winged human clan chief did not expect that the elf queen Isha would really dare to use her last card. Isha also didn't expect the winged people to have such a big black hammer. At this point in time, both sides had no way back. One by one, they tensed their nerves and stared fearfully at the center, waiting for the collision to come. Just when the arrow and the hammer were about to come into contact, suddenly a pair of white and slender hands appeared. One held the nearly transparent arrow and the other flexed its finger. Dang! The finger made contact with the large black hammer, bouncing it off, and at a speed more than tens of times faster than when it came. In the blink of an eye, it landed in the middle of the winged people's camp. Ah! The sledgehammer smashed a deep black pit into the ground, and countless winged human elites were killed before they could figure out what was going on. The sudden scene stunned both the elves and the winged people. Only to see in the middle of the confrontation between the two races, a young man was standing there. In his right hand, he was still holding the arrow that Queen Isa had shot. An arrow with such great power was held in the young man's hand without causing the slightest damage. How was it possible? Everyone's eyes widened, unable to believe what was in front of them, including the winged human clan chief and the elf queen Isha. They were the strongest people of the two clans. If the two were to receive this arrow, they would be seriously injured without dying. And this person was actually just holding it in his hands? How strong must this be? The people present were completely shocked and all stopped thinking. When Isha saw the young man's face, the brain boom sound. What a familiar face. He is Lin Dong? Impossible. How could Lin Dong be so strong? How could he be able to catch a shocking arrow from his own divine bow origin with his bare hands? Even the peak of the divine brightness realm could not do so with such ease. Unless it was a powerhouse above the half-step emperor realm, it would be possible. Lin Dong was a half-step emperor realm? Was there such a young half-step emperor realm in the spirit land domain? Countless questions appeared in Isha's mind. Chapter 1438, Sun Shooting Bow. While numerous questions were appearing in Isha's mind, a familiar voice rang in her ears. Mother, are you all right? Isha turned her head to look. Ebe had appeared by her side at some point. It was looking at her worriedly. The moment she saw Ebe, Isha was certain that the visitor was definitely Lin Dong. It was just how Lin Dong was able to catch the shocking arrow that he had shot with his bare hands by activating his divine bow origin. This was a question she still could not figure out. I am fine. Ebe, is that person Lin Dong? Despite being certain in her heart, Isha could not help but ask. It's brother Lin Dong. Ebe nodded her head. After receiving an affirmative answer from Ebe, Isha's heart finally relaxed completely. Regardless of how Lin Dong had done all of this, there was no doubt that he was on the side of the elves. At this moment, Lin Dong froze there motionless, his heart was being pleasantly surprised. The moment he held that shocking arrow shot out by Isha, the system automatically popped up. One of the three great divine weapons, the Sun Shooting Bow, has been detected. Please make sure that the host obtains it. The Sun Shooting Bow is one of the three keys to unlock the final evolution of the system. Currently the host already possesses the Thunder God Hammer, and by obtaining the Sun Shooting Bow and the Heaven Opening Axe, he will be able to unlock the final evolution of the system. Seeing this paragraph, Lin Dong was overjoyed. He did not expect the Sun Shooting Bow to be in the hands of the Elf Queen. It was truly a case of getting it with no effort. Originally, he had thought that wanting to open the final evolution of the system would be very difficult and would require a long time to find the three major artifacts. Lin Dong was already prepared for this. After the threat of Emperor Abyss was resolved and Yun Shi and the girls had all stepped into the Eternal Realm, he would take everyone on a trip through the universe. Look at the scenery of various civilizations and search for the three great divine artifacts in the meantime. If you can find it, then look for it. If you can't find it, then just let it be. After all, the system didn't specify where the three divine artifacts were. It also had to be touched before the system could detect it. The universe is so big. Want to find the 3 divine artifacts in it. It was much harder than finding a needle in a haystack. As a result, how long has it been? Not only did he get the Thunder God Hammer in the Star Void realm. Now, the Spirit Land realm has encountered the archery bow. What was this if not unexpected joy? The arrival of the 2 divine artifacts caused Lin Dong's casual heart to instantly heat up. However, it was not easy to obtain the last heaven opening axe. After calming down, Lin Dong put the matter aside for the time being. Let's settle the immediate problem first. Then he would come back to figure out how to obtain the Sun Shooting Bow. Since the Sun Shooting Bow was in the hands of the Elf Clan, it would be much easier. Although the Shooting Sun Bow is the Elf Clan's greatest treasure, isn't your Elf Clan besieged on all sides? Using a treasure in exchange for the permanent shelter of him, a half-step Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse. This deal, as long as the Elf Queen Isha wasn't stupid and had a normal brain, she would agree to it. Luckily, I arrived in time, or else with the power of this thing, I am afraid that not many of you here would be able to come down alive. Lin Dong said calmly. His voice also awakened both the Elf and Winged Human clans present. The Winged Human clan chief first stepped forward and bowed to Lin Dong before saying in a respectful tone, I, the Winged Human clan chief, have met this lord. Thank you, my lord, for saving us, or else our 2 clans would have definitely suffered heavy deaths and injuries. He did not mention the matter of the many Winged Human clan elites who died under the other party's popped-out hammers in the slightest. Because he understood in his heart. This person's strength was by no means something that the Winged Human race could mess with. As for those Winged Human race elites, if they died, so be it. Who made them unlucky that they happened to stand under the hammer that this lord popped out? Blame it on their bad fate. This was the change brought about by strength. Lin Dong had clearly killed quite a few elites of the Winged Human clan, and the Winged Human clan chief still had to shyly thank the other party. He still did not know that Lin Dong was brought by the princess of the Elf clan, or else he would have been scared silly long ago. Facing such an invincible enemy, the Winged People clan was no different from a mole cricket. Thanks are not necessary, I came here to ask if your Winged Human race specializes in trafficking women? Lin Dong turned his head and asked. Being stared at by a big shot like Lin Dong instantly made the Winged Human clan chief feel a sharp backstab. A chill went straight to his head. It was even more terrifying than the shocking arrow that Isha had just sent out by activating her divine bow origin. This person was too strong. No wonder he was able to easily catch Queen Isha's strike that catalyzed her divine bow origin. The strength had definitely reached the half-step Emperor realm. My lord is mistaken. My lord is mistaken. Although my Winged Human race isn't a race that takes saving the lives of the common people as its mission, it's not so evil that it's unforgivable. My lord, you must be mistaken. Without even thinking about it, the Winged Human clan's patriarch cried out for wrongdoing. Sensei didn't care if it was done or not. Deny it first. The other party was clearly disgusted by this sort of thing. Is that so? How come I've heard that your Winged People clan has been secretly capturing and selling elven women all these years? And by relying on this behavior, you have gained a lot of benefits and resources, which you used to develop and grow yourself, and then you came to capture the Elf Clan women. Can you explain this to me? Lin Dong paused when he said this and added a sentence with a gloomy face. Think clearly before you speak, don't try to bluff me. If I hear a single lie, you know the consequences. Hearing this, the Winged Human clan chief's heart thumped, and his face instantly turned pale without a trace of blood color. It's over. This was to stand up for the Elf Clan. What to do? Facing such a powerful figure, the Winged People clan had no ability to resist at all. The Winged Human clan chief's mind was constantly thinking about how to resolve the crisis in front of him. However, after thinking about it, none of them could find even the slightest chance. In front of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming would seem so pale. My lord, I admit that the Winged People clan has been capturing Elf Clan women and selling them to the various underground auction houses in the Spirit Lawn region for huge profits. The Winged Human clan chief ended up answering honestly, not daring to hide anything. He was afraid that after he told a lie, the other party would destroy the Winged Human clan in a fit of rage. That was just a matter of raising his hand. Oh? Then you still dare to say that your Winged Man clan doesn't traffic in women? Could it be that the women of the elven race are not women? Do you know that in my hometown, abducting and selling women is a felony? When killed, Lin Dong said in a heavy tone. As a well-educated young man of society, he hated people who did such things the most. For every woman and child abducted and sold, there was a family broken apart. There were too many such families on earth. If they were sold out to live a good life, they could still slightly alleviate their sins. However, those elf women who were sold would all be tortured beyond recognition. In the end, they would die in resignation and pain. The winged human race knew that this would be the case, yet they still went ahead and did it for their own interests, completely going against human nature. Chapter 1439 Threats and Lures. Lin Dong's words caused the scene to polarize. The winged human race outside the valley, each and every one of them tensed their nerves, fearing that this suddenly appearing big shot in front of them would step in and kill them. People could say abducting and selling women was a felony when killed. How many elf women had the winged people secretly sold over the years? Tens of thousands at a time, hundreds or thousands at a time. I'm afraid that altogether there are hundreds of thousands of them, and the winged people also relied on this to obtain huge benefits and develop to the current scale. It is no exaggeration to say the elves were the money tree of the winged people. That's why the winged people clan chief didn't want any accidents to happen to the elf clan. They all understood the reasoning of fine water flowing over a long period of time. As for the elf women inside the valley, each one of them cried tears of joy, including the thousands of fierce female warriors. They were too happy. After so many years, there was finally a big shot who was willing to come forward to seek justice for the elves. The elves had waited for this day for too long. Ebe supported her mother, her eyes looking towards Lin Dong with a delighted smile on her face. At this moment, she felt that she had fallen a little deeper. Isha also did not expect Lin Dong to help the elf clan in such a way. However, this also confirmed that her vision was correct. Lin Dong was indeed a person full of justice. The Winged Man clan chief stood a little uneasy outside the entrance of the valley. He knew that he had to say something at this time, or else the Winged Human clan would be completely finished. So he clenched his teeth and said loudly, "My lord, you don't know, my Winged People clan and the Elf clan have been feuding for generations, since a long, long time ago. Since they are enemies, they definitely need to find a way to consume each other's strength and enhance their own strength. This is something that the 5 Emperor Realm Lords don't care about, so I don't think that we, the Winged People clan, have done anything wrong. If we are to be good, we can only blame the Elf clan for their strength being too weak. If they had enough strength, they could have completely wiped out my winged human race, then I would definitely have no complaints." Lin Dong smiled at his words. "What? You want to use the Spirit Lan 5 Emperors to pressure me? My lord, you have misunderstood, I do not mean that. I just want to say that the rule set by the 5 Emperor Realm Lords is that there should not be any serious internal conflicts in the Spirit Lan domain, and what happens between our two small clans is not worthy of a great person like you to meddle in." The Winged Human clan chief had one more thing he didn't dare to say. The 5 Spirit Lan Emperors had said that it was best for half-step Emperor realms to stay out of the mundane affairs of the Spirit Lan domain. It would be too disruptive to the balance, and the destructive power of half-step Emperor realms was too great. The slightest lack of attention would result in a large number of deaths and injuries. It was just that the 5 Emperor Realm Lords were gods and dragons, making it difficult to restrain the half-step Emperor realms below them. Just like now. If this person had made a move to exterminate the winged human race, it was impossible for the 5 Spirit Lantern Emperors to know about it. Once these words were spoken out, it was likely that the other party would be infuriated. "What if I just want to intervene?" Lin Dong asked with a smile. "Then you can certainly kill us or even wipe out the Winged Human clan, but someone will spread the news to the Emperor Realm Lords so that they can come and make decisions for my Winged Human clan." The Winged People clan's patriarch was also giving it all up. The way things were now, it was obvious that the other party was not going to let the Winged People clan go. Then, it would be better to simply bring out the Emperor Realm Lord and see if he could make this person have some scruples and not dare to go too far. Lin Dong somewhat wanted to laugh. Don't look at the fact that he was only at the half-step Heavenly Emperor level right now. The 5 Spirit Lan Emperors, however, had a true Heavenly Emperor level. Even if the 5 Spirit Lan Emperors came together, Lin Dong was not afraid. Not to mention that 2 of them knew each other. There was no need to mention the Empress Ji. How could she possibly take action against Lin Dong? It was also impossible for Emperor Jiang. He still needed to utilize Lin Dong to deal with Emperor Yuan, who might go berserk at any time. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Lin Dong was the #1 strongest person in the Spirit Lan domain right now. The Winged People clan actually wanted to use the 5 Spirit Lawn Emperors to threaten him? Lin Dong certainly found it amusing. Seeing Lin Dong's silence, the Winged Human clan chief thought that his threat had worked. It's a matter of course in his view. There was no being in the entire Spirit Lawn domain that did not fear the 5 Spirit Lawn Emperors. You want to use the Spirit Lawn 5 Emperors to threaten me, you are still a bit short of the mark. I can clearly tell you that I, Lin Dong, am in charge of the matter of your winged human race abducting and selling elf race women, of course. If you are not convinced, I can give you the opportunity to invite the Spirit Lawn 5 Emperors out and see if they will back you up. Lin Dong said with a bashful expression. The Winged Human clan chief was directly confused. Where would he go to invite the Spirit Lawn 5 Emperors? It was not even easy for a half-step Emperor Realm Lord to meet them, and he, a Divine Brightness Realm, did not even have the qualifications to meet an Emperor Realm Lord. My lord! What favor did the Elf clan give you? How about I, the Winged Human race, double it? Nay. 3 times. I only beg you to let my Winged People clan live. The Winged People clan chief begged. Threats did not work. It could only be lured with profit. He was already prepared. No matter what request Lin Dong made, he would go all out to fulfill it. It seems that you still fail to understand what I mean. I am not even afraid of the 5 Spirit Lawn Emperors. How great a benefit must it be to tempt me? Lin Dong's words once again caused everyone present to freeze. I am not even afraid of the 5 Spirit Lawn Emperors? What was the meaning of this sentence? Gradually, figuring out the key point, everyone stared at Lin Dong with wide eyes. Could it be that the young man in front of him was an Emperor Realm powerhouse? Only an Emperor Realm powerhouse would dare to say something like not being afraid of the 5 Spirit Lawn Emperors. Who below the Emperor Realm would dare to say that? Including a half-step Emperor Realm would not dare to do so. When did the Spirit Lawn domain produce an Emperor Realm so young? You are an Emperor Realm Lord? The Winged Human clan chief asked with a trembling voice. Lin Dong did not reply to the other party's words but said to himself. Since you have already admitted the crime of the Winged Man clan abducting and selling the Elf clan women, today I will punish you on behalf of the heavens. After doing so many bad things, it is time for you to atone for your sins. Don't. Pooh. The Winged Human clan chief had just shouted out 2 words. Nor did he see Lin Dong make a move. All of the Winged Human clans outside the valley, including the strongest Winged Human clan chief, all suffered heavy blows to their bodies, spitting out a large mouthful of blood mixed with their own internal organs, covering their chests, and falling to their knees. They could feel the power in their bodies rapidly disappearing. In other words, all of the Winged Human clans outside the valley had been wasted by Lin Dong. The Winged Human clan chief fell to his knees as his heart was desolate. In that instant just now, he had felt it. Emperor Realm. This person was actually really an Emperor Realm powerhouse. His body was wasted, yet not even a bit of hatred could be born in his heart. The other party was an Emperor Realm Lord. How could he hate? He could only blame the will of the heavens for what the Winged Human race had done, which happened to be disliked by the Emperor Realm Lord. No one could help the Winged Human race. Could it really be that doing too many bad things was going to be punished by the heavens? The Winged People clan chief couldn't help but have this thought pop up in his heart, and those Elf clan women who had been tortured and ravaged to the point where their lives were worse than death surfaced in his mind. Chapter 1440, Resolving the Winged Human Race. In order to make sure that nothing was left to chance, the Winged Human clan patriarch had brought along the best of the Winged Human clan's elite. He was prepared to use the smallest cost for the greatest benefit. As a result, he didn't expect an Emperor Realm powerhouse to be killed halfway and directly waste them all. Although not dead. But without strength, in this world where the strong are honored, it would be worse than death. And losing the clan leader and most of the elite. It can be predicted. The Winged People clan would inevitably fall apart next. The Winged Man clan patriarch had never expected it to end like this. He had thought of the worst possible outcome. The big deal was that the Elf Queen Isha would threaten herself with a strike that catalyzed the divine artifact's origin. It hadn't even occurred to him that the other party would release that arrow. After all, once they lost their last card, the next days of the Elf clan wouldn't be any easier. Yet the opposite was true. Not only did Isha disregard the death of the Elf clan and use her last card, it had also found an Emperor Realm helper. Now he also saw it completely clearly. Lin Dong was definitely here for the elf clan, otherwise as an Emperor Realm powerhouse, how could he possibly pay attention to such a trivial matter? It was just that the winged human clan chief could not figure out how the elf clan had invited an Emperor Realm powerhouse. It was just like what Lin Dong himself had said. As an Emperor Realm powerhouse, he was not even afraid of the 5 Spirit Lan Emperors, so how much benefit would be required to get him to come out? Even if he sold the entire elf clan, he would not be able to afford to invite an Emperor Realm Lord. After all, he couldn't figure it out. Things had already happened. What was the point of thinking about it? The entire winged human race camp outside the valley was in a dismal state. They could not accept the fact that they had been wasted. Lin Dong had nullified the strength of the winged human race elites as well as their hearts. This is a small punishment for you. The reason why I did not kill you is not because this emperor is merciful, but rather, I will hand you over to the elf clan and let the rightful owner decide how to deal with you scum. Lin Dong's flat voice rang out. It was as if scrapping the thousands of elites of the winged human race was a trivial and insignificant matter to him. This was indeed the case as well. As a half-step heavenly emperor level powerhouse, anyone below the emperor realm was nothing more than an ant to Lin Dong. My lord! Why are you treating my winged human clan like this? The winged people clan chief questioned aloud sadly. Because you have violated my bottom line, as the mortal world knows, 2 armies are still fighting without decapitating an envoy. But what is that called what you winged people clan did? To be honest, I don't care about your feud with the elf race. Even if you kill all the elf race, it is because they are not strong enough. No one else can be blamed for that, but selling elf race women and letting them suffer all their lives as a way to gain benefits, it won't pass muster with me. There is a saying that a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. What you winged human race did deserves to suffer from the wrath of the heavens. If the heavens don't take it, then it will be me. Lin Dong, who will take it? Lin Dong finished with a righteous look. It caused the elf women in the valley to fall. Including Queen Isha and Princess Ibe were no exception. Strong, handsome and so righteous, where to find such a man? Of course they knew the gap between themselves and Lin Dong. He was an Emperor Realm powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Spirit Land domain. They did not dare to expect any interactions. It was only necessary to silently place it in the deepest part of their hearts. The winged human clan chief froze at what was said and finally laughed miserably. I am not convinced. What does it have to do with me if you serve or not? You didn't go to the Spirit Land 5 Emperors when I asked you to do so. What can I do if you were given the opportunity and you are not utilized? Lin Dong spread his hands with a helpless face. Isha had shot that shocking arrow which had been easily destroyed by him and disappeared. After saying this, Lin Dong no longer paid any attention to the winged human race outside the valley. These fellows were completely wasted and could do nothing but wait for death. He turned around and took a step out to Queen Isha and said, Queen Isha. Just as he shouted out a name, he was interrupted by Isha impatiently. Lord Lin mustn't call me that, you should still call me Isha. I can't afford the word queen. Just kidding. Lin Dong was now the 6th Emperor Realm powerhouse in the Spirit Land domain besides the 5 Spirit Land Emperors. If he dared to call himself a queen, he would not dare to agree. In case it was spread out, it was a crime of great disrespect. A name is nothing more than a code name. Why is Queen Isha so insistent? Lin Dong said indifferently. Lord Lin, even if we don't pay attention to it, what will others think if it is spread out? I will still be scolded to death at that time. Isha insisted. All right. Then let's call Miss Isha. The winged people have already been abolished by me. As for how to dispose of them, I will leave it to you to decide. I know that your elf clan has suffered greatly over the years, and your hearts are filled with resentment towards the winged people. No matter what you do, I will not intervene. Lin Dong no longer dwelled on the matter and stepped into the main topic. Isha first detached herself from the support of Ebe and another elf clan warrior and bowed to Lin Dong before saying with a straight face. Thank you, Lord Lin, not only did you save us, but you also helped us avenge our blood feud. The elf clan is unable to repay you. In the future, if there is any dispatch, the elf clan will definitely be obliged. Isha followed suit and bowed. Thank you, brother Lin Dong. Then all the elf clan women within the valley all bowed to Lin Dong. Thank you, Lord Lin. Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. It's just a matter of lifting your hands. Lin Dong smiled back. What is a show of hands to Lord Lin is a heavenly favor to my elf clan. I declare that from now on, Lord Lin is the most honored guest of my elf clan and enjoys all privileges. Isha announced loudly. Miss Isha, let's talk about all this later. Right now it's better to finish the matter of the Winged People clan first, then we'll find a place to talk about it in more detail. It just so happens that I have something to look for you as well. Yes. Lord Lin. 1 hour later. Inside the high tower where Queen Isha of the Elf clan resided. Lin Dong, Isha, and Ibei were sitting around a table. After resolving the winged human race, Lin Dong rushed back to the elven residence with mother and daughter Isha. The other elf clan women returned the same way. After drinking the water of life, Isha was in a much better state, much better than when she had just activated the divine bow origin to shoot that arrow. At least she could walk without assistance. However, I'm afraid it would still take some time if she wanted to fully recover. After all, having just activated the divine bow origin, it had consumed too much. Lord Lin, can I ask you a question? Isha asked as she looked at Lin Dong, who was sitting across from her. Right now, she was feeling like she was dreaming. It was not real at all. The winged man race, the enemy of the elf race for generations, had been completely destroyed just like that. It was still destroyed in the hands of this young lad in front of her. Emperor Realm Ah. No matter how Isha looked at it, she did not feel that the Lin Dong in front of her was an Empyrean realm powerhouse who had already stood at the pinnacle of the Spirit Lan domain. Chapter 1441 Exchange. Miss Isha can ask whatever questions she has. Lin Dong returned. Are you really an Emperor realm powerhouse? Isha's eyes were filled with anticipation. Ebe also looked her gaze. Over. She was going to want to know the answer to this question as well. What kind of existence an Emperor realm powerhouse was, Ebe, as the princess of the elf clan, naturally knew. What? Miss Isha thinks that I do not look like one? Lin Dong smiled. No. It's just that I feel that Lord Lin looks so young to have reached the Emperor realm. It's just too exaggerated, and somewhat unreal. Isha hurriedly denied it. She had to be cautious when facing an Emperor realm powerhouse. Originally, she had thought that Lin Dong was an heir secretly groomed by some big power. Who would have thought that Lin Dong was an old ancestor? Being young does not mean anything. I did reach the Emperor realm not long ago. Lin Dong graciously admitted. There was no need to hide this kind of matter. Waiting for Lin Dong's affirmative answer. The mother and daughter, Isha and Ebe, stared wide-eyed and were shocked speechless for a long time. After a long time without seeing the two speak, Lin Dong broke the silence and asked, Ms. Isha, what happened to you guys? Oh. Nothing. It's nothing. By the way, Lord Lin just said that he had something to find me. I wonder what it is. Isha came back to her senses. Lin Dong pondered for a while, but still said honestly, Miss Isha, forgive me for taking the liberty of wanting a treasure in your hand. I wonder if Miss Isha can spare it. I can exchange it for something else. What are you talking about, Lord Lin? If it wasn't for you, it's not even known if our elf clan would be able to get out of the valley. Moreover, you have helped us avenge our blood feud, so feel free to say what you want. As long as my elf clan has it, just take it. Isha replied graciously. She could not wait to lean on this heavenly tree of Lin Dong. As long as she could gain Lin Dong's goodwill and obtain his shelter, there was nothing that the elf clan could not give, including her, the elf queen. I want the bow that you just shot that arrow with. Isha froze at his words and asked uncertainly, Lord Lin wants the elf clan's inherited divine skill? Lin Dong nodded his head. Lord Lin, it is not that I am unwilling to give it to you. The inheritance divine bow can only be utilized with my elf clan's special kung fu, so there is nothing you can do with it if you take it. After Isha finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and hastily added. The special gong method of my elf tribe can only be practiced by women, and the origin of the inheritance divine bow has already been consumed, so it's impossible to send out that shocking strike again in a short period of time. Miss Isha, I am not going to hide it from you. I have another use for the divine bow, and it is not used as a weapon. If Miss Isha is willing to take out the divine bow, I, Lin Dong, swear as an Emperor realm powerhouse that as long as I am still around for a single day, I will keep sheltering the elf clan from any unlawful encroachment. What do you think? Lin Dong solemnly promised. As soon as Isha heard this, her breathing instantly became rapid and her full breasts rose and fell violently. It was not anger, but excitement. In her heart, she knew how much weight Lin Dong's words carried. What was the concept of an Emperor realm powerhouse permanently sheltering? It could be said that in the future, the elf clan would leap into the favor of the Spirit Lan domain. All forces would have to respect them. There was no need to look at the face of any power anymore. Even the top forces that had half-step emperor realms in their midst would have to be respectful when they saw the elf clan. This was the deterrent power of an emperor realm powerhouse. It was just a matter of Lin Dong putting a word out. The fate of the elf clan would completely change. The role of the inherited divine Bao was only to deter other forces and protect the elf clan. But how could the deterrent power of a divine Bao be compared to that of an emperor realm powerhouse? The difference between the two was like mud. Not to mention handing over the inheritance divine Bao, it would be worth it to hand over her, the queen of the elf clan. Seeing that Isha was silent, Lin Dong thought that the other party was not too willing. After all, it was something that had been handed down by someone's old ancestor, so if he gave it away, wasn't he betraying his ancestor? But the sun-shooting Bao was one of the 3 keys to unlocking the system's ultimate evolution and could not be given up. So he added, if Miss Isha feels that it's not enough, you can make any request, as long as it's within the principle, I'll do my best to satisfy you, but the divine Bao is of great use to me, so please ask Miss Isha to be able to part with it. These words pulled Isha back from her excitement. No, no, no. Lord Lin has misunderstood. You have a heavenly favor for my elf clan. No matter how precious the inheritance divine Bao is, it's just a treasure. If it wasn't for you, my elf clan might have completely disappeared from the spirit land domain in the near future. Even the elf clan is gone. What's the use of wanting the divine Bao? So you don't need to make any other promises. If you want the divine Bao, just take it. Isha hurriedly replied. Lin Dong's heart was delighted at his words. Agreeing is good. It was good to agree. Otherwise, with Eve's layer of relationship in place, it was really not good to use force. The sun-shooting Bao was something he was determined to obtain. Miss Isha has agreed to give the inherited divine Bao. I can't lose my etiquette. In each of these 3 wooden boxes, there is a doppelganger of mine. In the future, if the elf tribe encounters a calamity such as today's, they can unseal the seal to summon my doppelganger out. The doppelganger has the same strength as me, and can exist for an hour, which is believed to be enough to defuse any crisis. Lin Dong said and then took out 3 exquisite wooden boxes and placed them on the table. Isha and Ibei's eyes lit up and immediately picked up a wooden box each and started observing them as if they were treasures. The Empyrean Realm's detachment was a good thing. 1 hour was indeed enough to solve all the troubles. Currently, there was still no matter in the spirit land domain that could not be solved by an Emperor Realm powerhouse, and even if there was, her elf clan would not be able to encounter it. Then on behalf of the elf clan, I'll thank Lord Lin. Isha said joyfully. Miss Isha, don't have to be polite. If you run out of detachments, you can look for me. Since I said that I would shelter the elf clan all the time, I will definitely not go back on my words. In the future, if anyone dares to make a move against the elf clan, I, Lin Dong, will be the first one to say no. The 2 sides happily reached a verbal agreement. Isha gave the sun-shooting Bao to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, on the other hand, sheltered the elf clan from unlawful infringement. Both parties were very satisfied with this outcome. This time, Lin Dong could be said to have returned home with a full load. He had never dreamt that coming to the elf clan to participate in a sacrificial ceremony would result in him obtaining the sun-shooting Bao of the 3 great artifacts that opened up the ultimate evolution of the system. Now all that was missing was the heaven-opening axe, and the 3 divine weapons would be gathered. Underworld. Lin Dong had a feeling. The heaven-opening axe would not be too far away. The elf clan had also received the greatest benefit. Although the inheritance divine Bao was paid for. However, not only did they avenge the blood feud that had been passed down from generation to generation, they also obtained the permanent shelter of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. It was much more useful than the inheritance divine Bao. The next step was to wait for the elf clan sacrificial ceremony to take place, and then Lin Dong would leave the elf clan to find Emperor Jiang. Chapter 1442, An Emperor Realm. As the elf clan returned from the small valley, the Winged Man clan chief and the elites of the Winged Man clan were also brought back to the elf clan. After they were wasted by Lin Dong, they had completely lost their combat power and could not even defeat an ordinary elf clan woman, so it was impossible for them to escape. Queen Isha did not kill the Winged People clan immediately. Of course, she was not trying to spare them. After all, with the hatred between the 2 races, the elf race couldn't wait for the Winged People to all die out. The reason why they didn't choose to kill them. The reason why they didn't choose to kill them is that they are waiting for a chance to execute them. That is the elf clan's sacrificial ceremony. This is an event to worship the ancestors of the elves, once every 100 years. Executing the winged people at the ritual ceremony was an explanation from Isha to the ancestors of the elf clan. The feud between the two clans that had been going on for generations was finally coming to an end. It was still ended at her Isha's hands. Even though it wasn't by the elves' own strength, what did it matter? As long as she could take revenge, it would be fine. Means and whatnot were not important at all. In fact, at this time, the elves should take this opportunity to wipe out the winged people, lest the other party recover their strength and make a comeback in the future. However, the misty forest is too special. The elves couldn't even recognize the direction, let alone find the winged people's residence. Isha could not do anything about this. Fortunately, with Lindong's promise and the three doppelgangers, it was thought that even if the winged human race regained their peak strength, as long as they dared to go out of the misty forest, they would be able to crush them in one fell swoop. The fact that the Winged Man clan's clan chief and most of the Winged Man clan's elites had been scrapped had also spread throughout the elf clan. It caused the entire elf clan to become a sea of joy. There was nothing that excited the elf clan more than having a great revenge avenged. Within a high tower of the elf clan, Isha was sitting on top of the throne, and below her were the elf clan's elders. Each one of them had a look of excitement on their faces. In reality, they were the actual controllers of the elf clan, and even had the power to dismiss the elf queen. But that was before. From today onwards, Isha would become the first queen of the elf clan to ever take full control of the elf clan. Even if the council of elders wanted to remove her, they wouldn't be able to do so. When Isha brought back the winged clan leader and most of the elites, her prestige reached an apex. Even these highly respected elders of the Elder Corps could only look at their backs. Isha, the winged human clan chief was really captured back by you? One of the elders asked impatiently. The other elders all revealed looks of anticipation. Didn't you all know? Isha replied calmly. This was the first time she had a dominant and psychological advantage when facing the group of elven elders. It was also the first time she had seen this group of old codgers show this kind of expression. That's all from the people below, it's not convincing, we want to hear it from your own mouth. Another elder added. Right. We need you to say it yourself. In that case, then I will tell you all. Not only was the winged human clan chief captured back by us, even the vast majority of the winged human clan's elites were captured back, and all of them have become wasted at this moment, and the reason why they are not dead is because I am going to use the blood of the winged human clan to honor my elf clan's ancestors at the sacrifice ceremony. Isha said in a deep voice. The moment these words came out, the scene was silent. It was only after a while that an elder shouted out excitedly, "Ha ha ha! Good, good, good! Isha! It seems that back then, we really didn't make a mistake when we ruled out all the difficulties and disregarded the objections of the people below us, and took the step of handing over full authority of the elf clan to you. You really didn't let us down." The rest of the elders also revealed excited looks. They were all highly respected elders of the elf clan, and a large portion of them had also served as the elf clan's clan chiefs. The winged man race could be said to be their nightmare. But now, this nightmare that had plagued the elves for generations had been solved? How could everyone not be excited? Isha, can you tell us in detail, how exactly did you do it? The Winged Man clan chief and more than half of the Winged Man clan elites are no joke. With their strength, they are completely capable of destroying the elf clan. An elder asked politely. Isha's behavior could be said to have completely conquered these old codgers. They had only heard that Isha had brought people to capture the winged human clan chief and immediately ran to Isha for confirmation, not really knowing exactly what was going on. How could rumors have the rightful owner knowing the whole story? The specific process, I will narrate it to you later. Before that, I have something very important to tell you. Isha said seriously. What is it? I gave away the elf clan's inherited divine bow. As soon as Isha's words fell, an elder questioned loudly in shock. What? You gave away the inheritance divine bow? Right. I gave away the inheritance divine bow. Isha confirmed once again. You. One of the elders pointed at Isha, and after half a day of you couldn't say anything. If it was in normal times, if Isha said something like this, she would definitely be shelled by the elf clan's elder group. It was even possible that she would be directly dismissed as the queen of the elves. But this was a different time. Isha had just captured the winged people and half of the elites back, avenging the blood of the elves. Her prestige had reached its highest point in the elf clan. It far exceeded them, the elders. To remove Isha as the elf queen now, the entire elf clan would not agree. Isha, did you use the inheritance divine bow as a bargaining chip to ask a great man to come out and help you bring back the winged man clan chief? The one who asked the question was the elf clan's grand elder. It was also the head of the elder corps, and was extremely prestigious. Yes and no. Isha ambiguously returned. Isha, don't sell yourself short. I know that you must have had an unavoidable hardship to give away the inheritance divine bow. What's going on? Tell us about it carefully. If you really used the inherited divine bow to exchange for the winged human clan chief and half of the winged human clan's elites, we won't blame you, but have you considered that without the divine bow as a deterrent, will our elf clan still be able to maneuver among the major forces in the spirit land domain unharmed? This is a lose-lose result. As the queen of the elf clan, you should consider the interests of the entire elf clan, instead of letting the elf clan fall into passivity just to fight for a breath. The grand elder said in a deep voice. As the grand elder of the elf clan, she was naturally very clear about the current situation of the elf clan. For the elf clan to be where it is today, the various policies that Isha has implemented are certainly of great merit, but the inheritance divine bow also has a great role to play. Once the deterrent of the inheritance divine bow is gone, it would be very difficult for the elf clan in the future. Grand Elder. Do you know who I gave the inheritance divine bow to? Isha asked. Who? The Grand Elder was unsure. An Emperor Realm powerhouse. Chapter 1443, Shocked Elders. An Emperor Realm powerhouse. Hearing these words, the members of the elf clan's elder group present, including the Grand Elder, all froze. They thought that Isha had used the elf clan's inherited divine bow to invite a half-step Emperor Realm to come out. It turned out to be a true Emperor Realm? Was this possible? Everyone thought it was impossible. What kind of existence was an Emperor Realm powerhouse? It already stood at the pinnacle of the spirit land domain. In the entire 9th level civilization of the spirit land domain, there were only 5 Emperor Realm powerhouses, and they had long since ceased to ask about the world. Even the elf clan's inherited divine bow wasn't enough to invite them. Besides, it was difficult for even a half-step Emperor Realm to want to see the 5 lords. Where would Isha go to invite the Emperor Realm lords? Isha, are you telling the truth? You have to know that words involving the Emperor Realm lords cannot be spoken casually, otherwise it would be a crime of great disrespect. The Grand Elder said with a grave expression. Don't worry, Grand Elder. Since I dared to say this, I dare to take responsibility for it, and even if it gets out, I'm not afraid. Isha said back seriously. Then I wonder which of the 5 Emperor Realm lords you invited. None of them. Isha shook her head. None of them? Isha, are you sure you're not joking? Everyone knows that there are only 5 Emperor Realm lords in the spirit land domain, and now you're telling us that you invited an Emperor Realm lord and it turned out to not be one of the 5 spirit land emperors? Isn't this a self-contradiction? The Grand Elder had a feeling of being teased. Grand Elder. As the saying goes, there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Can you really be 100% certain that there are only 5 Emperor Realm lords in the spirit land domain? Since there are 5 Emperor Realms, why can't there be a 6th? Couldn't there be Emperor Realms that like to keep a low profile and hide in the shadows? Isha asked rhetorically. The Grand Elder was rendered speechless. There were only 5 Emperor Realm lords in the spirit land domain. This was recognized throughout the entire spirit land domain. But it was also true that the possibility of there being a 6th could not be completely ruled out. Isha, how can you be sure that the other party is a true Emperor Realm and not a half-step Emperor Realm? The Grand Elder asked. To be able to easily receive an arrow shot by me by activating my divine bow essence, and to be able to waste the Winged Human Clan Patriarch and most of the Winged Human Clan's elites in an instant, I'm afraid that a half-step Emperor Realm wouldn't be able to do it so easily. You have to know that the strength of the Winged Man Clan's clan chief isn't low, and he also personally admitted that he is an emperor. Then can I meet this lord? The Grand Elder was filled with anticipation. I don't really guarantee it, I have to get Lord Lin's permission before I can take you to meet him. This lord is still in my elf clan? Of course. He won't leave until he's finished attending my elf clan sacrificial ceremony. Next Isha told the story as it happened. She did not say that it was her own plan. Lin Dong's arrival was also just a coincidence. Throughout the entire process, the elf clan's elder group was also secretly sweating. If Lord Lin had not appeared in time, the elf clan was afraid that they would have suffered heavy losses. Isha, have you thought about what the elf clan's path should be in the future? Without the divine bow, the elf clan will lose its deterrent power. Of course, even if the divine bow is still there, and you've activated the last origin of the divine bow, it's still considered to be wasted, so how should my elf clan continue to survive? The Grand Elder asked worriedly. The rest of the elders also looked worried. Having avenged the Winged Man race's blood feud was certainly refreshing. But what should the elf clan do in the future? In response, Isha was smiling faintly. Grand Elder and all the elders don't need to worry. Even though Lord Lin took away the divine bow, he also promised me that as long as he was around for a day, he would always shelter my elf clan from unlawful encroachments, which means that my elf clan's backer in the future will be an Emperor Realm Lord. The worry on the faces of all the elf clan elders present turned into surprise in an instant. An Emperor Realm Lord said that he would shelter the elves now? What did this mean? It meant that the elf clan would not have to look at the face of any power from now on. Even the group of top forces in the Spirit Land domain that possessed half-step Emperor Realm powerhouses wouldn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to the elf clan. Happiness came too suddenly. The elders of the elf clan were all too excited to speak. Isha, are you telling the truth? Lord Lin really promised to shelter my elf clan forever? The Grand Elder asked with wide eyes. Of course. I wouldn't dare to joke about such a thing. Isha replied back with certainty. Then, did Lord Na Lin leave any tokens behind? The kind that can notify him when my elf clan suffers a great calamity. A token of notification is not the case. Isha finished, looking at the loss in the eyes of the various elders, continued, but Lord Lin left 3 boxes sealed with his doppelganger, saying that when the elf clan encounters danger, he can unseal it and summon his doppelganger out, which is able to exist for an hour, and possesses the same strength as Lord Lin, which is enough to resolve all crises, and Lord Lin also said that the doppelganger can still ask him for a token when it's used up. Can still ask him for it when it runs out. Hiss. The elf elders almost simultaneously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. A doppelganger with the strength of the Emperor Realm? This was far greater than the deterrent power of the Inheritance Divine Bow. And it's still 3 channels? There was only one thought in the minds of all the elders at this moment. The elf clan had also risen under Isha's leadership. With such a powerful backer, coupled with the unique resources of the elf clan, it would be hard not to rise. Isha, can you show us the box that seals Lord Lin's doppelganger? Don't misunderstand. We have no intention of taking it for ourselves, we just simply want to take a look at it. After all, it's Lord Emperor Realm's bilocation. An elder said cautiously. The other elders didn't say anything, but the look of anticipation in their eyes couldn't be hidden. What's not to like about this? Isha took out 3 small delicate wooden boxes from her bosom and handed them to the elders. She wasn't the least bit worried that the other party wouldn't return them. This was because if one wanted to open the seal and summon Lin Dong's doppelganger, one had to use a unique maneuver to do so, otherwise it would be useless to take it. In one, although these elders were all old codgers, it had to be said that they still wholeheartedly looked out for the elf clan. They could even dedicate everything for the elf clan. Otherwise, Isha would not have revealed the matter of Lin Dong's doppelganger, not to mention taking it out for everyone's viewing pleasure. The Grand Elder first carefully received one of them and began to scrutinize it. After looking at it for a while, he did not find anything special about it, so he asked out loud, Isha, how do I open this one? Grand Elder, if you want to summon Lord Lin's doppelganger, you have to use the unique technique he taught you to do so, it's useless for anyone else to take it. I see. The Grand Elder drifted off. She didn't ask about the method to unlock the seal. There was no need to ask either. This kind of powerful deterrent was best held in the hands of the Elf Queen. Just like the Inheritance Divine Bow. Chapter 1444, An Explanation. Ever since the incident with the Winged Man clan, the entire Elf clan was shrouded in joy. With Lin Dong's promise, as well as those 3 Emperor Realm doppelgangers, Isha did things even more boldly, like a wild horse out of control, completely letting go. First, she recalled those Elf clan women who served the heirs of the major powers in the Spirit Land domain, and then she withdrew the training organization. From then on, the elf clan no longer needed to rely on these tactics to curry favor with other forces, and only needed to fully develop their own strength. This move by Isha directly left the heirs of the major powers of the Spirit Land domain in a daze. They didn't know what was happening. Yet, they could very clearly feel the change in the attitude of the elves. The fact that all the original benefits were gone was the best proof. Everyone was just young and bloodthirsty, and they didn't come to the elf clan to participate in that what's-his-name sacrifice ceremony. Rather, they came for the elven women. As a result, now everything is gone. How can that be? Slowly, people began to unite and put pressure on the elf clan. In the eyes of the heirs of the major powers, the fact that they were able to come here was already enough to give face to the elf clan. Now they were hung out to dry. Do you really think that everyone is so easy to bully? A small elf clan dared to offend so many forces at the same time, looking for death. They thought that as soon as they raised their voices, the elf clan would definitely come running to apologize and send better benefits. However, the truth was diametrically opposite. In the face of the pressure from the heirs of the major powers of the Spirit Land domain, Isha ignored it in the slightest. In the past, she had no choice but to sacrifice part of her clan in order for the elf clan to stand firm in the Spirit Land domain to gain the goodwill of the major powers. But now it was different. The elf clan had a powerful backer. So big that apart from the 5 emperors of Spirit Land, all the other forces combined were no match. Since they had such an awesome background, did the elf clan still need to be coy in front of the major powers? Of course there was no need. As time passed, it was getting closer and closer to the day of the elf ritual ceremony. The heirs of the major powers couldn't stand it. Led by the heirs of the topmost power, leading the crowd, they came to the forbidden land of the elf clan. There were no densely packed giant trees here, all there was a tall tower. It was one of the realms that the elf clan did not allow outsiders to enter. Getting a report. Isha appeared on top of the high tower and looked at the heirs of the major powers below. Queen Isha, what exactly does your elven race mean? One of the heirs of one of the top powers opened his mouth to question. Why did young Chi say that? Isha feigned a look of incomprehension. She might not recognize all of these people below, but those among them who were sent by the top powers, Isha knew them all. Don't you dare pretend to me. What you guys have done is clear in your own hearts. I want to ask a precise question now. Is the elf clan determined to go against everyone? You have to think carefully. The people here together occupy more than half of the forces in the Spirit Land domain. Can you elf clan afford to offend them? Or do you want to become the public enemy of the entire Spirit Land domain? Great Young Prayer said with a cold smile. Great Young Prayer is right. Queen Isha, since you have invited us here to participate in your elf clan's ritual ceremony, we are the guests of the elf clan, isn't it a bit unseemly of you to do so? We won't leave until we are given a reasonable explanation today. Another heir of a top power added. Right. We need a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, your elf clan is trying to make enemies of everyone. The others spoke in agreement. If it was before, being pressured by so many heirs of powers united, Isha would have already panicked. But now was not like once. Having a backer was having a backbone. The elf clan had the backing of Lindong, a huge tree, so would they pay any attention to these minor characters? Even if the helmsman of the major powers came, Isha was not afraid. Not to mention these heirs who had not even grown their hair. Honestly speaking, among these people below, in the future, exactly how many of them will be able to become the helmsman of the power they are in is still unknown. I'm afraid that not even 1% of them would be able to do so. To become the helmsman of a large power, the competition is quite fierce. Talent, ability, mind, tact, fortune, all of them are indispensable. Isha didn't think that these guys who thought about that kind of shit all day long could become the actual helmsman of the power behind them. Everyone to my elf clan, naturally as my elf clan's guest, with you as an enemy, this kind of thing, my elf clan has never thought of, and we have always been careful to maintain the relationship with you. As for the explanation, wait until the time of the sacrificial ceremony, I will give everyone an explanation, guaranteeing that everyone will be satisfied. Please be patient. Isha said calmly. She did not tear her face off with these heirs who represented the major powers. There was no need for that. Although Lin Dong had promised that he would shelter the elf clan forever, it was not good to trouble people too many times. It was important to realize that Emperor Realm Lords were all gods and dragons, and people had their own things to do as well, so it was impossible for them to stay in the elf clan all the time. What, wait until the sacrificial ceremony? We can't wait, we need to explain now, otherwise we won't leave today, everyone say right? Right. We need to explain now. To explain. The scene was chaotic. Those who had the qualifications to come to the Elven Forest were not of low status in their respective forces. One by one, they were untamed. How could the small elf clan restrain them? Today, these heirs had the intention of breaking into the forbidden land of the elf clan if they didn't achieve their goal. Isha looked at the angry crowd, her brows slightly wrinkled. She wanted to shock these guys, but she felt it was inappropriate. Offending so many forces was ultimately not a good thing for the elf clan. What to do? Isha couldn't decide for a while. There were two paths in front of her. The first was to fulfill their demands. It was just that doing so would go against Isha's original intention. In the past, it was just a matter of having no choice, but now that she had an emperor realm to rely on, why would she still want to suffer that insult? As the queen of the elf tribe, Isha wanted to protect every member of the elf tribe. The second rule is to deter this group of unruly heirs. Let them know that times are different from the past. The elves no longer needed to pander to them to please them. There were two methods of deterrence. Either using the doppelganger given by Lin Dong, or asking Lin Dong to appear in person. The doppelganger Isha did not want to use. That was something that could save her life at a critical moment. Since Lin Dong was still in the elf clan, it would be better to simply ask him to personally appear. After making up her mind, Isha quietly transmitted her voice to eBay behind her. eBay, go invite Lord Lin here and ask him to help deter these guys. Yes. Mother. eBay turned around and left after replying. Lin Dong resided in the Forbidden Land. He was also the first outsider to enter the elf clan's Forbidden Land. It could be seen how much the elf clan valued him. After eBay left, Isha then said loudly, "Everyone wait a moment. Soon I will give everyone an explanation." Chapter 1445, This person is unbeatable. Lin Dong resided on top of another high tower in the elf clan's Forbidden Land. There was nothing for him to do right now. Patiently waiting for the elf clan sacrificial ceremony to convene, he left after honoring his promise. He also went to the spirit cage realm when he was bored. Everything was functioning normally. The divine magnificence points were also growing. It didn't really matter if he was there or not. So he exited again. Opening the system panel, he looked at the divine magnificence points. 8,722,003,658 points. It was getting closer and closer to 10 million, just over a million points away. Once the divine magnificence points reached 10 million again, Lin Dong would be able to break through his physique and completely enter the ranks of the Heavenly Emperor class. Coupled with the split body technique, dozens of Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses were terrifying to think about. 99.9% of the 9th level civilizations in the universe would have to tremble under this power. Just as Lin Dong was pondering. Drip drip drip. The communicator rang. He opened it and took a look. Surprisingly, it was a message from Emperor Jiang. The content was simple. Lin Dong, have you arrived at the Spirit Land domain yet? The preparations have been completed. Emperor Ji is about to remodel her flesh. We need your help, come quickly. Lin Dong hurriedly replied back after reading it. Elder Emperor, I have arrived. It is in the 5 Elements continent. You guys wait a bit, I will come over soon. Not long after, Emperor Jiang returned again. Good. We'll be waiting for you. Lin Dong stood up and prepared to go bid farewell to Isha and Ebe. It seemed that he would not be able to attend the ritual ceremony. Emperor Ji's remodeling of her physical body was a heavenly matter, so he had to rush over there as soon as possible, and he had to make sure that it was flawless. He had already failed the first time. This time, it absolutely could not fail again. Otherwise, the damage to Empress Dowager's soul would be even more severe. Just as Lin Dong was about to move. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Who is it? Lin Dong asked. Brother Lin Dong, is it convenient for you? I have something to find you. Ebe said outside the door. Ebe, you wait for a moment. I will be right there. Lin Dong walked over and opened the door. Ebe stood outside the door playfully. What is it? Lindong asked. Brother Lindong, now that all the major power heirs have gathered together to put pressure on my elf clan, my mother wants you to go and help deter them. Isha returned. Living in the Forbidden Land, Lindong of course knew that outside the Forbidden Land, there were many people gathering. He had thought that it was to perform some kind of ritual before the sacrifice ceremony took place. It turned out that they were looking for trouble. Lindong thought to himself, it was just as well that he was about to leave, so he would take this opportunity to let the major forces in the Spirit Land domain know that the Elf clan had a powerful backer and did not dare to mess with them. This would also save himself a lot of trouble in the future. Otherwise, it would be too much of a waste of time if the Elf clan was endlessly troubled and could not be ignored. Good. Then we will go together. Lindong agreed in a single breath. Thank you, brother Lindong, Yi said joyfully. She was still afraid that Lindong would refuse. Silly girl, what is there to be thankful for? I have promised your mother that as long as I am around for one day, the Elf clan will always be under my shelter. In the future, if there is anything you need to do, just tell me, and I will definitely be the first to help you guys out. I know, brother Lindong. Yi had a smile on her face. Outside the Elf clan's Forbidden Land, time passed little by little. The heirs of the major powers gradually ran out of patience. It had always been others waiting for them. When had they ever waited for anyone? Queen Isha, what do you mean? What exactly do you want? If you don't give an explanation, we're going to charge in, and then don't blame everyone for not giving face to the Elf clan and trespassing on your Elf clan's Forbidden Land. That's it. We've waited for so long, how much longer do we have to wait? You know that outside, it's always been others who wait for us, this little elf clan of yours, to make so many people wait. What a great face. Isha was silent. Mainly because she didn't know what to say. So it could only remain silent. Seeing Isha not speaking, those heirs of the top powers were even more upset. When had they ever received this kind of treatment? Since the Elf clan doesn't give us face, there's no need for us to give face to the Elf clan. Everyone follow me in charge. I want to see what's so different about this Elf clan's Forbidden Land, and why they won't let us in. Go! Follow me, break into the Forbidden Land and grab the women. Speaking of the women of the Elf tribe, each and every one of them was like playing chicken blood. They began to continuously lean inside the Forbidden Land. The scene became more and more chaotic, and it looked like it was about to get out of control. Suddenly a huge to suffocating aura appeared and enveloped everyone. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, only to feel their bodies tremble as a chill went straight to the sky. The footsteps that were approaching the Forbidden Land also stopped. Some of those with low strength were directly scared out of their pants. Lindong appeared beside Isha with a silver-colored mask. His aim was to let all the forces in the Spirit Land domain know that the Elf clan had a powerful backer behind them and that showing up or not would not have an impact. It was better to keep a low profile if you could, lest you could be recognized even when walking down the road. The people from all the major powers locked their gazes on the masked man beside Isha. They could clearly feel that the terrifying aura enveloping them was emanating from this person. What a terrifying strength! Lindong just stood there motionless, yet he caused the entire scene to quieten down and a pin drop could be heard. This was the deterrent power of a strong person. Those guys who were originally clamoring to rush into the Forbidden Land did not dare to speak. Quietly hiding themselves. Thinking in their hearts, can't see me. Can't see me. Can't see me. Outside the Forbidden Land, at the end of the crowd, there were several young people. Just from the clothes on their bodies, one could tell that the identities of these few people were definitely not simple. They were not at all on the same level as those in front of them. They didn't go and squeeze with the others, just behind the line, silently looking at the crowd in front of them. Behind a few people, without exception, there was an old man. Anyone with a little insight knew that the old man was the protector of the several young people, and his strength could not be underestimated. The moment Lindong appeared, they all froze as well. The few young men had originally been a little unimpressed. However, when they heard the voice coming from the Tao protector behind them, they were completely shocked. The eyes that looked at Lindong were filled with incredulity. Although Lindong was wearing a mask. However, from Lindong's figure, this person was definitely not too old. The mask could only cover the face, but could not conceal the figure. Some people with poisonous eyes could even determine the approximate age range from the figure. Just now, the Tao protectors behind the several young men had all transmitted their voices to their masters. The tone was filled with deep gravity. Young master, keep a low profile. This person's strength is comparable to that of the old ancestor, he cannot be defeated. Chapter 1446, This Emperor Lindong. Outside the elf clan's forbidden land, time seemed to stand still. It had just been bustling with activity, but at this moment, it was silent. The people from all the major powers had their gazes on the masked man above the tall tower. They didn't even dare to breathe. Their hearts were even more horrified. Including the few heirs of the major powers that ranked in the top 10 of the Spirit Land domain were the same. They understood what the words of the protector behind them meant. Strength comparable to an old ancestor? Although there were quite a few old ancestors in their respective powers, the old ancestors that were truly recognized by everyone were only at the half-step emperor realm. In other words, the masked man that suddenly appeared on the high tower was a half-step emperor realm powerhouse. Several people glanced at each other. It was at this time that it dawned on them somewhat. Why did the elves dare to treat everyone like this? One had to know that a large portion of the forces of the Spirit Land domain could be gathered here. It turned out that they had a powerful backer. If the elf clan had a half-step emperor realm standing behind them, then the situation would be completely different. But would things really be that simple? I'm afraid that there was something else going on. Even if the elf clan had a half-step emperor realm as their backer, they shouldn't have offended so many forces at the same time. What exactly is the problem? Several of the heirs of the top 10 forces of the Spirit Land domain curiously sized up Lindong. In their hearts, they did not know what they were thinking. Even though they were shocked by Lindong's strength, they did not show a bit of fear. Each of the top 10 ranked forces in the Spiritual Lanes domain had more than one half-step emperor realm sitting in their ranks. The top 3 even amounted to several. The only ones that could make them feel afraid were the 5 Spirit Lantern Emperors. Time was passing by minute by minute. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a single sound. It had probably been standing like this for around 10 minutes before Lindong spoke. Whoever still wants to break into the Forbidden Land, stand out for me to see. Not a single person in the entire room dared to reply. As for those who started it, they had long since cowered in the corner and shivered. All don't dare to do so, right? Then I will say a few words. After saying this, Lindong looked around the room and continued, from today onwards, the elf clan will be sheltered by me. Whoever dares to infringe upon the elf clan without any reason is against me. At that time, don't blame me for being unsympathetic, and also go to your homes, and what kind of consequences it will ultimately result in, I can't guarantee it. The scene remained silent. Everyone sort of understood the reason why the elf clan dared to offend so many forces at the same time. At the far end of the group, one of the young men wanted to make a splash and was about to step forward to say a few words. A half-step emperor realm was just a half-step emperor realm. Could he still turn over the sky? He himself had 3 half-step emperor realm old ancestors. Would they be afraid of him alone? Only before he could speak, he was pressed on the shoulder by the old man behind him. The young man turned his head and looked uncertainly at his protector, only to see the other party gently shaking his head. Fifth grandfather, you have taught me from time to time that I should rise to the occasion in the face of difficulties and shouldn't retreat, as this would create a psychological shadow that would be detrimental to cultivation. The young man said softly. Young master, this person's strength is unfathomable. It's better for us to keep a low profile, otherwise once we anger the other party, we are no match at all, and we won't be able to escape even if we want to. The old man persuaded. He knew the character of his young master. He had been suppressed by the other heir in the family. It was not easy to come out, so he naturally wanted to make a splash and release the grievances that had been pent up in his heart for a long time. Fifth grandpa, do you think he dares to take a shot at me? I'm not afraid of 10,000, but I'm afraid of the unexpected. We can't afford to gamble. I don't believe it. He's just a half-step emperor realm, but my Tan family has 3 half-step emperor realm old ancestors sitting around. The old ancestors and the others aren't here. In case of a conflict, it's too late to try and rescue them. But I don't believe he dares to make a move against me. Several other young men turned their attention here. They then looked at their own Tao protectors. The answers they received as a result were all shaking their heads and not to act rashly. This was because in the aura that the masked man had just released, even a few of the old men felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. They did not want to go up against such a strong person, they were simply not on the same level. Right at this moment, Lin Dong's voice sounded once again. I know that you are all speculating about my identity. Since I am the backer of the elf clan, I will make a grand self-introduction here, so that you all can understand who stands behind the elf clan. Everyone listen carefully. Speaking here, Lin Dong's tone changed, and his voice, which contained spiritual power, struck deep within the hearts of the crowd. This Emperor Lin Dong, Spirit Lan Domain's 6th Emperor Realm powerhouse other than the 5 Spirit Lan Emperors, whoever feels that they have that strength to challenge me, feel free to come and mess with the elf clan to try it out, and I mind giving you all, as well as the forces behind you, a lesson that will last a lifetime. Boom! As Lin Dong's last word fell, a loud bang was emitted out of thin air in the sky. Everyone covered their chests and stared blankly at the masked man on the high tower. Emperor Realm? This person was actually an Emperor Realm? Wasn't there only the 5 Emperors of Spirit Lan and the Spirit Lan Domain? When did such an Emperor Realm powerhouse appear? The young man who was originally convincing his protector completely froze. His body was shivering non-stop. He was in fear, looking at his own protector of the Tao. With a trembling voice, he asked, "Fifth grandfather, is what he said true?" The old man who was called 5th grandfather nodded with a grave expression. At that instant just now, he had indeed felt a power that was even more massive than his own old ancestors. The old man who had once seen an Emperor Realm powerhouse from afar knew clearly in his heart. This person was definitely an Emperor Realm without a doubt. The Spirit Lan Domain was indeed a hidden tiger and dragon, actually hiding such an Emperor Realm. By the looks of it, he was still quite young. It was unknown which Emperor Realm Lord had cultivated him. Other than the 5 Emperors of Spirit Lan, I'm afraid that no power could cultivate an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Receiving an affirmative answer from his own protector, the young man could no longer hide his inner fear as his body went limp and collapsed to the ground. If it wasn't for his 5th grandfather stopping him in time, he had almost gone to contradict an Emperor Realm powerhouse. If he offended an Emperor Realm powerhouse, the 3 half-step Emperor Realm old ancestors of the Tan family wouldn't be able to protect him. As for the other few heirs next to him, their hearts were similarly fearful. For a moment, they had also thought about going up to say a few words, to make a splash and raise their prestige. Fortunately, they did not go. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how to die. In fact, in the hearts of the vast majority of people on the scene, there was no essential difference between a half-step Emperor Realm and an Emperor Realm, and their strength was too low to feel it. Regardless of whether it was a half-step Emperor Realm or an Emperor Realm, it was crushing to them. There were only a few Tao protectors who had come into contact with the half-step Emperor Realm that could feel some difference. When facing an Emperor Realm powerhouse, the pressure was naturally even greater. No question arose in the hearts of the crowd regarding what Lin Dong had said. Ever since the 5 Spirit Lan Emperors had shown over the entire Spirit Lan domain, no one had dared to call themselves this Emperor, unless one truly had Emperor Realm strength. Otherwise, it was purely an act of seeking death. Chapter 1447, Subverting Cognition. Lin Dong looked at the crowd below who were still in shock and thought that the matter of the elf clan should almost come to an end here. I believe that in the future, no ungrateful force would dare to mess with the elf clan. They can also enjoy the leisure. Ringing. A sudden ringing sound broke the original calm. Lin Dong looked down and realized that it was his own communicator ringing. Upon seeing that it was Emperor Jiang who had called him, he could not help but be stunned. The other party had just contacted him not long ago and now he was coming again, so there must be something urgent. Could it be that Di Yuan had appeared? Without being able to think too much, Lin Dong immediately connected. A silhouette appeared in the air. It was none other than Di Jiang, the leader of the 5 Spirit Lan Emperors. Lin Dong. There is news from Di Yuan, come quickly. As soon as he connected, Di Jiang's voice came out impatiently. Good. Senior Emperor Jiang, wait a moment. I will be right over. Lin Dong replied. Ha? What are you wearing a mask for? Emperor Jiang couldn't help but ask, when he realized that Lin Dong was wearing a silver-colored mask. Nothing. It's fun to wear. Lin Dong replied back. Who is this next to you? Emperor Jiang saw that standing beside Lin Dong was the elf queen Isha. This is my friend, the queen of the elves, Isha. Lin Dong introduced. The elf clan? It seems like there is indeed such a race in the spirit Lan domain. It's been too long since I paid attention to it, I don't quite remember it. The elf race is located on the Five Elements continent, and I am also on the Five Elements continent, Elder Di Jiang. Soon I'll rush over immediately after I'm done with my business here. Good. I'll be waiting for you then, try to be as quick as possible. Understood. The call between the two was short. Yet, it was clearly heard by all present. That old man was Emperor Jiang, the leader of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan, right? Of the 5 emperors, the strongest and most qualified. If everyone had just been wondering about Lin Dong's identity, there was no need to do so now. It was definitely related to Lord Emperor Jiang. It might be that Lord Emperor Jiang had cultivated him. Lord Lin. Lin. That person just now was Lord Di Jiang? Elf Queen Isha asked dumbfounded. N. It is precisely one of the 5 Spirit Lan emperors, Senior Ti Jiang. Lin Dong nodded his head. Is it really? Really Lord Di Jiang? Not only did he. His elder ask me? He also said that he remembers that there is such a race as the elf clan in the Spirit Lan domain. He actually remembers the elves? That's nothing to be surprised about, right? Lin Dong was a little speechless. As for being so exaggerated? Lord Lin. Lin, you are unaware that Lord Di Jiang he. Isha was somewhat incoherent. Di Jiang was the head of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan, the guardian god of the Spirit Lan domain, and the most worshipped idol in the hearts of everyone in the Spirit Lan domain. It was like a god. Anyone who could meet him once would definitely have enough to brag for the rest of their lives. Ding bell. The untimely sound rang once again. Lin Dong took a look and it was his communicator again. After connecting it, a beautiful silhouette appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Who was it if it wasn't the Empyrean G of the soul body? Although the soul body would have many limitations, they were all embodied in secret arts. Something as simple as a communicator could still be used. As soon as she appeared, Taiji saw a masked man. Despite wearing a silver mask, Empyrean G instantly recognized Lin Dong. One had to know that she had once been in Lin Dong's arms every moment and minute. How could she not be able to tell the difference? Big brother. Elder Di Jiang has sent a message that Di Yuan has appeared. Where are you? Di Ji asked anxiously. I am in the 5 Elements continent. I will come over soon, you guys wait for me. Lin Dong returned. Why don't you just not come? I'm afraid of. Tuan, don't be afraid. With Big Brother here, no one will be able to harm you. I promise. Lin Dong comforted. N. I believe you. Empyrean G nodded her head. It was at this time that she saw a woman next to Lin Dong. And this woman was the most feminine that DG had ever seen. Regardless of her figure or face, she was considered to be of the highest quality. Especially the pair of pointed ears added a different kind of flavor. Big brother, this sister is? DG asked curiously. Although she had lived for a long time, because of her experience in the spirit cage realm, it made DG feel like she had returned to her childhood. Her previous high and cold personality had also undergone a considerable transformation. The Empyrean G of the past would not have been able to call out the words Big Brother. This showed that the experience of the spirit cage realm had a very strong impact on DG. She was also willing to accept such a change. Of course. This change would only occur when facing Lin Dong. In front of other people, she was still the same high and cold Empress Dowager. It was just that the Empress D did not realize that there were countless people behind her, who were looking at her with a demented expression. Lin Dong did not feel anything. In his eyes, Empress DG was just Tuan, a little girl. There was nothing wrong with calling Queen Isa as her elder sister. This is my friend, Queen Isha of the Elf Clan. Lin Dong introduced once again. The elven race ah. What a beautiful sister. Empyrean G complimented. Tuan, you go and rejoin Elder Di Jiang now, I'll rush over soon after I've dealt with the matters here. Good. We'll be waiting for you then. The call between the two ended here. However, those present were still in a state of stupor. After a while, Isha asked, Lin-sama, what was that just now? You don't recognize the Empress? Lin Dong asked in return. He felt that since the Spirit Lan 5 emperors were so famous in the Spirit Lan domain, it should be impossible for everyone not to recognize them. Recognize. I just didn't expect that Lord Empress Ji would call me sister. Her age can be too much older than me. From a young age, I grew up listening to the legends of Lord Empress Ji, dreaming that one day in the future, I would also become as big as Lord Empress Ji, who is also a role model for all the women of the Spirit Lan domain. Lin Dong thought for a moment and explained, Empress Ji had a small accident that caused her heart to change quite a bit, so you can just treat her as a little girl for the time being. So that's how it is. Isha seemed to understand. If Lin Dong's call with Di Jian was still normal, then the conversation between him and Empyrean was simply a complete reversal of the perception in everyone's mind. The only female among the 5 Spirit Lan emperors, the Empress Yuji, was actually of this kind of little girl's temperament? And calling Lin Dong as Big Brother? Big brother, right. Or brother would be fine. Big brother sounds a bit. With only 2 calls, Lin Dong had lifted the veil of mystery from the 5 Spirit Lan emperors, and what was displayed in front of everyone was the truest side of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. It turned out that Emperor Realm lords also had an unknown side. It's no different from ordinary people. In fact, the 5 Spirit Lan emperors were also human beings, only their strength was stronger. But they also climbed up from the bottom step by step. No one was born into the Emperor Realm. Chapter 1448, Divine Tree Sap. With Lin Dong, an Emperor Realm powerhouse, as a deterrent, the people from all the major forces obediently went back and quietly waited for the Elf Clan sacrificial ceremony to take place. At the same time, they also transmitted what had happened here back to their clans as it was. There was bound to be a major earthquake in the Spirit Lan domain next. In addition to the 5 Spirit Lan emperors, another Emperor Realm powerhouse had popped up in the Spirit Lan domain. This was no small matter. It was just that none of this had anything to do with Lin Dong. He was bidding farewell to Elf Queen Isha and Elf Princess Ebe. Brother Lin Dong, you are leaving now? Ebe asked reluctantly. You guys have heard it, Elder Di Jiang is looking for me for something. I have to rush over immediately, I won't be attending the ritual ceremony, sorry. Lin Dong replied back. Lord Lin, don't say that. You have already helped us too much. If it wasn't for you, my elf clan would have been living humbly and would never have a day to come out. We elf clan can't repay your kindness. This is the elf forest's speciality, the water of life. I hope that it can be useful to you. Please also accept it. Isha said as she handed Lin Dong a palm-sized gourd. Although this thing looked small, like the space stone, it was hidden with a hint of space laws inside and could hold liquids much larger than its own capacity. Miss Isha is too polite. The water of life is of great use to you guys, but it's not of much use to me, so you might as well keep it. It will be able to serve a greater purpose that way, and I've already taken the elf clan's inherited divine buff from you, that's enough. Lin Dong refused. As a half-step heavenly emperor-level powerhouse, the water of life was indeed of little use to him. Even if he was injured, the recovery speed of an Emperor Realm flesh body was much faster than taking the water of life. Lord Lin, how can a broken bow offset the help you've given us? This is a small token of appreciation from our elf clan, please do not reject it, otherwise we really do not know how to repay your kindness, or else you should say a request that our elf clan can do, otherwise we will feel uneasy in our hearts. Lin Dong saw Isha's resolute attitude and knew that the other party would not feel at ease if he did not accept it. As for the request, did he have anything that the elf clan could help with? There didn't seem to be any, right? No. At this time, Lin Dong suddenly thought. He had been searching for a treasure that could restore his essence blood. He had not been able to find it in the Star Void realm. Was there any in the Spirit Lan domain? About to face off against the Heavenly Emperor level Di Yuan, Lin Dong knew that his strength was insufficient, and the split art was his biggest card. And the split body technique required essence blood to support it. Essence blood was not like ordinary blood. Once it was overused and could not be made to recover, the body was subject to problems. Thus, Lin Dong asked, since Miss Isha said so, then I will not be polite, I do need a treasure, I wonder if you have it here, or do you know where it is? Tell me the whereabouts and I can go fetch it myself. With his status as an Emperor Realm powerhouse, as long as the Spirit Land domain had treasures that could restore Essence Blood, there was nothing he couldn't obtain. If the elves did not know about it. When Lin Dong met the Emperor River, he would still have to ask the other party. This item was of great use to him. It was also necessary to deal with Di Yuan. Please speak, Lord Lin. As long as the elf clan has it, no matter what it is, you can just take it. Isha hurriedly replied. I need treasures that can restore my flesh and blood. I wonder if Miss Isha has any? Lin Dong asked with a hint of anticipation. Treasures that restored essence blood? Isha fell into deep thought. Essence blood was a very important thing for the human body, but to say that there were not too many treasures that could restore essence blood. The main reason was that essence blood was not easy to lose, so the number of people who needed to use it was very few and far between. With the low demand, naturally, not many people would venture out to look for it. However, since Lin Dong needed it, Isha of course had to be cautious. In her mind, she carefully recalled whether the elf clan had any such treasures. Not to mention, it really made Isha think of something. In another forbidden area of the elf clan, there was a super huge divine tree. It was called the Tree of the World by the elves. There was a small groove inside the divine tree that formed a drop of divine tree sap every year. Regarding the role of the divine tree sap, the elves had never fully understood it. Apart from being able to produce blood quickly, it didn't seem to have any other effects. In other words, it could be used as a holy medicine for healing. When an injury resulted in excessive blood loss, one would only need to take a single drop, and the blood would immediately be completely replenished. That the divine tree sap could only be used to heal wounds was something the elves didn't quite believe. However, they firmly believed that what the divine tree produced must be an extraordinary treasure, so they collected it. After so many years, they had also accumulated quite a lot. Ordinary blood could recover, so essence blood should work as well, right? Isha hadn't taken the divine tree sap and didn't quite understand its exact effects. Lord Lin, our elf clan does have a divine tree sap that can instantly restore lost ordinary blood, but whether or not essence blood can be restored needs to be verified by you personally. Isha decided to take it out and try it out. She did not want to miss the opportunity that could help Lin Dong. Really? Lin Dong asked in surprise. He had originally just asked casually, but he did not expect the elves to really have it. There is. How effective it is, I cannot guarantee it. Isha had previously taken a precaution. Miss Isha, take it out and I'll know if I try it. Lin Dong couldn't wait to ask. Since he had learned the split body technique, he had used up quite a bit of his essence and blood. Although it did not have any effect on his body for the time being. However, once he fought with Emperor Abyss, he would definitely need more essence blood and it would be troublesome in case it affected his body at that time. It would be best to be able to replenish the essence blood before fighting with Emperor Abyss. Then, Lord Lin, wait a moment. I'll go fetch it right now. Isha turned her head to Ibe after she finished speaking. Ibe, you stay with Lord Lin, I'll be right there. Yes, mother. Ibe replied. Isha then left to fetch the divine tree sap, leaving only Lin Dong and Ibe behind. Brother Lin Dong, you promised me that you would come to the elf forest again sometime in the future. Do not go back on your promise. Ibe looked at Lin Dong with unwillingness in her eyes. When she was in the spirit cage realm, after being saved by Lin Dong, she had already developed a trace of affection towards Lin Dong. However, due to her identity as the princess of the elf clan, she had always buried it in the deepest recesses of her heart and did not dare to express it. Now that Lin Dong's true identity was exposed, Ibe knew that the gap between herself and the other party was hidden even deeper. Ibe, you can rest assured. The Elven Forest is such a beautiful place. When I have finished with all my business, I will definitely come to live here for a while, so don't be too annoyed by then. Lin Dong smiled and joked. It won't be, brother Lin Dong. As long as you come, our entire elf clan will warmly welcome you. You are a great benefactor to our elf clan. It's too late to thank you. How could it be annoying? Ibe hurriedly explained. I'm just kidding. Then we have a deal. It's a deal. Chapter 1449, Gift Giving. Soon Isha came back in a hurry. She didn't dare to keep an Emperor Realm powerhouse waiting for too long. In her hand, she held the same palm-sized gourd. Lord Lin, this is the divine tree sap produced by a divine tree in the Elven Forest. There's only one drop per year, and over the years, the Elven clan has only been able to save these. All of them are here for you. I hope they can be useful to you. Isha finished speaking and handed the gourd in her hand to Lin Dong. Thank you, Ms. Isha. Lin Dong took it and directly took a sip without even thinking about it. He was not afraid of any side effects. After all, he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse. I am afraid that there are not many things that could cause discomfort to the flesh of the Emperor Realm. After drinking it, Lin Dong began to carefully feel the changes in his body. The blood began to boil. It seemed to be in excitement. The body was also gradually turning red. Fresh blood was constantly appearing. Lin Dong focused his attention on his heart area. Whether or not new essence blood could be produced there quickly was the most important thing. If the body was allowed to recover the essence blood on its own, the speed would be very slow and Lin Dong could not wait that long. Time was rapidly passing. A few moments later, a smile suddenly appeared on Lin Dong's face. His essence blood had recovered. It had reached a full state. In other words, the essence blood used during this period of time had all been restored at this moment. Such a result caused Lin Dong to be overjoyed. It was really the case that when one planted a flower with a good intention, a willow without a good intention would turn into a shade. An unintentional remark had not held much hope. As a result, it gave Lin Dong a big surprise. With this gourd of divine tree liquid, there is no need to worry about the problem of essence and blood loss in the future. The elves had really come to the right place this time. Not only did they obtain the archery bow, one of the 3 divine artifacts required for the system to evolve, but they also waited for the divine tree sap that restored their essence blood. This place was simply its own blessed land. Well, Lord Lin? Is there any effect? Isha asked softly when she saw Lin Dong reveal a smile. Bei also stared closely at Lin Dong. Of course she was hoping that the elves would be able to help Lin Dong. It's done. Thank you, Ms. Isha. This divine tree sap can indeed restore essence blood and the effect is not ordinary. Lin Dong happily said back. Really? Lord Lin is not comforting us? Isha continued to pursue. Of course not. The divine tree sap can indeed restore essence blood. It is exactly what I have been searching for a long time. I did not expect to get it here from you, Ms. Isha. I have to thank you. Lin Dong said seriously. After obtaining the divine tree sap, Lin Dong could completely put his heart down and have a good fight with Emperor Yuan. He would like to see whether he, a half-step heavenly emperor, could defeat a true heavenly emperor level powerhouse. If 10 don't work, then 20, 30. Or even more. The 6th order split art was sufficient to summon 81 split bodies of equal strength. Even if there was a huge gap between a half-step heavenly emperor level and a heavenly emperor level. Lin Dong also did not believe that the entire 81 humongous half-step heavenly emperor grade could not defeat a single emperor abyss. It really works? Isha was still somewhat unconvinced. She felt that it might be Lin Dong comforting himself. Useful. It is too useful. To others, it might not be of much use, but to me, it is simply an unrivaled treasure. Lin Dong said excitedly. Looking at Lin Dong's excited expression, Isha's heart finally fell. She was afraid that Lin Dong would not be able to look at the things of the elf clan. After all, he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse. What treasures had he not seen before? What the elf clan could hold in their hands was the inheritance divine bow and the water of life. The water of life was not something that people could look at, so it was good that the divine tree sap was useful. It's good that Lord Lin likes it. I'm relieved then. Isha breathed a sigh of relief. Ms. Isha, thank you. In the future, the elf clan will be my Lin Dong's best friend. As long as I am around for a day, I guarantee that no one will dare to violate the elf clan, not even the Emperor Realm. Lin Dong said solemnly. Lord Lin, the ones who should say thank you are us. Not only did you help us avenge our great hatred, but you also helped the elf clan to stand up completely without having to curry favor with other forces. Such kindness, our elf clan will always remember it in our hearts. Oops. Mother, brother Lin Dong, you two should stop being polite. Since you are all friends, isn't it right to help each other? Bei couldn't help but interrupt the two from the side. Ha ha. Bei is right. Friends, well. It's only right to help each other. Let's all stop being polite. Lin Dong laughed. He was truly happy. The trip to the elf clan had completely solved his worries. The Heavenly Emperor level D Yuan. Just wait to be abused by his own doppelganger. Even if 81 doppelgangers, Emperor Yuan could carry through. What about another 80? After a doppelganger dissipated, it was possible to immediately consume another drop of essence blood to make up for it. In other words, as long as Emperor Yuan was unable to directly second the 81 bilocations, he would then deal with Lin Dong's main body. There would be a constant stream of split bodies appearing. Even if they were tired, they would tire out Empyrean. The key was that with the divine tree sap that replenished his essence blood, Lin Dong no longer had to worry about the essence blood deficit. Isha also smiled along with him, with Lin Dong supporting behind him. The rise of the elf clan was unstoppable. One day, they would also grow to become one of the topmost forces in the Spirit Land domain. Both sides had gotten what they wanted, a complete win-win situation. Miss Isha. Since the Winged Man clan is your elf clan's archenemy, and has done so many heavily angered things, then before I leave, let me give you another gift. After Lin Dong finished speaking, without waiting for the two to reply, the scene under his feet suddenly appeared to change. By the time mother and daughter Isha and he came back to their senses, they were already in an unfamiliar environment surrounded by thick fog. Lord Lin, what is here? Isha asked in confusion. This is above the misty forest, and below is the lair of the Winged Man race. Lin Dong returned. What? Above the misty forest? Isha was shocked. A moment ago, they were still in the elven forest, and after just an instant, Lin Dong had brought them, mother and daughter, to the misty forest, the lair of the Winged Man clan. The strength of an Emperor Realm powerhouse was indeed as terrifying as it was. Lord Lin, what are we doing here? Last time, the ones who were scrapped were only a portion of the Winged Man clan's elite. This time I'm scrapping all of their strongest, and then dispersing this dense fog that shrouds the misty forest. In the future, you can oversee the Winged Man clan at any time, and exterminate any strongest that appears, so that they can atone for their actions. Isha and Ebe brightened up at the same time. As long as the Winged People race had no more strongmen, and the misty forest had no more dense fog, then in the future, wouldn't the Winged People clan be at the mercy of the Elf clan? Lord Lin. Lin, how is this? This good? It's too much trouble for you. Isha was a bit overwhelmed with excitement. It's nothing troublesome. It's just a matter of raising my hand. It won't take much time. Chapter 1450, Setting a Bloodline Prohibition. The three of them stood above the misty forest. The dense fog around them could affect Isha and Ibe's vision, but it could not affect Lin Dong. He could clearly see that below was the lair of the winged human race. Many winged people were surging. The winged people also seemed to be unaffected. These mists were strange. The elven forest and the misty forest were only separated by a river, yet the two sides were very different. Lin Dong was also too lazy to pay attention to this. He took a breath and spat out a word from his mouth. Disperse. Buzz. With Lin Dong as the center, a massive force spread out. The surrounding fog quickly dissipated as if it had encountered some natural enemy. In just a few moments, the dense fog that had enveloped the misty forest disappeared without a trace. The original appearance of the misty forest was revealed. Since this place had always been shrouded in mist, it was difficult for sunlight to penetrate in. Therefore, the vegetation growing in the misty forest was obviously much worse than the elven forest, as if it was malnourished. The dissipation of the fog also made the winged people living in the misty forest, as well as other animals, feel a bit confused. It was like a person who had adapted to the darkness and was suddenly hit by sunlight. It was very uncomfortable. It was also very uncomfortable. At this time, Lin Dong's voice suddenly rang out. What the winged human race has done is against the heavenly Tao. Today is the time for you to atone for your actions. From now on, I will seal the cultivation of the winged human race, and in the future, no matter how hard you try, you will never be able to reach the eternal realm. After speaking, Lin Dong waved his hand. A golden rune appeared in the air and then transformed into dots of starlight, entering the winged human race's bodies and integrating into their bloodline before they could react. The winged human race whose strength was less than the eternal realm didn't have much of a reaction. And any winged human race powerhouse above the eternal realm spat out a mouthful of essence blood after the starlight entered their bodies. The body instantly became shriveled. Strength also declined at an extremely rapid rate. In just a few seconds, they fell below the eternal realm. One looked up at the sky in bewilderment. There were 2 women, 1 man, and 3 figures there. The person who had just spoken was clearly that man. Although they had yet to figure out what was going on. But there was already a guess in their hearts. The patriarch had not long ago traveled to the elven forest with the majority of the Winged Man clan's elite, preparing to intercept the elves who were collecting the water of life. So far, he has not returned. Now there was a strong enemy coming. It is obvious. The patriarch and the others have met with misfortune. But didn't the clan chief go to stop the elf clan? Why would he have incurred such a powerful enemy? Your clan chief has been captured and is undergoing trial. He will pay the price for his actions. As for you accomplices, I will let you off the hook once for now. However, capital offenses can be waived, but living offenses are hard to escape. The winged race's bloodline seal will last for tens of thousands of years, and during these tens of thousands of years, you will be trapped and die under the eternal realm. After Lindong finished speaking, he did not even give the winged human race time to react. He took mother and daughter Isha and Ibe with him and disappeared over the misty forest. A few moments later, one of the clan elders of the Winged People clan looked up to the sky and sighed. Sins. Sins. Without the eternal realm, how can my Winged People clan survive in the spirit land domain? Is this heaven trying to kill my winged human clan? Some of the Winged People race that had fallen from above the eternal realm began to desperately push their bodies, wanting to retrieve their strength. However, it was useless. The eternal realm was right in front of them, but there was a gate blocking the way, and no matter how hard they tried to push, the gate did not move. Finished. It's all over. All the winged people who were above the eternal realm all collapsed to the ground. They could not accept the fact that their strength had fallen below the eternal realm. The fallen strength was also accompanied by a decrease in lifespan. Only when one reached the eternal realm could one have a lifespan of 1 epoch. Now that their strength had fallen, everyone could clearly feel that they were rapidly aging. It wouldn't be long before they died. Countless earth-shattering cries resounded throughout the entire misty forest. None of this had anything to do with Lindong anymore. At this moment, the 3 of them returned to the elf clan. Miss Isha, I have dispersed the mist of the misty forest and planted a bloodline seal on the winged human race. Even the winged human race with the greatest talent will not be able to break through the eternal realm barrier, so in the future, you can also rest assured that the winged human race will no longer be able to threaten you. Lindong opened his mouth and said, Thank you, Lord Lin. Thank you, brother Lindong. Mother and daughter Isha thanked at the same time. No need to be polite. It's all just some small things that you can do with your hands. If you guys need anything in the future, feel free to have eBay contact me. As long as it's within my ability and doesn't go against the original principle, I'll do my best to fulfill it. Alright, we know, Lord Lin. That's good. Elder T. Jiang still has important matters waiting for me, so I'll leave first. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lord Lin. Have a safe trip. Goodbye, brother Lindong. Safe journey. Under the unwilling gazes of the 2, Lindong left the elven forest. A long time after he had left, Ebe was still standing in the same spot, staring blankly at the spot where he had just stood. Isha looked at her daughter like this and couldn't help but remind her, Ugh. Ebe, don't think about it. You're not from the same world. Mother, I know. Brother Lindong is an Emperor Realm powerhouse, and I'm afraid that in the entire Spirit Land domain, only Lord Empress Ji is worthy of him. Ibe said in a low voice. It's good that you know. Did you see the tone of voice and the look in Lord DG's eyes when she was with Lord Lin? Judging by my intuition, the relationship between these 2 is definitely not ordinary. Of course it's not ordinary. Normal people either address each other as brother or elder brother. Lord DG, however, addresses brother Lindong as big brother. It's obvious that there's a story between them, alright. Ibe, whether Lindong is interested in you or not, forget about it. How can Lord DG's man allow other women to spy on him? If you are obsessed, it's no different from a moth to a flame. Mother, stop it, I am self-aware. How dazzling is Lord DG? How can I, a small woman, be compared to that? Let's go. Let's lead a walk to the Winged People clan and take back all the resources they have taken from my elf clan all these years, and by the way, let them know that if they want to continue living in the future, they can only submit to my elf clan. Fury surged in Isha's eyes. She naturally hated the winged man race to the bone. However, since Lin Dong had already placed a bloodline seal on them, making it impossible for the winged human race to break through the eternal realm for tens of thousands of years. It could be said that the winged human race was completely unthreatening, thus the elf clan would not drive them to extinction. Keeping them alive would be worse than dying. Good. Mother, let's go. The two then took some of the elf race's elites and headed to the misty forest. Without the mist blocking their vision, they quickly arrived at the winged man race's lair. The winged people clan had no more strong individuals above the eternal realm, and the elves had them completely under control without any effort. Chapter 1451 Appearance. Somewhere in the Spirit Land domain, there was a luxurious palace floating in the void. Inside the palace, 4 people sat together. They were Emperor Jiang, Emperor Ji, Emperor Yao, Emperor Shan, and Lin Dong, who had just arrived. Looking at the 4 emperors among the 5 emperors of Linglan, Lin Dong landed his gaze on Emperor Yao and Emperor Shan. There was no need to mention the Empress Ji, and he had also seen Emperor Jiang. Only these two had not seen them before. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun were similarly sizing up Lin Dong curiously. How many years had it been since a new Emperor Realm powerhouse had appeared in the Spirit Land domain? Hundreds of epochs were there, right? I did not expect that one would actually appear out of nowhere now. Could it be that he had come to fill the position of the Emperor Abyss? Come. Let me introduce each other, Lin Dong. These two are Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun. After saying that, Emperor Jiang looked at Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun again and continued, "This is the Lin Dong that I told you about." "Hello, 2 seniors." Lin Dong got up and politely shouted. Elder brother Lin does not need to be so polite. What senior or not, just address him directly by his name. Only Di Jian here is a senior, we are all juniors. Di Yao said with a smile. Right. Senior Emperor Jiang is the only senior. It's fine for us to be equals. Di Shan added. Then I'd better address the 2 elder brothers. Lin Dong said after some thought. That's fine too. Just don't call out any seniors anyway, it sounds weird. After the 3 of them met for the first time and chatted briefly, Lin Dong went straight to the point and asked towards Di Jiang, Senior Di Jiang, you said that the Emperor Abyss has appeared, where is it? The remaining 3 also cast inquiring gazes. They all knew about the news of Di Yuan's appearance, they just didn't know where it was or if it had gone berserk. Emperor Abyss was severely injured during the destruction of the Ultra Armament clan. He should be somewhere recuperating from his injuries during this period of time. After the Ultra Armament clan was destroyed, a huge black hole appeared. I sent my people to monitor the place, and not long ago I received news that Emperor Abyss seemed to have been seen appearing in the black hole. Di Jiang explained. Did he storm out then? Lin Dong asked again. I don't know. Emperor Jiang shook his head. The people he had sent to spy on him had only seen a silhouette in the black hole that was suspected to resemble Di Yuan. None of them were sure yet. What do we do now? Go directly to the place where we saw Di Yuan and look for him? Lin Dong was now eager to try out how strong a heavenly emperor level powerhouse really was. Could his own 81 doppelgangers be able to defeat them? If he could not beat it, he would have to find a way to quickly get more than 1,000,000 divine magnificence points and raise his physique to the heavenly emperor level before he could do so. When Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun heard Lin Dong's words, they looked at each other as if they were looking at idiots. What had they heard? This kid actually said that he was going to find Emperor Yuan? It was really a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Di Yuan was an actual heavenly emperor level powerhouse, not even senior Emperor Jiang was an opponent? Once he goes berserk, no one will be able to defeat him. He's a newcomer to the Emperor realm, and he's going to find Emperor Yuan? Where did he get the confidence? Both Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun felt that Lin Dong was afraid that his brain was not very good. Otherwise, he definitely would not have said something like going out to find Emperor Abyss. Let's not worry about Emperor Abyss for now. As long as he has not caused damage to the Spirit Land domain, don't mess with him. The Emperor Abyss who has fused the dual personalities is not the same Emperor Abyss as before. The most important thing for us to do now is to help Empress Ji remake her physical body. The soul body is too much of a limitation for Empress Ji. Di Jiang said. Good. Then let's not look for Di Yuan for the time being and restore Tuan Tuan's physical body. Lin Dong nodded his head. After obtaining the divine tree sap that could replenish his essence blood, he was so eager to try out the combat power of the Heavenly Emperor level that he almost forgot about helping DG remodel her physical body. Tuan Tuan? Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun froze when they heard this name. Did it mean DG? When did DG change her name to Tuan Tuan? There were many puzzles in the hearts of the two. They could see that both Emperor Jiang and Emperor Ji were familiar with Lin Dong. They had not heard of such an emperor realm even before they could? It was as if it had appeared out of nowhere. What about you guys? Any comments? Emperor Jian looked towards Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun. No opinions. Everything is at the disposal of Elder Emperor Jiang. The 2 days said at the same time. Good. Then everyone will come with me. Let's help Emperor Ji remodel her physical body first. I have already finished arranging the formation, Lin Dong. Later on, I will teach you how to maintain the operation of the formation. It must not be interrupted, otherwise, once the formation stops operating, the remodeling of the physical body will fail, and at that time, Empress Dowager's soul will once again suffer from a severe trauma. Emperor Jiang said seriously. Understood. The three replied at the same time. Thank you all. Emperor Ji spoke. A special planet had an extremely complicated formation laid down by Emperor Jiang. At the center of the planetary formation, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. It was none other than the soul body, DG. Now she was about to welcome her second remodeling of her physical body. The first time the remodeling failed, it caused a considerable amount of damage to Empress Ji's soul. If she failed again this time, the consequences would be even more severe than the first time. Outside the planet, Di Jiang, Lin Dong, Di Yao, and Di Shun were trying to adjust themselves. There was nothing wrong with Di Jiang and Lin Dong. The main thing was that Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun's injuries had not yet healed and they needed to prepare themselves. Lin Dong. There is no problem in keeping the formation running according to the way I taught you, right? Emperor Zhang's voice pierced through the void and reached Lin Dong's ears. Don't worry, Elder Emperor Jiang. There is absolutely no problem at all. Lin Dong said with confidence. Good then. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun, what about you two? How are the preparations going? Elder Emperor Jiang, we are ready. We can start any time. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun replied at the same time. Very well. I believe you all know that the first time Emperor Ji remodeled her physical body, it was destroyed by the Soul Eaters and the Ultra Armament clan, resulting in serious damage to Emperor Ji's soul. This time, the Soul Eaters and the Ultra Armament clan will not show up again, so there is no reason for us to fail. Understood. The three returned together. Then let's start now. Emperor Jiang finished and bellowed. Rise. Then the formation on the planet activated. A beam of light appeared and shot into the void. With 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses, there would not be too much of a problem in maintaining the formation under normal circumstances. Especially with the presence of 2 half-step Heavenly Emperors, Di Jiang and Lin Dong. Time was passing little by little. Soon Empyrean's physical body remodeling was already 90% complete. During the process, apart from Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun who had not yet recovered from their injuries and were a little weak, they did not encounter any other problems, not to mention that no one came to mess with them. Both Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun were a little shocked when they saw how easy it was for Lin Dong. Although they had not yet recovered from their injuries, they were both ancient emperor-level powerhouses. How could Lin Dong have such a strong accumulation when he was only at the beginning of the Emperor realm? A question could not help but arise in the hearts of both of them. Was this brat really only at the beginning of the Emperor realm? I am afraid that it is not that simple. After this time when all the matters were over, they would have to find an opportunity to ask properly. Just when everyone thought that this reshaping of Emperor Ji's physical body was about to come to a successful end. An aura that was familiar to the 4 of them, Emperor Jiang, Emperor Ji, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Shun, and that was huge to the extreme, suddenly descended. The 4 were simultaneously startled in their hearts. They knew that it was Di Yuan who had arrived. Chapter 1452 Arrival of Emperor Abyss. Lin Dong was concentrating on maintaining the operation of the formation, as it was a major event concerning the remodeling of Tuan Tuan's fleshly body. He also had to be in high spirits and absolutely did not allow any accidents to occur. Suddenly, an unfamiliar and massive aura appeared, causing Lin Dong's body to freeze. he immediately guessed the identity of the visitor. There was only one person in the Spirit Lan domain who could crush him in terms of aura, and that was the Heavenly Emperor level Di Yuan. Originally, he had wanted to wait until he had helped Tuan Tuan remodel his flesh before searching for Di Yuan, but he did not expect the other party to come directly to his door. It was still at this critical moment. Without waiting for Lin Dong to return to his senses, Di Yuan's voice sounded in his ears. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Lin Dong followed the voice and looked. He only saw that a man had appeared not far away at an unknown time and was staring at him. It was worthy of being a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse. Even though he was concentrating on maintaining the operation of the formation, he was able to silently lean so close. Only a Heavenly Emperor level could do so. At the first sight of Di Yuan, Lin Dong knew that he was not his opponent. Without the use of the split technique, even if he exhausted all his means, he would not be able to defeat his opponent. Between a half-step Heavenly Emperor and a true Heavenly Emperor, it appeared that there was only a half-step, but in reality, there was a huge difference. Other than a perverted heaven-defying secret art like the split art, the means that could make up for this gap were, I'm afraid, rare in the entire universe. You are one of the 5 Spirit Lan Emperors, Emperor Yuan, right? Lin Dong did not reply but instead asked a rhetorical question. I will ask again, who are you? Why are you here? Emperor Yuan repeated his question. Who I am is not important. As for why you are here, can't you see? Of course it's to remodel Emperor Yan's flesh. This is my position. What qualifications do you have to be here? Lin Dong suddenly laughed, just as he was about to reply. A voice interjected and interrupted the two. Di Yuan, don't mess around, this is the most crucial time for Empress Ji to remodel her flesh. Once an accident occurs and causes the remodeling of her flesh to fail, Empress Ji's soul will once again suffer a heavy trauma, and the consequences will be even worse than the last time, and I'm sure that you don't want to see such a result either. The one who spoke was Di Jiang. The moment Di Yuan arrived, he knew that things were in trouble. If he was not careful, this time, Emperor Yan's physical body remodeling would probably fail again. Di Yuan, who had fused the dual personalities, was no longer the same Di Yuan they knew so well. It had become very prone to berserking. Previously, he had even tried to kill himself in order to obtain the whereabouts of Emperor Yan Ji. From that time onwards, Di Jiang knew Di Yuan had completely changed. At this moment, seeing an unfamiliar man taking his place and remodeling Di Ji's flesh for him, of course, Di Yuan couldn't accept such a result. It might already be teetering on the edge of going berserk. In order to stop Di Yuan from going berserk, Di Jiang could only bring up Di Ji. This was also the only person he cared about. As expected, upon hearing Di Jiang's words, Di Yuan shifted his gaze away from Lin Dong and turned his head towards the planet where Di Ji was. It was as if he saw Emperor Yan Ji who was recovering her physical body. Silence. Boundless silence. Di Yuan did not speak. It just stood there silently. Thinking that he had spoken to Di Yuan, Di Jiang grabbed the time to speed up the formation with all his might. Hopefully, he could restore Emperor Yan's physical body as soon as possible before saying anything. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun, on the other hand, didn't dare to let out a single fart. The pressure that the Heavenly Emperor-level Di Yuan gave them was simply too great. Plus, after berserking, Di Yuan was unable to recognize all 6 of his relatives. Both of them were nervous to the extreme in their hearts. After a few moments like this, Emperor Yuan opened his mouth and asked, Emperor Jiang, you guys helped Emperor Ji reshape her flesh, yet you didn't look for me, instead, you looked for an unfamiliar brat. What's the meaning of this? Have you already excluded me from the 5 Spirit Lan Emperors? Emperor Yuan, you mustn't misunderstand. The matter of Emperor Ji remodeling her physical body cannot be delayed, and since we don't know where you are, we can only find someone to take your place. There is no intention to exclude you, you will always be one of our Spirit Lan 5 Emperors. Di Jiang hurriedly explained. Right now, he didn't dare to irritate Emperor Yuan. In case he stormed out. Who could stop it here? Lin Dong did say that he could deal with Di Yuan. However, Di Jiang was not completely convinced. Would a Heavenly Emperor-level Di Yuan be that easy to deal with? Even if Lin Dong had some means to counter the Violet Star Dipper's secret art, Di Jiang did not dare to place all his hopes on Lin Dong. It would be best if Di Yuan did not go on a rampage. quietly waiting for DG to finish remodeling her flesh. At that time, with DG present, he might be able to persuade Du Yuan. Is that so? Why do I get the feeling that it's not that way? Is this kid the one you told me about, the chances of Empyrean G encountering? You don't tell me the whereabouts of Empyrean G and don't let me go to Empyrean G because you're afraid that I'll know that there's some special relationship between this brat and Empyrean G? Du Yuan calmly asked. Hearing these words, there was a loud bang in Di Zhang's head. It felt like it was going to explode. How could this be possible? How could Di Yuan analyze so thoroughly? With the fusion of a berserk-type personality, how could Di Yuan still be so calm? Di Yuan, you don't think nonsense. There is no such thing at all. It's all just your wild guesses. Emperor Jiang said in a panic. It was just that his words didn't sound the least bit convincing. Any normal person could tell that Emperor Jiang was obviously panicked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stuttered in his speech. Di Jiang, you don't need to explain anymore. The moment I saw this kid, a lot of things opened up in my mind. No wonder since DG's soul was damaged and came back, the change would be so great, even showing a look of rejection towards me. You know, she wasn't like that before. She's already slowly trying to accept me. As long as I continue to work on it, it won't be long before we'll be able to become Dao couples. But unfortunately, after Empyrean G returned from her disappearance by the Soul Eaters and the Ultra Armor clan, everything has changed. Di Yuan said to himself. Di Yuan, don't think wildly. When Empyrean G recovers her flesh, you can ask her these questions in person and she will give you a reasonable explanation. Di Jian was still making a last-ditch effort. Is there still a need to ask? From your expression it already says everything, Di Jiang. From the beginning to the end of this matter, you have been covering up for DG. I don't know why. We haven't known each other for a short period of time, have we? Could it be that I'm still no better than a strange kid in your heart? It's not what you think. Empyrean, after Empyrean G's physical body remodeling is complete, can we find a place to have a good talk? Get all the knots out of your heart. Di Jiang, I only want to tell you one thing right now. Di Yuan suddenly said. What is it? Di Jiang vaguely felt something not so good in his heart. If one day the spirit land domain is destroyed, and countless living beings are either exterminated or displaced, it's all because of you, and if you don't hide it for Empyrean G, none of this would have happened, and Emperor Jiang, you'd be the sinner of the spirit land domain. Di Yuan's voice filled with a murderous aura rang out. He was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Chapter 1453, a few more. Di Yuan, don't mess around. Let's wait for everything until after Empyrean G recovers her physical body, okay? Your messing around now will cause Empyrean G to fail in remodeling her fleshly body. Emperor Jiang shouted. Don't worry. I know in my heart that Empyrean Empress will never fail in remodeling her flesh body this time. Emperor Yuan indifferently replied back. He then turned around and walked towards Lin Dong step by step. Kid, I don't know who you are. But no one can touch what belongs to me, Di Yuan. Whoever moves will die. Di Yuan said as he walked. Di Yuan. Although I don't have the kind of relationship with Empyrean G that you think, I don't agree with your words. Empyrean G is a person, not something you own. She has her own independent mind. What she does is her freedom, others have no right to interfere, no one. Lin Dong said back. Is that so? Then I will kill you right now and snatch the Empress. Even if I cannot obtain her heart, I will still obtain her person. I want her to watch you die in my hands. You can't do it. Lin Dong was not afraid in the slightest. I am curious. Who gave you the courage to say such words in front of a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse? My own strength, of course. The conversation between the two caused the hearts of the remaining few to rise to their throats. Emperor Jiang, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Shun knew what would happen next. The only thing they could do was to endeavor to maintain the operation of the formation after Lin Dong had broken away from it and continue to reshape DG's physical body. As for the Empress DG, at this moment, she was at the critical moment of reshaping her fleshly body. She could hear the voices outside but could not do anything. In her heart, she could only pray that Lin Dong would survive from the hands of Di Yuan. Very well. Then I will see, where does your bottom come from? The words just fell. Di Yuan accelerated his speed and rushed towards Lin Dong. Just as he was about to reach A figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him, blocking the way. Without even thinking about it, Di Yuan directly crashed into it with all his might. Whoever dared to be in front of him would have to die. Boom! A loud bang woke up everyone. Only to see a silhouette being knocked out, transforming into a point of light and disappearing into the void. It was evident how great the force of Di Yuan's collision was. However, Di Yuan was also forced to stop. His gaze was locked onto the fellow who had been knocked out by his own impact. This person's strength was not weak, and after being hit by himself, he didn't even disintegrate and just flew out. I'm afraid that his strength was not much better than that of Emperor Jiang. When did so many strong people emerge from the Spirit Land domain? Soon the figure that had been knocked out by Di Yuan came back and stood in front of Lin Dong, confronting Di Yuan. Di Yuan's eyes narrowed. It actually looked exactly like that kid. Not only that, even his aura was the same. What was going on? Why would there be two people who looked and smelled the same? Could it be twins? But even if they were twins, they wouldn't even have the exact same breath, right? Emperor Jiang, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Shun were also attracted by the sudden appearance of this person who appeared out of nowhere. Upon seeing that it was yet another Lin Dong, all three of them revealed puzzled expressions. They also did not know why there were two Lin Dongs. Not to mention them. Even DG did not know about the fact that Lin Dong had a doppelganger. Is this your bottom card? Di Yuan asked as he stared at Lin Dong. Sort of. Lin Dong smiled and replied. A mole cricket is nothing more than that. You think that with him, you can protect you? What a joke. Di Yuan revealed a hideous face. One can't protect you. Then how about a few more? Lin Dong asked. As he spoke, several figures once again appeared out of thin air in front of him, and together with the one that had been knocked away by Emperor Abyss, there were a total of 10 doppelgangers that protected Lin Dong. This time, Di Yuan completely froze. There were 9 more people with identical looks and breath. And their strength was not weak either. When the three of them, Emperor Jiang, saw the sudden appearance of 10 Lin Dongs, they were directly confused. What kind of heaven-defying means was this? How could they summon 8 of themselves? Key, that was not a phantom. Judging from the fact that the one that appeared first was able to block Di Yuan's attack, it must be an entity without a doubt. Even though Emperor Jiang had lived for endless years, he had never seen this kind of secret technique. It hadn't even been heard of. Griffins are no more. Still nothing more than mole crickets. Emperor Yuan came back to his senses and once again said with disdain, judging from the fact that the other party was able to catch his full force collision and was still standing there in good health, he should be at the half-step Heavenly Emperor level just like Di Jiang. Otherwise, even if they were at the peak of the ancient Emperor level, they would be seriously injured without dying. 10 half-step Heavenly Emperors were indeed a considerable force. It was a pity that they had found the wrong opponent. What kind of Heavenly Emperor level was he if he was a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse and couldn't even deal with 10 half-step Heavenly Emperors? Not enough? Then let's have a few more. Lin Dong said once again. 10 more figures then appeared in front of him. Emperor Yuan looked at the 20 half-step Heavenly Emperor levels not far away, and instead of the disdain he had just felt, there was a trace of gravity in his expression. That was 20 half-step Heavenly Emperor levels. Even if Di Yuan was a true Heavenly Emperor level, he had to treat them with caution. After all, he had also just stepped into the Heavenly Emperor level not long ago and had yet to fully consolidate. Right now, Di Yuan had to be certain of one thing. That was whether these 20 half-step Heavenly Emperors in front of him were real or not. Like I said, no matter how many mole crickets there are, they are still mole crickets after all. After Di Yuan roared these words, his body once again rushed towards Lin Dong. Seeing his enemy attacking, Lin Dong certainly did not show any weakness. Maneuvering his 20 doppelgangers, he met them. It was a good thing that his soul power was much stronger than the average person, otherwise he would not have been able to control so many doppelgangers at the same time. It was thought that the system had taken this into consideration when it gave rewards like the split body technique. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Both sides were instantly engaged in battle. With 20 doppelgangers being controlled by the same person, their minds were completely connected, and there was no confusion as to what each doppelganger should do. Which one was attacking, which one was feinting, which one was defending, which one was assisting, there was a clear division of labor. coupled with the fact that each bilocation was humongous. It was much stronger than 20 half-step Heavenly Emperor levels with independent minds. When each had an independent mind, they would all think of themselves first, and would not fight so desperately. Moreover, even if they did not want to fight for their lives, it would be impossible for them to know what the other was thinking, and their cooperation would naturally be flawed. Therefore, the combat power displayed by Lin Dong's 20 doppelgangers astonished even Emperor Yuan, a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse. The cooperation of these people was seamless. After some exchanges, both sides were considered to have a back-and-forth battle. However, it was actually Lin Dong's side that suffered a loss. The general attacks of a half-step Heavenly Emperor level were very limited against Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses. Even if they managed to attack Di Yuan through coordination, it was still a little heavier than tickling an ordinary person and could not cause any substantial damage to Di Yuan at all. On the flip side, Di Yuan casually touched one of the doppelgangers and was able to send it flying. This was the gap between the two. Chapter 1454, The Art of Reversing the Heavens. Lin Dong maneuvered his 20 doppelgangers to fight with Emperor Abyss while maintaining the operation of the formation. At this moment, he also had to marvel at the power of the Heavenly Emperor level. Even if Di Yuan had just stepped into the Heavenly Emperor level not long ago, he was still not something that a half-step Heavenly Emperor could deal with. If he didn't have the divergence technique, he himself would definitely not be its opponent even if he used all of his means. The entire 20 seamlessly coordinated doppelgangers couldn't do any major damage to Emperor Yuan. Perhaps only self-detonation could truly injure Di Yuan's fundamentals. However, Lin Dong knew that now was not the time. The self-detonation of the doppelganger was immensely powerful, much more powerful than any secret technique, and it would definitely affect the Empyrean. One could only wait until the Empyrean G's remodeling of her physical body was complete before doing that. The task now was to stall for time. Everything would wait until after Empyrean G had restored her physical body. Both sides fought for a while, and Di Yuan's purpose was achieved. All 20 half-step Heavenly Emperor levels had made contact. It was confirmed that the other side were all real. He did not realize that the 20 half-step Heavenly Emperors fighting with him were merely Lin Dong's doppelgangers. Since his purpose had been achieved, Di Yuan began to stop holding back. He wanted to let these guys know how terrifying the true strength of a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse was. After his body endured the scratching blow, Emperor Yuan grabbed one of Lin Dong's doppelgangers and his Heavenly Emperor-level power completely erupted. Boom! With the force of his hands, he unexpectedly tore Lin Dong's doppelganger into two halves in a hard manner. Ah! Emperor Yuan roared up to the sky. It seemed that he wanted to vent out the anger in his heart and tear apart everything in front of him. Under normal circumstances, an Emperor Realm powerhouse would not die even if their physical body was destroyed. It was just like the Empyrean G back then. Although her physical body was gone, she could continue to live on with her soul body. It was even possible to remake the physical body under the conditions. But Di Yuan would not give his enemy a chance. Not only did he want to destroy the opponent's physical body, but he also wanted to exterminate his soul, completely killing the enemy who dared to go against him. However, after tearing apart Lin Dong's split, Di Yuan sensed that something was wrong. The imagined blood and flesh drenching did not appear. He looked at his hands blankly. They were empty inside. Just now, he had clearly grabbed one of them and tore it apart. Where was the corpse? Why had it disappeared into thin air? Di Yuan froze there for a moment. He couldn't figure out the key point. If it was a phantom, it couldn't possibly have attack power. And not only did these people have attack power, they were not weak. Just these 20 half-step Emperor realms were enough to sweep through the entire Spirit Land domain. It was only because he was a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse that he was able to maneuver under the siege of 20 half-step Heavenly Emperors and still manage to achieve a counterattack. Boom! Emperor Yuan's aura was in full swing. It shook the 19 doppelgangers around him out. Instead of pursuing, he looked at Lin Dong and asked in a deep voice, "Kid, what exactly did you use? Not only do these guys even look and smell exactly like you, they also have half-step Heavenly Emperor-level attack power, yet they are not real entities." Not only did Emperor Yuan want to know the answer to this question, but Emperor Zhang's trio also wanted to know. The 5 Spirit Lan Emperors were considered to be the 5 most knowledgeable people in the Spirit Lan domain, especially Di Jian among them. He had even existed since before the ancient war. Even he hadn't seen such a bizarre means. The others knew even less. Curious, are you? Lin Dong smiled. Curious indeed. How exactly did you manage to do that? Di Yuan, actually, there is no harm in telling you, this is called the splitting technique. They are all my duplicates, or doppelgangers, sharing the same strength as me, and are loyal to me alone. Lin Dong answered truthfully. He wanted to stall for time, so naturally, he could not wait for Di Yuan to stop and find something to talk about. Only after DG's remodeling of her physical body was completed could he let go and battle with Di Yuan, a genuine Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse, in a fierce battle. Split body technique? Duplicate body? Having the same strength as you? There's even such a heaven-defying art in the world? Di Yuan was in disbelief. A half-step Heavenly Emperor level could actually summon 20 replicas, all of which were half-step Heavenly Emperor level in strength, and seamlessly cooperated with each other. This kind of tactic, how terrifying was it? If this kid broke through to the Heavenly Emperor level, wouldn't he be able to summon 20 Heavenly Emperor level duplicates to help him fight? How could that be possible? 20 Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses? What kind of concept is that? Wouldn't he be invincible at the same level? Even a beginner at the Heavenly Emperor level could completely defeat a peak Heavenly Emperor level. Such a heaven-defying technique, just how did this kid get it? Could it be Emperor Jiang? Di Yuan couldn't help but turn his head to look at Di Zhan's position. In his opinion, the only one in the Spirit Lan domain who had such heaven-defying techniques could be Di Jiang, a fellow who had survived from the ancient past. However, at this moment, Di Jiang also had a shocked look on his face. Obviously he was also shocked by Lin Dong's words. With just one glance, Di Yuan was certain that the split art was not something that Emperor Jiang had taught Lin Dong. Not to mention whether the expression on Di Zhan's face was true or not. If he also knew the split art, it was impossible for him not to use it himself. The split body technique can indeed be called a heaven-defying technique. This I do agree with you, but how do you know that there are no such secret arts in the world? The universe is bigger than you can imagine. A 9th-level civilization like the Spirit Land domain is just a drop in the ocean in the universe. Di Yuan, open your eyes, don't limit yourself to this corner of the Spirit Land domain. You've already achieved the Celestial Emperor level, you can go out and walk around. See how wonderful the outside world is, maybe you won't even want to come back by then. Lin Dong persuaded. He certainly did not want to fight with Di Yuan when he could resolve the matter peacefully. How could he say that he was also a genuine Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse? Even with dozens of doppelgangers, Lin Dong did not have full certainty that he would be able to leave Di Yuan behind. You are not from the Spirit Lan domain? Di Yuan suddenly asked. No. Lin Dong shook his head. No wonder. Di Yuan revealed a look of sudden realization. If there was an Emperor Realm powerhouse like Lin Dong in the Spirit Lan domain, there was no way he would not know about it. It turned out to be from outside the Spirit Lan domain. It was not surprising then. Kid, you think that with these 20 doppelgangers, you are able to resist a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse? Too naive, you can't even comprehend how powerful the Heavenly Emperor level is. Watch. I'll soon be able to exterminate all of your bilocations and then come to your main body. At that time I'll see what tricks you still have. Di Yuan grinned. Is that so? Then I will wait and see. Lin Dong replied with a smile. He did not place Di Yuan in his eyes in the slightest. Seeing Lin Dong's expression of indifference, Di Yuan felt that he had been greatly insulted. To think that he, a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse, had been defied by a half-step Heavenly Emperor. With Di Yuan's character, how could he endure? With that, he stopped talking nonsense and his body rushed into Lin Dong's detachment. Relying on the strong defense of his Heavenly Emperor-level fleshly body, he stopped dodging and tore apart Lin Dong's split bodies one by one. Chapter 1455, about to go berserk. A moment later. When Emperor Yuan had torn apart all 20 of Lin Dong's bilocations, he was about to bully his way up to Lin Dong's main body. Once again, he froze. This was because in front of Lin Dong's main body, at an unknown time, 20 more doppelgangers had appeared. Neatly standing there. You! Emperor Yuan looked at Lin Dong and uttered only one word before he could no longer speak. It was evident from his expression that he was infuriated. After resolving the 20 half-step Heavenly Emperor-level doppelgangers, Di Yuan was also a little out of breath. Since the half-step Heavenly Emperor level had already been dipped in the words Heavenly Emperor, it also had a hint of ability to threaten Di Yuan. As the saying goes, many ants bite the elephant. One small injury at a time could add up to a big injury. Not to mention that Emperor Yuan had suffered a serious injury when he fought with the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan, and had yet to heal even now. Destroying 20 half-step Heavenly Emperors in a single breath was not a small burden for Di Yuan. Hence, it was only when he saw another 20 doppelgangers in front of Lin Dong that he was unable to speak in anger. Di Yuan, give up. Unless you can kill these 20 doppelgangers in seconds, I am able to summon them in an infinite cycle of indestructible doppelgangers, so you cannot injure me. Lin Dong said slowly. I don't believe that you can summon indefinitely. A heaven-defying technique like this must require a price to be paid, otherwise wouldn't it be invincible? Di Yuan gritted his teeth and said. There is certainly a price. But this is a price I can bear for now, so you don't have to worry about that. If he had not arrived at the elf clan before, Lin Dong would still be somewhat afraid of using too much essence blood and causing his body to become overdrawn. After obtaining the divine tree sap from the elf clan, he no longer had to worry about this problem at all. The divine tree sap could instantly restore the consumed essence blood. It could be said that the divine tree sap was a treasure that was completely tailor-made for himself. Lin Dong was even a little skeptical. Did the elves collect so much divine tree sap just to wait for their arrival? Or waiting for the arrival of the system holder? I don't believe it. Then you can keep trying. The 20 doppelgangers once again met God Abyss. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. By the time Emperor Abyss had resolved the 20 doppelgangers once again, his body was already covered in colors. Clearly this matter wasn't as easy for him as it was made out to be. And at this time, 20 doppelgangers once again appeared in front of Lin Dong as he looked at Emperor Yuan expressionlessly. At this moment, Di Yuan, a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse, was already furious to the extreme in his heart. Di Yuan. Still not ready to give up? Lin Dong's voice came once again. I give up your mom. Di Yuan could not help but burst into foul language. It was evident how angry he was in his heart. The three of them who were watching the battle, Emperor Jiang, were dumbfounded. There was no one else for a half-step Heavenly Emperor to make a true Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse angry and curse his mother. Lin Dong was definitely the first person in the ancient world. Di Jiang still remembered that he had been killed in seconds almost instantly in front of Di Yuan. Although at that time, Di Yuan was in a violent state and his strength was much stronger than now. But even when facing the current Emperor Abyss, Di Jiang knew that he was still powerless to fight back. Still want to continue? Di Yuan, it's useless. At this moment, Lin Dong was the one who was dominating the battle. Di Yuan, a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse, was instead being led by the nose. Di Yuan took a deep breath and tried hard to calm himself down. But it was useless. The aftereffects of his fusion of dual personalities came out. His eyes began to gradually turn red. The aura on his body also became manic and was climbing. Lin Dong frowned as he sensed that Di Yuan's strength was increasing. Is it about to go berserk? He turned his gaze towards Empyrean on the planet. The remodeling of her physical body was not yet complete. However, it had also reached the final moment of truth. It had to be delayed a little longer before it could be done. Lin Dong. Di Yuan is about to go berserk. After the rampage, his strength will increase by a lot and be even stronger than it is now. Seeing Di Yuan's state, he loudly warned Di Yuan. Maintaining his last shred of sanity, Di Yuan roared at Lin Dong, "Kid, you have successfully provoked me. Today I will let you know that in front of a true Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse, a mole cricket is still a mole cricket, and it is useless to come any further. After destroying your detachment, I will extract your meridians and skin you, so that you will suffer and die." Lin Dong did not take Di Yuan's threat to heart, and was calculating in his mind how he could stall for a little more time. So after thinking about it, he said, Di Yuan, isn't DG very important to you? Aren't you the one who wants her? I know that this is an obsession in your heart. Only by accomplishing it will you be able to go higher in the future, otherwise it will affect your whole life. Now if we fight with all our might, we will definitely interrupt Empyrean G and cause him to fail in the remodeling of his physical body. How about we wait for Empyrean G to recover his physical body and then we will fight again? Do you think you still have a chance? Di Yuan laughed. Whether there's a chance or not, it's too early to say. After Emperor Ji recovers, I'll accompany you to fight to your heart's content and see whether you, a Heavenly Emperor level, is more powerful or I, a tiny half-step Heavenly Emperor, am better. Ha ha ha. Emperor Yuan let out a burst of unrestrained laughter. It seemed to be mocking Lin Dong's self-importance. After the loud laughter, Emperor Yuan stared at Lin Dong with a pair of blood-red eyes as if he wanted to swallow him. After a moment, he returned, "Good. I will wait for DG to recover and then come back to see what kind of tactics you have apart from this divergence technique." Di Yuan agreed to Lin Dong's proposal. Lin Dong was right. The Empress Ji had become his obsession. Without obtaining the Emperor Ji, a heart demon would remain in Emperor Yuan's heart forever. In the future, it would inevitably have a huge impact as he continued on his way up. Wanting to get rid of the heart demon, it was necessary to obtain the Empress. Even if he couldn't get her heart, he had to get her person. At that time, he would personally end the Empyrean Empress, completely letting go of everything and taking the path of conquering the universe's 10,000 realms. The dual life body was one of the rarest physiques in the universe. It shouldn't be trapped in the spirit Lan domain for this reason. Phew! Hearing Di Yuan's reply, Lin Dong was finally relieved. To be honest, he was not afraid of Di Yuan. Even if the other party would become stronger after storming out, he was not afraid. If he really couldn't, dozens of doppelgangers would explode themselves together, and he wouldn't believe that he couldn't be seriously injured. What Lin Dong was afraid of was that the battle between the two sides pouring their strength into the battle would cause DG to fail in remodeling her flesh. This was already the second time that Empress Dowager had remodeled her flesh. If she failed again, the soul would be even more traumatized. The first time, it had turned Empress Dowager into a child of a few years old. I'm afraid she won't turn into a baby the second time. And once the battle starts, the powerful force rippled through Empress Ji. Perhaps Empress Ji wouldn't even have a chance to turn into a baby. After all, after failing to remake her physical body, her soul was already very fragile. There was not much resistance at all. Lin Dong would never allow an accident to happen to DG. Even if it was just a tiny bit, he could not have one. Chapter 1456 Remodeling Success. After agreeing to Lin Dong's proposal, Di Yuan did not continue to make any moves and quietly waited for the end of DG's remodeling of her physical body. Today, not only did he want to torture Lin Dong to death in front of the Empyrean Ji, he also wanted to obtain the Empyrean Ji and completely release his obsession. From then on, the sea was wide enough for the fish to leap, and the sky was high enough for the birds to fly. The spirit Lan domain was only the starting point for his Di Yuan. The entire universe was the true stage. There were even higher mountains above the Emperor realm waiting for him to climb over. After the fusion of the twin bodies, Di Yuan had the confidence to conquer the universe's 10,000 realms. Time was passing by bit by bit. Suddenly, an intense light erupted above the planet where DG was located, attracting the attention of Lin Dong and the others. They knew Emperor Ji's fleshly body remodeling had reached its final moment. Ka-ching! A bolt of lightning appeared from thin air and struck at the end of the light. This was the heavenly tribulation. The Emperor Realm flesh body needed to go through the baptism of the heavenly tribulation before the remodeling could be completed. No one could help in the process. Once someone helped Empyrean Ji carry off the heavenly tribulation, then her Emperor Realm flesh body would be incomplete, and she wouldn't be able to continue to increase her strength and break through the realm in the future. So the heavenly tribulation could only be carried by Empyrean Ji with her own new fleshly body. Ka-ching! Another bolt of lightning struck Empyrean Ji. She closed her eyes and silently endured the heavenly tribulation. Click 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 click. More and more lightning appeared. The rest of the people were silently watching this. The power of the heavenly tribulation was not small. Although Lin Dong was a little worried about DG. However, before this, Di Jiang had told him in advance. The final level of the heavenly tribulation had to be carried by DG herself with her body, without any help or the aid of magic treasures. Otherwise, DG would never be able to advance an inch in the future. Therefore, even though Lin Dong was worried, he could only act as a spectator and could not intervene. Countless lightning bolts fell one after another, all of them accurately splitting on Empyrean Ji's body. It was unknown how long had passed when the last bolt of lightning disappeared. A dazzling golden light emanated from Emperor Yinji's body. The remodeling of her physical body was completely finished. Only needing to adapt for a period of time, Emperor Yinji would be able to completely master this new body. Emperor Yinji's flesh body remodeling has been successful. Are you ready to die? Di Yuan looked at Lin Dong and asked. Di Yuan, I have said that even if you are at the Heavenly Emperor level, you cannot kill me. Although I may not necessarily be able to kill you either. Lin Dong casually replied. He who possessed the sixth order split art was really not afraid of Di Yuan. Ha ha ha. You still want to kill me? With your 20 mole-like bilocations? Emperor Yuan had a disdainful face. At the same time, the aura on his body began to riot again. He could not wait to kill Lin Dong in front of DG. Di Yuan, who had fused his dual personalities, was able to control his body. When he needed more strength, he would choose to let himself go berserk. When it was not needed, it would be restored again. The previous Di Yuan couldn't do this. That time when he had gone berserk, if it wasn't for Di Jiang stopping him, the Spirit Lan domain would have been devastated. At that time, once Emperor Yuan had gone berserk, he was unable to recover on his own and had to rely on a more powerful external force. Lin Dong sensed the change in Emperor Abyss and no longer hesitated. 20 is not enough. Then more. After saying this, one after another doppelganger appeared one after another around him. This was the essence blood that Lin Dong had prepared in advance to prevent any mishaps. Since Empyrean's remodeling of her physical body had already been completed, there was no need to hide it. Next, Di Yuan would definitely go on a rampage and utilize her strongest combat power. If he didn't use his full strength, the outcome wasn't really easy to say. While summoning his doppelganger, Lin Dong also held the evil breaking sword in his hand. He wanted to see the evil preventing sword that could cut down everything under the sky. Could it cut down the physical body of the Emperor Abyss Heavenly Emperor level? As the last bilocation was summoned, all the 81 doppelgangers of the 6th order doppelganger technique had been assembled. It was the first time that Lin Dong had summoned so many bilocations since he had acquired the 6th order bilocation technique. Together with the main body, a total of 82 half-step Heavenly Emperor levels. With such a huge force, an ordinary Heavenly Emperor level would have to take a detour when they saw it. However, after storming out, Di Yuan was no ordinary Heavenly Emperor level. His strength had increased quite a bit from his original base. After Emperor Yuan had gone berserk, his strength had been drastically increased, while his sanity was slowly being devoured. The current him didn't care how many enemies were in front of him, he only wanted to tear apart everything that stood in his way. The two of them executed their strongest means, causing the worldview of the three of them, Emperor Jiang, who were watching the battle from the sidelines, to collapse and their minds to go blank. Emperor Yuan was not to be mentioned. All of them knew that after he had gone berserk, his strength would increase by a large margin, far more powerful than before he had gone berserk. But what was going on with Lin Dong? It was even if he himself had half-step Heavenly Emperor level strength. He was also able to summon a whole 81 doppelgangers to help him fight? 81 half-step Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses? What kind of concept is that? Facing so many half-step Heavenly Emperors, it wouldn't be easy for a true Heavenly Emperor level to have a hard time either. I had thought that 20 doppelgangers were already the limit. Unexpectedly, he summoned another 61, simply not letting anyone live. Putting aside whether Lin Dong could defeat Emperor Abyss or not, as long as he fought hard against Emperor Abyss and returned alive, it would be considered a success. With a half-step Heavenly Emperor level, taking on a true Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse and still being able to survive, he was definitely the first person below the Heavenly Emperor level. After Emperor Jiang came back to his senses, a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. Dozens of half-step Heavenly Emperor level might really pose a threat to Emperor Yuan. The Spirit Lan domain was saved. The Heavenly Tao really hadn't abandoned the Spirit Lan domain. The Violet Starfighting secret art was right. There would be a silver lining to everything. Lin Dong was the Spirit Lan domain's silver lining. Elder Di Yuan, you guys take DG away first so that she can consolidate her body properly and leave this place to me. I will drive Di Yuan out of the Spirit Lan domain and will not allow him to cause any damage to the Spirit Lan domain. Lin Dong said loudly. Lin Dong, be careful. Di Yuan is after all a heavenly emperor level powerhouse, and after he storms out, he will be much more powerful than he was just now, so he is not that easy to deal with. Emperor Yuan said back. Don't worry. Even if Di Yuan is stronger, as long as he doesn't exceed the emperor realm, I'll have a way to deal with him. Good then. Lin Dong, let's take Emperor away first, keep an eye out and withdraw if it's not possible. As the two spoke. Ah! All of them die for me. Di Yuan roared up to the sky. His body then carried a monstrous might as he rushed towards Lin Dong, as well as the tens of doppelgangers in front of him. Go! Lin Dong also shouted. Maneuvering the dozens of doppelgangers, he retreated further into the void. The aftermath of the ensuing battle would be difficult for even a half-step heavenly emperor-level Emperor Zheng to withstand. This was because Lin Dong would likely detonate the half-step heavenly emperor-level bilocations. He tried to pull the battlefield as far away as possible so that the Empyrean girls would be less affected. When Emperor Zheng saw Lin Dong heading into the distance, he naturally understood the other party's thoughts. Immediately, he and Emperor Yao as well as Emperor Shun came above the planet. Chapter 1457 Great Battle Against the Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Empress Ji, wearing her emperor armor, had already regained her female emperor appearance. She had heard the entire conversation between Lin Dong and Di Yuan. Seeing the arrival of the three of them, Emperor Jiang just wanted to speak. Unexpectedly, Emperor Jiang did not give him a chance at all. Empyrean, hurry up! Elder Di Jiang, but Di Ji looked towards the void with some worry. There was exactly the direction where Lin Dong and Di Yuan had just left. There is nothing but. Lin Dong is creating time and opportunity for us by luring Emperor Abyss away. Us being here will only affect his battle with Emperor Abyss. A battle of this level is not something we can participate in at all. Only by moving away from the battlefield will Lin be able to let go of his hands. Emperor Jiang said hurriedly. Good. Let's go then. Empyrean Ji agreed after some thought. Don't look at her now that she had recovered her physical body. Even Senior Di Jiang was unable to participate in the battle between Lin Dong and Di Yuan, so she was even less capable of that. Not long after the four of them left. Rumble. A deafening sound came out. Immediately afterward, a massive force swept through. The planet where Empyrean Ji and the others were just now was instantly turned into flying ash under this force, with not even dregs left. The four people who were fleeing in the distance, Emperor Jiang, all felt the terror of the battle's aftermath. They glanced at each other. Shock overflowed. Fortunately, Lin Dong had lured Di Yuan away and the few people had fled quickly. If they had gotten closer, they were afraid that the consequences would have been severe. Above the battlefield. The battle between Lin Dong and Di Yuan had just begun. The loud bang just now was a strike that Di Yuan had poured out his best after he had gone berserk, and was also a strike to vent his anger. The power was terrifying to the extreme. A single strike had destroyed 1/3 of Lin Dong's detachment. One could see how powerful it was. Compared to Emperor Yuan before he had gone berserk, there was a huge difference in strength between the two. Before he had gone berserk, he would have had to take his time in destroying 20 bilocations. Nowadays, only one strike was enough. But like this level of attack, Emperor Abyss was not able to release it whenever he wanted to. It needed a certain amount of time to build up its strength before it could be released. Otherwise, if a few more strikes came in succession, Lin Dong would be useless even if he had 100 doppelgangers. Moreover, each time it was executed, it would be a considerable burden on Di Yuan's heavily injured and unhealed body. Of course, Lin Dong would not give Di Yuan the opportunity to execute a more powerful attack. While maneuvering his remaining doppelganger to fight with Di Yuan, he summoned another doppelganger to fill in his position. In his mind, he was also calculating the time. He was prepared to wait for DG's 4 to go far away before delivering the ultimate blow to Di Yuan, which would be the self-destruction of a half-step heavenly emperor-level doppelganger. But one still had to wait a while for that to happen. Dozens of bilocations blowing themselves up was no joke. It was definitely much more powerful than that strike from Emperor Yuan. Now was the time to hone the combat experience. Boom boom boom. Lin Dong's main body was far away, manipulating his split body to fight with Di Yuan. He did not dare to let Di Yuan get close to his main body. It was still easy for a heavenly emperor level to kill himself in seconds. Once the main body died, the doppelganger would naturally dissipate. It was a good thing that after Emperor Yuan had gone berserk, he didn't seem to be able to think rationally about the battle. It would only fight tirelessly, tearing apart the enemies in front of him. This in turn gave Lin Dong the opportunity to hone his skills. Holding the sword of wisdom in his hand, he swung out his sword. A red sword blade hundreds of kilometers long chopped towards the distant imperial abyss. As it approached, the doppelgangers staggered to make way for a passage. Soon the sword mantle arrived in front of Di Yuan. Facing this sudden strike, Di Yuan didn't dodge or flinch. He had strong confidence in his heavenly emperor-level fleshly body. The fact that the mother emperor of the ultra-armament clan was able to injure itself was because it had a treasure bestowed upon it by a great power. There was simply no one in the spirit land domain who could injure himself. Ding! The red sword unchopped at Di Yuan's body with a crisp sound. Only to see Di Yuan cross his arms in front of his chest, hardening himself to carry the strike. Seeing this scene from afar, Lin Dong looked down at the evil-breaking sword in his hand and frowned. Murmuring, he said, "Didn't you claim to be able to cut down everything under the sky? How come you can't even cut down a heavenly emperor level? Is it a false name, or?" As if the Pyrrhic evil sword had understood Lin Dong's voice, the entire body of the sword began to shake of its own accord, as if it wanted to express something to Lin Dong, its master. The battle was still continuing. There were constantly detachments being destroyed. Lin Dong could only continue to summon replacements. Otherwise, it would not take long for the bilocations to be slaughtered by Emperor Abyss. At that time, without the help of the bilocations, he was no match for Di Yuan. Feeling that his essence blood was almost depleted, Lin Dong had a palm-sized gourd appear in his left hand and placed it on his mouth to take a sip. The consumed essence blood recovered as before within a few seconds. It was at this moment that Lin Dong realized what a wise decision he had made by going to the elf clan first. If he had not obtained the divine tree sap in the elf clan, which could instantly replenish the consumed essence blood, how would he have dared to consume so much? I'm afraid that the essence and blood in his body would have been emptied long ago. It would also affect the body's functions. This was a heavenly favor. Lin Dong felt that he had not given enough benefits to the elf clan. In the future, he must pay more attention to the elf clan. Give them more help. After storming out, Di Yuan was as tireless as he was, constantly tearing apart one detachment after another. The body also endured the attacks of the remaining dozens of half-step heavenly emperor-level doppelgangers. Once or twice was no problem, 100 times 1,000 times was no problem either. But as he was attacked more and more times, Emperor Yuan gradually felt the discomfort in his body. Knowing that this was not the way to go on, Lin Dong really seemed to be able to summon a doppelganger in an infinite loop. A trace of sanity returned to Emperor Yuan's body. In the midst of the battle, it continuously leaned towards Lin Dong's main body. Lin Dong was certainly no fool. When Di Yuan leaned over, he continued to retreat. A relatively safe distance was always maintained. With dozens of half-step heavenly emperor-level doppelgangers entangled, Di Yuan simply could not catch up with himself. "Kid, is that all you can do is run away? Are you a shrunken head turtle?" Emperor Yuan roared. "I'm not running away. Isn't this fighting you right now? The doppelganger was also summoned by me and belongs to a part of my body. You have to destroy the doppelganger before you can see me." Lin Dong laughed and said in an unimpressed manner, "Bastard! I will kill you." Di Yuan was furious. Boom! A powerful strike was sent out once again. It instantly killed the dozen or so doppelgangers in front of his body. With that, his body disappeared and rushed towards Lin Dong's main body. The speed was so fast that almost in the blink of an eye, half of the distance was passed. Facing the Di Yuan who was rushing towards him, Lin Dong was prepared. 10 doppelgangers suddenly appeared around him and met him while his body was rapidly retreating. Boom, boom, boom. A series of crashing sounds rang out. The 10 doppelgangers were all knocked out by Di Yuan. However, Emperor Abyss was also blocked by the huge force and stopped. His blood-red eyes were staring angrily at Lin Dong's main body. Chapter 1458, This is the time. Di Yuan, I told you that you cannot kill me, Lin Dong said as he retreated. At this moment, more than 10 more doppelgangers appeared around him. As long as Emperor Abyss continued to advance, these doppelgangers would come forward to fend them off. Emperor Yuan stared at Lin Dong angrily. If there were no these bilocations blocking the way, he could easily chase after him and shatter Lin Dong into pieces, not even his soul could escape. However, with these doppelgangers defiantly blocking his footsteps, he could not catch up. While Emperor Yuan was frozen in thought, the dozens of doppelgangers behind him chased after him and surrounded Emperor Yuan. The two sides were once again facing each other. Di Yuan was trying to figure out how to get close to Lin Dong's main body. As long as the main body was resolved, the bilocations would cease to exist. Lin Dong, on the other hand, was stalling for time, waiting for Di Yuan and the others to leave far enough before detonating the split body to see the effect. He knew that it would be difficult to injure Di Yuan's foundation if he fought like this, and he might lose after a long time. Although essence blood could be restored with divine tree sap. However, manipulating so many half-step Heavenly Emperor-level doppelgangers to fight at the same time and going to cooperate with each other was also a burden on Lin Dong's mental energy. Even if his mental strength was much stronger than the average person, he was bound to feel exhausted after a long period of time. As soon as his spirit became tired, the precision of manipulating the doppelgangers would drop and there would be loopholes in the cooperation. In the end, even the number of over-controlled doppelgangers would gradually decrease. Therefore, in terms of a prolonged battle, Lin Dong might not be a match for Di Yuan. Di Yuan was also a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse. After his rampage, his strength was even greater than before. The defense of that Heavenly Emperor-level flesh alone had reached an astonishing point. By now, after receiving thousands of blows from a half-step Heavenly Emperor-level doppelganger, he hadn't even completely broken his defense. However, it had only suffered some superficial wounds. Lin Dong had to admit. The strength of a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse was indeed as terrifying as it was. It was no wonder that between the half-step Heavenly Emperor level and the true Heavenly Emperor level, there were two levels altogether, with an unbridgeable chasm. Fighting until now. Di Yuan, who had gone berserk, had already exterminated at least hundreds of half-step Heavenly Emperor-level doppelgangers. It was still accomplished under the seamless cooperation of the bilocations. Moreover, the bilocations were not afraid of death. If it was some ordinary half-step Heavenly Emperor, even if there were twice as many of them, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to achieve such an effect. After all, when everyone had their own independent thoughts, who would be willing to disregard their own life and death to create opportunities for others? That was why Lin Dong had truly seen the power of the Heavenly Emperor level today. Without the split technique, or even if the split technique was only of the 5th rank, it would be impossible for him to withstand a mobilized Emperor Yuan. Lin Dong, you are very powerful. With only a half-step Heavenly Emperor level of strength, yet you can make even this Heavenly Emperor helpless, no matter if it is in the Spirit Lan domain, or in the other 9th level civilizations in the universe, there will be a place for you. Emperor Yuan said in a deep voice. Thanks for the compliment. Di Yuan, since you can't kill me and I can't kill you, it's just a waste of time for us to continue fighting. How about this? How about you leave the Spirit Lan domain and explore the wider world outside? That is the stage that belongs to you as a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse, and how about I stay here to guard the Spirit Lan domain since I am not strong enough? Lin Dong suggested. He had temporarily changed his mind. As long as Emperor Yuan was able to retreat now, let this battle end here. Lin Dong also did not want to continue fighting. This was because he felt that even if he detonated his detachment, it would still be impossible to kill Emperor Yuan. It would be better to call it a day. As for whether or not Di Yuan would make a comeback in the future, this issue did not require a single worry at all. It would not take long for Lin Dong to gather 10 million divine greatness points and raise his physique to the Heavenly Emperor level as well. At that time, coupled with the split body, would he be afraid of Emperor Yuan? The combat power of dozens of half-step Heavenly Emperor level doppelgangers and dozens of true Heavenly Emperor level doppelgangers could be completely different. Even if Di Yuan stormed out, Lin Dong was confident that he could take him down in a short period of time. The key was how to first convince the other party to leave for the time being. Waiting for the next time, it was guaranteed that Emperor Abyss would not be able to return. Originally, Lin Dong did not hold much hope. As a result, he did not expect Di Yuan to unexpectedly reply, "It is not impossible for you to make me leave." Oh? You are really willing to leave? Lin Dong was somewhat surprised. I can leave the Spirit Land domain and guarantee that I will never set foot here again in the future, but I have one request. What request? Lin Dong vaguely guessed what Di Yuan wanted. Hand over the Empyrean G to me and I will leave immediately. Sure enough. Much like what he had guessed, upon hearing Di Yuan's request, Lin Dong knew that he had overthought it. How could the Empyrean G be handed over to the other party? Di Yuan, you know, it is impossible to hand over the Empyrean G to you. Lin Dong refused. Then there is no way out. The Empyrean G is my obsession. I must obtain her in order to completely get rid of my heart demon, otherwise I will be affected for the rest of my life. But even if we continue to fight, you can't help me, why bother? Lin Dong helplessly said. That's not necessarily true. Di Yuan finished his sentence. Boom! An even more terrifying aura erupted out. The body had already rushed out of the circle of Lin Dong's bilocation and once again attacked towards the main body. The speed was so fast that the doppelganger was unable to catch up. The reason why he had stopped to talk to Lin Dong was not because he really wanted to end this battle, but rather, he was storing up his strength for his big move. He was preparing to break the doppelganger beside Lin Dong in one fell swoop and capture his main body. Lin Dong was certainly not a vegetarian. The moment Di Yuan made his move, he then maneuvered his doppelganger to meet him. At the same time, he was still continuously summoning the bilocations out. Those bilocations that were thrown off by Emperor Abyss and could not catch up with him, decisively gave up and summoned them out from their side again. Although it was a bit of a waste to do so, it was something that couldn't be helped. Compared to his own life, what was the loss of a little essence blood? Lin Dong understood in his heart. Once he allowed Emperor Abyss to get close to him, what would be the result? With the loss of his detachment, he would not have the slightest resistance in front of Emperor Abyss. Boom boom boom. The doppelganger met with Emperor Abyss. Collision sounds rang out one after another. However, this time Emperor Yuan was not stopped. His body and strength was even stronger than before. If one looked closely, one would notice. At this time, not only were Emperor Yuan's eyes red, even his body had followed suit and turned dark red. Lin Dong's doppelganger was directly bounced off when it touched Di Yuan's body. This time, Emperor Abyss seemed to be fully energized and was as powerful as a bamboo, continuously approaching Lin Dong. Lin Dong, on the other hand, retreated while summoning his doppelganger to meet and block Di Yuan's footsteps. This continued for a while. The distance between Emperor Abyss and Lin Dong was unexpectedly shortening rapidly. After realizing this, Lin Dong did not show the slightest bit of panic. He was silently calculating the time in his mind. DG and the girl should have already fled far enough away. Then, cannot continue to wait any longer. It is now. Chapter 1459, Caught You. Lin Dong was clear in his mind. One could not allow Di Yuan to continue to approach any further. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really fall into the other party's hands today. Originally, he thought that Di Yuan had just stepped into the Heavenly Emperor level and his strength had not yet stabilized. He did not expect that after going berserk, he was far from being comparable to an ordinary Heavenly Emperor level. I'm afraid that it's not far from the peak of the Heavenly Emperor rank. Even amongst the Heavenly Emperor class, it belonged to the ranks of those who had entered the ranks of the powerful. Confronting the Emperor Yuan after going berserk. Even though Lin Dong had used all of his doppelgangers, he still did not gain an advantage. Now, he had to use his last resort. As the distance between him and Lin Dong continued to close, a color of ecstasy surged in Emperor Yuan's heart. Closer. 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 He would soon be within the attack range of his great move. At that time, under the attack of his powerful secret technique, a half-step Heavenly Emperor level Lin Dong would have to be seriously injured without dying. After being seriously injured, he would definitely not be able to maintain his detachment. Once there were not that many detachments blocking him. Lin Dong was nothing more than a stronger ant in front of him. He could be crushed to death with his hands. In front of him, another batch of bilocations blocked the way. Di Yuan did not dodge or avoid going out of the way and just charged across. After his fleshly body had been enhanced by a secret technique, he could easily bounce off these half-step Heavenly Emperor level doppelgangers. It was only when he came into contact with these doppelgangers that Di Yuan sensed that something was wrong. There was a massive force being released from the bilocations. before he could understand what was going on. Rumble. There was a loud bang. One of the doppelgangers in contact with Emperor Yuan exploded. How powerful was the self-detonation of a powerhouse equivalent to a half-step heavenly emperor level? The immense and unrivaled impact shook Emperor Yuan as he stumbled, his body involuntarily stopping. Even with a heavenly emperor level fleshly body with amazing defense, it was still defended by this sudden self-detonation. With this blow alone, the injuries that Di Yuan received were even more severe than the thousands of blows he had just received from a half-step heavenly emperor level. Emperor Yuan was also shaken and dizzy. He hadn't thought at all that a doppelganger could even self-destruct. A large black hole appeared. However, this black hole was much smaller than the black hole created by the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament Clan's detonation of endless energy. It couldn't even catch up to 1/10,000th of it. However, its power still could not be underestimated. Since he had already detonated his first detachment, Lin Dong naturally would not hold back. Immediately after, boom boom boom, explosions sounded continuously. The doppelgangers exploded themselves one after another. And Emperor Yuan happened to be surrounded by the self-explosion points. Almost all of them took the force generated by the split self-explosion. A void far away from the explosion point. DG's 4 people were quickly fleeing. Suddenly a deafening roar came. Di Jiang immediately sensed that something was wrong as he shouted, "Not good! Hurry up!" The words just fell. A terrifying impact arrived. It directly lifted the 4 people out. Luckily, they were far away and didn't suffer any injuries. If they were at the center point of the explosion, Emperor Ji, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Shun would have died. Emperor Jiang would at least be seriously injured. After the first shockwave reached, there was a second, and a third. Until it ended, the 4 of them looked at the direction of the battle together. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun had a look of fear in their eyes. They were truly scared. As ancient emperor-level powerhouses, in a battle of this level, they actually didn't even have the qualifications to watch the battle. What appeared in Empress Ji's eyes on the other hand was worry. She did not know how Lin Dong was doing now. Di Yuan was a true heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. Although Lin Dong also possessed the strength of a half-step heavenly emperor, he also had the heaven-defying split art to add to his strength. However, he was not at the heavenly emperor level after all. Therefore, in DG's opinion, Di Yuan had a greater chance of winning. The heavenly emperor level is truly too powerful. It's ironic that we, the 4 of the 5 spirit lawn emperors, don't even have the qualifications to get close. Emperor Jiang said with a self-deprecating expression. Elder Emperor Jiang, who do you think will win this battle between Lin Dong and Emperor Yuan that concerns the life and death of the spirit lawn domain? DG asked as she stared at the direction of the battle. It's not easy to say. I certainly hope that Lin Dong will win, but Di Yuan is a heavenly emperor level powerhouse and is far stronger than an ordinary heavenly emperor level. After he has gone berserk, Lin Dong's chances of winning would not be too great. Even if he has a heaven-defying technique, it would be very difficult for him to truly injure Di Yuan. Di Jiang replied truthfully. Do you feel the same way? If Lin Dong is undefeated, then what should we do? Emperor Ji had a worried look on her face. DG, you don't have to worry for Lin Dong. It is indeed difficult for him to win against Di Yuan, but it is still easy for him to leave if he wants to. With so many doppelgangers to break his back, it will not be easy for Di Yuan to capture Lin Dong. That is why we have to leave first. When Lin Dong is free from worries, he will find a way to leave. Emperor Yan stopped speaking. Her eyes were always fixed on the direction of the battle. She hoped that a miracle would occur and Lin Dong would suddenly catch up and tell herself that Di Yuan had been driven out of the spirit Lan domain. Unfortunately, this was destined to be only a fantasy. Let's go! Since Lin Dong dared to stay behind to fight against Emperor Yuan alone, he must have his own ideas and means, and bearing in mind that behind Lin Dong is the entire spirit Lan domain, I believe that fate will not abandon the countless living beings in our spirit Lan domain. After finishing his speech, Emperor Jiang led the way and turned around to leave. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun followed closely behind. They had long wanted to leave and go as far away as possible. It was just as well that the heavenly emperor level Di Yuan was strong. Even Lin Dong, a half-step heavenly emperor, was so outrageously strong. Simply don't want people to live. On the battlefield, when dozens of loud sounds passed, everything returned to calm. The void disappeared, leaving behind only an oversized black hole that was continuously devouring everything in the surroundings. At the edge of the black hole, Lin Dong was standing there weakly, panting heavily. His clothes were tattered and torn. The self-detonation of the doppelganger did not distinguish between you and me. Fortunately, he was far away and received a smaller wave. There were also numerous doppelgangers in front of him to resist the vast majority of the impact, so his injuries were not serious. What truly made Lin Dong so weak was actually the result of detonating his bilocations. For every self-detonation of a bilocation, his spiritual energy would also be shaken. After dozens of shocks, even with his extraordinary mental strength, Lin Dong was somewhat overwhelmed. At this moment, he only felt incomparably tired and dizzy, wanting to lie down and have a good sleep. However, he did not dare to. What was the situation of Di Yuan was still unknown. Although Di Yuan had endured the self-detonation of dozens of doppelgangers and was at the center point of the explosion. However, Lin Dong still did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He had seen the strength and defense of a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse before. According to Lin Dong's expectations, it was more likely that Emperor Yuan would be seriously injured. As for being directly blown up, that was impossible. He had never thought of it like that either. Just as Lin Dong was searching for traces of Di Yuan, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Lin Dong, I have caught you, let's see where you will run this time. A hand suddenly appeared at Lin Dong's chest. He looked down. At some point, Di Yuan had already arrived. Behind himself and pierced through his body with a hand.